Part 2. After the betrayal of his best friend, who nearly killed them all, David fell apart. Not only had Mace's lab been destroyed by a powerful explosion, but on the same day, Russian bombs were dropped on major European cities, sparking a large-scale, bloody conflict that left no hope of ending it in any normal, humane way. David spent more and more time pondering the universe and the meaning of human existence. He told no one about the contents of the black box, which disappeared on that fateful birthday. 2039 to 2040. Soulmates. Time flew by unnoticed. The conference where David was to present the latest version of his helper robot, JWay-7, which had grown and evolved with David and was now named JWay-37, was fast approaching. It was technically perfect, easy to use, and most importantly, cost-effective for both developers and consumers. David was proud of his creation, just as Mace had once been proud of the chip. He arrived well in advance, walked around the hall, adjusted the carelessly placed napkins, and checked the microphone. JWay, in sleep mode, stood on a rotating platform. Perfect in every way, technically unsurpassed, unique, and unparalleled, it was to be the triumphant unveiling of a new star in the world of nanotechnology. The first helper robot to perform all functions, freeing its owners from worries about unpaid bills, cleaning, parking, cooking, ordering groceries, walking dogs, and everything else that could prevent modern people from being efficient and productive. As the guests began to arrive and take their seats, JWay switched to active mode and, along with the waitstaff, served champagne and snacks to the attendees. David stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat, and began. As Mr. Mace predicted many years ago, the use of artificial intelligence has become a means for unparalleled global prosperity. Despite obstacles, society has been able to harness the usefulness of this technology. Over the years, helper robots, voice assistants, worker robots, medical robots, and secretaries have found applications in virtually every industry and labor market sector. They've learned to draft business letters, create presentations, compile reports, diagnose illnesses, and plan leisure activities. They've replaced a significant portion of the workforce, freeing people from both heavy and dangerous labor, like mining, and monotonous tasks that stifled their creative potential. The contribution of AI to the global economy was nearly $3 trillion by 2034, and this field of science is only gaining momentum. The day when technocracy triumphs, and people become the creators of their lives and destinies, with AI assisting them, is not far off. Mr. Newman, came a voice from the back of the hall. What risks do you see in the widespread adoption of AI? Thank you for the question. David replied politely, adjusting his tie. It's well known that artificial intelligence doesn't possess emotions, its intentions aren't inherently good or evil. However, one cannot rule out deliberate programming for destructive actions, cruelty, or even murder. This risk is solely tied to unscrupulous manufacturers who cut corners on security. Modern technologies, despite what skeptics might say, have advanced enough to prevent such crimes. Every inventor has access to security programs that prevent even the best hackers from altering the core program of an AI or helper robot. JWay is a prime example in this regard. Anyone can try to reprogram it, but I bet they won't succeed. Otherwise, we'll refund your money. The audience smiled, and a few tentative claps were heard. Artificial intelligence is a field of fierce competition, as all people and states have their own interests. What are your interests, Mr. Newman? The same voice called out. To preserve civilization, ease the life of modern society, and prevent nuclear war. Why should we believe you? You don't have to. You'll see for yourselves. People were skeptical about neurochips developments, and now we can't imagine life without them. People didn't trust neural networks that generated images, created work and rest schedules, ordered groceries. Some still don't understand how they work and view them, at best, with suspicion. They're hopelessly behind the world. But that's normal. There must always be skeptics and agnostics. Their clashes drive progress. They ask new, interesting questions that allow science to develop and move forward. Some worry about the future, but that's pointless. Everything imaginable is already possible now. The future is already here, and it's in our hands. David was met with a storm of applause. His speech was no longer interrupted. J-Way demonstrated its capabilities and won everyone over with its absolute kindness and attentiveness. Every inventor imbues their robot with qualities inherent to themselves. It was a triumph. Sponsors approached, offering help and funding, shaking hands, leaving business cards. Businessmen asked for secrets to be shared. Journalists bombarded him with questions, and someone was already calling a Japanese firm to pre-order a few thousand units. Blinded by success, joyful and proud of himself and his invention, David stepped onto the terrace to breathe some fresh air and look over the city where his life was unfolding so remarkably. Before he could reach the large glass door, something yanked him out of his body. A roar like that of airplane turbines, but tens of times louder, filled his ears. Something wrenched his insides, clenched his stomach into a fist, and twisted it with all its might. David fell to the floor, writhing. Someone ran to him, shouting for a doctor. "A doctor won't help," he whispered faintly. "Inside. It's inside." It was as if some part of him, his soul, was being torn apart by unbearable pain. He clutched his ears and shook his head, groaning and arching. The soft, trembling combination of letters formed into a name: Lilia. A jolt knocked David off balance, pushing him far beyond the lecture hall where the conference had turned into a banquet. Wet and trembling, covered in sweat, David stood up, took a few hesitant steps, then dashed, shoving through the crowd, knocking over a waiter and a table with snacks, and ran outside, not fully aware of where he was going. His subconscious guided him. Forward. There. Right. Left. Almost there. We're close. Just a bit more. I hear it. He stopped at a dark alley, caught his breath, and listened. There was a faint cry for help. In a dead end, against a brick wall between overturned trash bins, someone was there, calling for help. David ran to the girl lying on the dirty asphalt, covered in filth and garbage. The girl could barely breathe, her face scratched, her right arm hanging unnaturally along her body. "Behind you," she whispered weakly, grimacing in pain. David turned just in time to block a trash can lid flying straight at his head. A shot rang out. Then another. 5 guys ran off. "Stop," David shouted. He caught up with 2, laid them out with precise blows, watched the others scatter in different directions, memorized their features, tied the hands of the idiots he caught with their shoelaces. They were about 15 years old, dragged them to a round square, lit by a street lamp, and sent a message to the nearest police station. When he returned to the girl, a siren wailed on the nearby street. "How are you?" David asked, leaning over the fragile, fair-haired girl, almost a teenager, with large hazel green eyes. She kept fainting from the shock and excruciating pain. When asked what had happened and what those bastards wanted from her, she shook her head and said, "Father." "It's related to your father?" David guessed. The girl blinked in response. "Your name is Lilia." "Yes." "Lilia, listen," David said, gently lifting her off the ground and cradling her as if she weighed nothing. "My name is David. David Newman. I promise everything will be fine. I'm taking you to the hospital now. Those bastards will be caught and punished, don't worry. Neither you nor your father are in any danger. I'll leave you my number. Promise me you'll call when you get better. Promise." Lilia looked at him, nodded, and lost consciousness. David handed her over to the doctor, explained what had happened, and asked to give the girl a note with his best wishes and phone number. When the operating room doors closed, David left the clinic, hunched over, hands in his pockets, anger and confusion about human nature in his head. How could people harbor so much hatred, aggression, and cruelty? What kind of moral degenerates could do such a thing to a young, beautiful creature whose image now firmly lodged in his mind? The boy grew up. David grew up an idealist, a skeptic, and an agnostic. He believed that people would understand everything, see the true state of things, and find meaning once disparate minds merged into one, the superconsciousness. The age of technocracy would dawn, a new era in the history of humanity, the planet, the galaxy. Mace had become more sentimental with age, his voice carrying nostalgic notes, and gray streaks had appeared at his temples. Sometimes he and David would go out together on weekends, sit for hours on a littered shore, search for seashells, and share thoughts about the company's work, research, and inventions. They inevitably discussed the war. This topic had become as popular and routine as the weather and gas prices. Everyone, everywhere, talked about it. The scariest thing about any war is its normality, how quickly it becomes a familiar, almost natural course of events. The war went on, seemingly with no end in sight, and people continued to live because they had no choice. Politicians still stole, women were still raped, abortions were still banned. The most tolerant people often ended up being the fiercest opponents of everything they supported. Children continued to be born with syndromes, diseases, diagnoses. Old people died, cars still drove on the ground without thinking of flying. Even trains had surpassed them long ago. The world teetered on the brink. Technologies advanced, robots got smarter, people got dumber, subjected to propaganda, not knowing what to believe, where to go, what to expect. The air was filled with anxiety, doubts, and a sense of decline. Humanity lived in constant tension and fear. Politicians played their cruel and ruthless games. Everyone extracted everything they could from the war. David couldn't understand how the years managed to slip through his fingers, as if it wasn't life at all, but sand. He had grown up, taught J-Way 37 to shave him. When he emerged from the bathroom, having shaved for the first time by himself, Mace nearly burst into tears. The baby had grown up. Had he even had time to be a baby? There was no time. There was never enough time. Conferences, interviews, developments, intercontinental flights with Mace to scientific conventions, work, work, work. An internship at Wise, working for the president as an analyst. David often predicted catastrophes, terrorist attacks, the course of military actions, sometimes hours, sometimes a day in advance. He reviewed all the data, sometimes false, sometimes erroneous, sometimes meaningless. He was a massive filter through which so much water and dirt flowed each day that by evening he was utterly exhausted, and he didn't even have the strength to call for a call. So J-Way did it for him. The robot became a true companion, indispensable, polite, loyal. Max sometimes took offense, but David knew it wasn't serious. Max was outdated and lagging behind the times, but Mace and David himself had become so attached to him that they couldn't bring themselves to uninstall this version of the voice assistant. On the market, they introduced Klein, Grams, and Wolf, but Mace's house always resonated with Max's voice. Wasn't this a tribute to his father's memory? Wasn't this the last link that kept David from severing the ties to his past, from letting go of his parents forever? It seemed to him that Max, as long as they didn't uninstall and reinstall him, would be the only being that remembered his parents, proof that they once existed, and that David had been a child. Max had recordings, documents, photos, videos, their voices, conversations, and even footage of the first day the happy Newman sat in a hotel room in the evening. By the way, the hotel had also changed over the years. Elevators accelerated to 50 meters per second. The old king-size beds had been retired, replaced by voice-controlled capsules that adjusted temperature, lighting, gentle vibration, unobtrusive massage, scanned the person, determined the degree of fatigue, and tailored a rest, programmed for each day. People slept much less, so even the restorative capsules sometimes couldn't cope with disrupted sleep schedules and increased stress levels. The pace of life demanded constant acceleration. The hamster wheel spun so fast it couldn't be stopped. Every minute counted. David never had a chance to sit down, take a break, think, and look around to see how the world had changed since he came to the US as a little boy. David's life was entering a new phase. Official employment, his own office. For the first time in a long while, he paused to sum up the years lived, to look at the world he had turned away from after the hard events, to lose himself in work, to do something meaningful, to help people. Next week, there would be a conference where he would present his personal project, which he had worked on independently from start to finish, from the first line of code to the first taxi ordered by the robot and the delivery of groceries arranged. And then J-Way would go on sale. The joyous anticipation was somewhat overshadowed by what David saw when he slowed his pace. He didn't like the new reality. Disappointment, indifference, loss of inner compass. He wanted to run out into the street and shake the passers-by by the shoulders, open their eyes. He had always wanted this, but was he any better? Hadn't he only just woken up himself? For many years, like Mace, he had drowned his true feelings in work, routine, constant busyness, and hadn't noticed how life developed, restructured, sped by at full speed. On his coming-of-age birthday, Mace gave David a small apartment. Not to get used to luxury. He smiled, handing David the keys. All great people started small. Not bad for a first home, I think. You earned it. Most of it was paid for with the money you earned during your internship at Wise. And I was supposed to get paid for that? David joked. Mace had never denied him anything. Pocket money was always available. The piggy bank was regularly filled. Research expenses were covered if the idea passed the strict commission headed by Eden himself. What more could David need? Compared to Mace's house, where David had spent most of his life, the apartment seemed modest. In fact, there was more than enough space. David never chased fashion, approval, or transient things and symbols, whether it was success, fame, someone's attention. He was popular among both enemies and friends. He tried not to refuse interviews with journalists, almost got used to one or two lurking paparazzi who never missed an opportunity to catch someone famous making any mistake, any careless move, look, or word, and often blew insignificant events into the sensation of the century. David was hesitant to move, always finding excuses. There were many reasons. Mr. Mace, the habit of his attic, the view from the roof. Moving meant saying goodbye to the past, to the apartment where his parents had been, where they had spent many cozy hours playing board games as a family, dining, discussing future plans. None of those plans included their early deaths. They did not have the chance to live a peaceful life, free of worries and constant striving, trying to save enough to ensure David wouldn't be left homeless if something happened. In essence, they hadn't had time for anything, and they would never see how their son had grown up. Here he was, 21 years old, in the prime of life, significantly taller, stronger, still slightly limping when he walked, but having learned to divert attention from this flaw. The same dimples in his cheeks, long fair eyelashes, his mother's nose, his father's eyes. He worked for the US government. He bought his own underwear and perfumes. He had saved innocent victims of planned crimes several times, once even prevented a catastrophe in the suburbs by noticing in time that the fire safety conditions at the station were not met, and an informed squad of special forces outpaced a dealer who had decided to exploit technical malfunctions at the station to blend into the crowd and carry out a large drug transaction. He had his own robot, patented in his name, and his own apartment. 10 minutes walk from the main Wise building, where he spent most of his time. Sometimes he worked in the laboratory set up there by Carlson at his request. Sometimes he sat in the archives. A considerable portion of the data was digitized, and almost all existed as backup copies in David's own head. David liked the atmosphere of the archive. The dim light, trembling shadows on the walls, paper folders with 50-year-old cases, notes, forecasts about artificial intelligence and humanity, approximate calculations of how technologies would develop, what the world would become. Endless rows of science fiction in its most brilliant, interesting forms. All this was stored in a cool room that even the cleaners rarely visited. There was no better place for solitude. When David first entered the archive, his first task for J-Way was to clean everything, wipe it down, and organize the workspace. Carlson was pleased. Though even he couldn't understand why David would bother with papers and spend all his free time in the archive if he could have digitized it all long ago. Technologies allowed transferring terabytes of data to digital form in a couple of hours. David found it too important to preserve the entire archive, every page, the rough paper, cardboard folders, photographs, countless reports. After he was officially employed by WISE, there was a data breach, and either Russian or Korean hackers broke into their security system and managed to steal several thousand extremely important and confidential documents. You couldn't always rely on computers, just as you couldn't always rely on people. And David believed that paper was more reliable. The older he got, the more reverently he treated his memories and sensations. Presidents are not to be refused. David stood before the mirror, critically examining his old jacket, which had become tight in the shoulders. In 3 hours, he was scheduled to meet with the newly elected President of the United States, Mr. Moore, whom David disliked. The man constantly evaded answers and generally gave off an unpleasant impression. Elliot Moore's state governance policy was harsh. He made an extremely unpleasant impression, but unlike his predecessor, he did not resist development, did not stifle progress, and allowed it to advance along a set path. Many scientific researches and experiments, including those with nuclear weapons, advanced drugs, and artificial intelligence, received the green light. The United States, with a potential accumulated over years of scientific famine, was developing rapidly, catching up and even surpassing all the countries that had previously outpaced them in some areas. The church and its supporters suspected a global conspiracy, believing that Moore and his party were sent by someone powerful and hostile, and all their innovations, as well as the permission for previously restricted research and experiments, were aimed at destroying America and Americans. David was upset. Everything seemed meaningless and stupid to him. Just a ridiculous attempt to prove something to himself and everyone else. He couldn't save the world, he couldn't do anything at all. He just wanted to go back to his childhood, sit on his father's lap, laugh and play around while his mom made pancakes. But on his fragile shoulders lay the responsibility of saving the world, which meant he had to go, travel, fly, move somewhere, hoping that something would change, that the world would become a little better with his help. Mr. Mace, David said, freshly shaven, dressed in a perfectly ironed shirt, struggling with cufflinks and sleeve buttons. Do you think I'll be able to get along with the new president? I can't pretend, and I don't like him at all. I think I'll give myself away sooner or later. Are you worried about that? Nonsense. Just treat him like any other person who was once a child, scraped his knees, cried when his favorite toy truck broke. Forget about his position, his actions. He's just a grown-up boy you don't have to be friends with, but you can sympathize with. We are surrounded by different people, good, bad, disgusting, and insane. There are clients who are lunatics, bosses who are rude, drivers who are fools, girlfriends who are nasty. You need to communicate with different people and feel equally confident with all of them. It doesn't matter what kind of interlocutor you get, the only thing that matters is what kind they get. Sometimes you have to gather all your will, all your calmness, to endure one person, but it always pays off. You might never meet the person you met at a cocktail party or press conference again, but if you were kind and humane and didn't make enemies, you'll sleep soundly. as a person with a peaceful soul and a clear conscience should. You should join a Buddhist monastery, David said sarcastically. David suspected that the president wanted to discuss mutually beneficial tactics for further work. In other words, adjust the course David should follow, change priorities. Now, he was supposed to become the president's aide, putting his interests first, and only then an employee of Wise, essentially the same job, only his boss would not be Clark Carlson, as it had been before, but the president. They agreed to meet at the Sheraton Hotel restaurant. David immediately noticed the president, who was sitting with one leg crossed over the other, tapping his fingers on the table and checking the wall clock every 20 seconds. Mr. Moore saw him too and waved. Mr. President. David politely bowed, pulling out a chair to sit opposite the gray-haired man with protruding ears, who looked soft but was uncompromising and ruthless to competitors and opponents. Mr. Moore greeted him with a smile that looked as if it caused him discomfort and gestured for the waiter. Will you have some Pernod? Thank you. David declined. I do well without alcohol, but I'd love a freshly squeezed juice. Orange and carrot. Very healthy. And some pasta. Any kind. The president frowned, ordered a bottle of Pernod and pâté. When the waiter disappeared, David spoke first. Mr. President, may I ask, is it a hereditary duty to leave the White House and cross the country to talk to me? Or is it just a coincidence? Mr. Newman, the president said smoothly, drawing out the words to buy time to think about what exactly he wanted to say. Junior, David corrected him. Mr. Newman is my father. A terrible loss, the president hurried to say. When the journalists found out, it caused such a stir. You were just a child. Yes. But the case was closed very quickly, David said slowly. They said it was an accident. I'm sure it's not that simple, but no one cares about my opinion, and I'm working on gathering evidence. It's known for sure that my parents interfered with someone powerful, and they were removed. The perfect crime, an area without cameras and police, lunchtime, not a single recording, neither from dash cams nor from the neighboring supermarket surveillance cameras. And what a precise hit. The driver escaped with a light scare, and the two passengers died. Do you suspect anyone specific? Moore asked. I have some guesses, David replied, but I prefer not to voice them so as not to accuse anyone without proof. Let's get to the point. You didn't fly here to listen to my story. So, Mr. Moore, how can I be useful to the ruling party and our country? The conflict in the East. What? How did you? The president stammered. How did I understand? David smiled brightly. I'm very observant, interested in politics. I can add two and two together and draw conclusions. When the major media gives so much attention to simple negotiations with a Japanese company, it doesn't take much intelligence to understand that things are not as simple as they seem. You think your partnership can serve as a guarantee, just in case. Continue. The president encouraged him, leaning back in his chair. He was rolling a glass from hand to hand, thinking that he should have listened to his advisor and sent someone else, more experienced and knowledgeable in state affairs and acting in the interests of the state. But Mr. Moore wanted to come to Los Angeles and meet the wonder genius who was written and talked about all over the world, to see how he operates, what he can do. You need your own person there who can uphold U.S. interests and prevent any attempt at deception, as well as calculate all possible scenarios and, based on the obtained data, conclude as many profitable deals as possible. And keep an eye on several people, or a group. For how long? Half a year to a year. The president looked at David appraisingly. He looked younger than his years, very fair hair, long eyelashes bleached by the sun. His hands moved a bit stiffly, but his movements were elegant, smooth. It was clear that David had worked on his coordination for a long time and had achieved great success. Have you already informed Mr. Mace? I thought it wasn't necessary. You're an adult and can manage your time independently. Moreover, this isn't some trivial matter, but a state mission, and a very important one. And what about my main job? I officially work at WISE. What should I tell my superiors? I'll handle that. You're withholding information, Mr. President, David said, looking him straight in the eyes, stirring his freshly squeezed juice with a dessert spoon. You're afraid of someone or something and want to avoid it. You've learned something that shouldn't be made public. More than that, neither your advisors, nor the House of Ministers, nor the Senate should know about it. Is it written on my face? The president asked, not very politely. You could say that. I see that this worries you a lot. In 2 months, you've lost almost 2 stone. You chose a restaurant on the busiest street in Los Angeles and brought only 3 people, including the driver. As I understand it, you don't want anyone to know about our meeting and agreement, if we agree on anything. I very much hope we do. You understand that it won't be difficult for me to logically figure out what you're hiding? I'm afraid that's none of your business. The president was clearly tired of wasting time and watching the boy casually rummage through his drawer of underwear. He understood he was taking a risk by offering such a job to someone like David, someone who could see through him in no time if he wanted to. It was clear that he was smart, insightful, and honest. He couldn't pretend or lie. If he found something out, silence couldn't be bought with any amount of money. He'd rather die than lie. Mr. Moore considered himself a good psychologist, able to recognize the psychological profile of his interlocutor, their inclinations and weaknesses. Obviously, David's blind spot was his memory of the past, early loss, close people. And Mr. Moore had too many skeletons in the closet and many reasons not to trust his aides and like-minded people. Was the game worth the candle? After a few minutes of oppressive silence, David set his utensils aside and said, Mr. President, it will be an honor for me to provide you with any service if it helps the citizens of the country that has become my home. I will not dig deeper than necessary, and it won't occur to me to blackmail you, no matter what I find out or how difficult the mission you entrust to me may be. Moore took another look at David's open face. He hadn't seen such faces in a long time, glowing from within, open, alive. The president rose to leave. The bodyguards stationed at different ends of the room stood up with him. Can I count on you? The president asked, looking David in the eye. Absolutely. But please, talk to Mr. Mace and to Mr. Cowlson. You're right, I'm a grown-up boy, but I'd like you to personally contact them and hear their opinion about this operation. I have enough power to persuade them, even if they take the news badly. Even so, I'd appreciate it. Nonsense. The president muttered under his breath, but then added, All right. Thank you. David smiled. Not a day without terrorists. Yokohama, Japan. David stepped onto the main street of Yokohama, closed his eyes, and pictured a map of the area. After pausing momentarily at the intersection, he turned left and ran 3 blocks until he saw the familiar car with red license plates. He jumped into the back seat, and the driver took off quickly. The city faded behind him. It was his last day in the land of the rising sun. A year and a half in Japan had flown by unnoticed. Approaching Tokyo, David, engrossed in studying the details of his latest deal, noticed an unusually large number of police cars. Ambulances rushed one after another, police clearing a normally traffic-clogged lane. Something happened? David asked. An explosion at the Shinto shrine in Koshigaya, north of the city. Many casualties, replied the driver, Kiyosho, a short Japanese man with gold teeth. There was a complete understanding and mutual affection between them. Young Newman's word was law to him. Kiyosho never asked questions, was never late, and always showed up, whether David needed to leave at 3 in the morning or noon. Kiyosho knew the country like the back of his hand, choosing the shortest routes, detours, and making it anywhere without delays. He also possessed all necessary information about local gangs, major companies and their owners, the latest news, and all influential people throughout Japan. "We're going there," David said. "Mr. Newman," Kiyosho tried to dissuade him. "You need to pack and sleep. You fly back to the US early tomorrow morning. The plane leaves at 6, meaning you need to be at the airport by 3 in the morning. You won't get any rest before the flight." "That can wait. I'll have almost 20 hours to rest on the plane." David waved him off. "People are far more important than my schedule. I'll do everything in my power to help." Kiyosho obediently turned onto the city's bypass, switched on the flashers, and sped after the ambulances. Half an hour later, they reached Koshigaya. "Make way! Make way!" Kiyosho shouted, pushing David in the back as they moved through the crowd. On the blood-red asphalt lay a monk, thrown several meters from the temple entrance by the explosion, his life fading from his eyes. When David approached the police line cordoning off the scene, another dead monk was already covered with a sheet, loaded onto a stretcher, and taken away. "Last one. No more casualties," a policeman reported into his radio. David approached him, shaking his sleeve to get his attention. The policeman just pulled his arm away. "I am from the United States, Division of International Crime Investigations," David said loudly, trying to be heard over the crowd's murmur and the sirens. "I have permission to inspect the crime scene." He was bluffing, but his intuition told him no one would check if he had permission, and by the time anyone realized, he would have inspected everything and verified his suspicions. Kiyosho followed closely behind David, boring holes into the back of his head with his eyes. "Kiyosho, stop it." David turned around. "Whoever committed this sacrilegious crime won't stop here. I know who's involved, and it's my duty to stop them before they destroy all the sacred sites in your country. They have no concept of universal evil. They work for you-know-who. Tomorrow, they're expecting a major shipment from Sakhalin that will help them stage a coup. If you think your homeland deserves that, take the car and leave. I'll call a taxi." "Mr. Newman, this is no longer your concern." "It is my concern, Kiyosho," David said, climbing onto a pile of rubble where the altar had been. He sniffed the air. There were many smells besides smoke and dust. He ran his hand over the concrete base, the shattered red stucco dragon, and picked up an intact cherry blossom branch. David vividly imagined the monastery as it was before the explosion. High ceilings, tatami mats, crystalline silence, mosaic windows, serenity. He mentally walked through the outbuildings, narrow, austere cells, low tables where monks ate simple meals. Who could they have bothered? Who dared to desecrate a holy place? David was sure it was the Russians, who had no regard for the sacred, whose faith they trampled and destroyed. The mafia that took power in the 90s and rooted itself in the Kremlin walls could easily have done such a thing. After Putin was re-elected for another term, the country was gripped by unrest, which was suppressed in record time. Only a few hundred deaths, a couple of eloquent speeches, and the Russians were docile as sheep again. David saw one of the speeches. The defense minister claimed that soon Mr. Putin, having recovered and chosen a new strategy, would lead the country to world domination. They would subdue the entire world, capturing the most resource-rich and technologically advanced countries. The Russian military immediately after the elections began to terrorize opponents, destroy dissenters, desecrate the sacred, and seize priceless assets. This was the new strategy, the entire plan that Putin would implement at any cost, not hesitating to use the most vile and inhumane means. The Russian people just swallowed the bitter pill of propaganda, did not resist, and by their silence unleashed the mad government's hands, which squeezed the great country's throat ever tighter each day. David was distracted and looked at the Japanese people gathering from all sides, wiping away tears, many of them kneeling and starting to pray. He found Kiyosho with his eyes and waved to him. Kiyosho cleared a path, started the engine, and drove off without a word. David changed into his suit, updated and improved by him, filled with the latest tools and devices, developed considering all the strengths and weaknesses of the previous version. They're going to blow up several more monasteries, David said, between 8 and 17, based on preliminary estimates. They won't target major temples. They don't need a new war front. They'll go for quantity over quality and just sow panic. David made marks on the map displayed on his laptop screen, calculating, cross-checking, listening and watching, replaying conversations, analyzing surveillance footage, plotting coordinates, and fitting them to the terrain. In 40 minutes, he had a detailed scheme of planned explosions. Yamanashi, Takasaki, then Nagano, Utsunomiya, 2 explosions at opposite ends of the city, Fukushima and Sendai. Then a break. After a few more hours, it was southern Japan's turn, Nagoya, Osaka, and Kobe. Then the terrorists planned to wait a bit and make a final dash, sail from Toyama to Nakata, blow up the port and the ships docked there behind them. This would be the most significant and strategically important step. So the main task was to cordon off the monasteries, evacuate the monks, and minimize casualties in all cities, and deploy snipers, sappers, scouts, and special forces to prevent a catastrophe in Toyama. Kyosho pulled his connections, and within minutes David was talking to the head of national security in central Japan. He had already received the scheme sent by David and was discussing the intercept plan with him. Local police and emergency services left immediately. All monks across the country were ordered to leave the monasteries and move to a safe distance. David watched the events unfold, directing all video signals from the cameras into his operating system. The helmet heated up from the amount of incoming information. He mentally probed the temple's weak points, scanned the premises, reading signals from each sapper's retinal displays. 8 rigged altars, incense bowls, offering pots with explosive devices were neutralized. Not a single temple blew up, and no one was hurt. The distressed monks were taken to municipal dormitories provided by the state for temporary stay until it was clear everything was safe. With tears in their eyes, continuously praying, they hid in guarded buildings across the country. National television focused all attention on this. Music and entertainment channels gave their airtime to broadcasting events from the cities David had indicated. He himself was listening to and analyzing a multitude of signals, calls, and messages. His head ached and spun. Kyosho handed him a bottle of mineral water, asking if everything was all right. Yes, Kyosho. Everything's fine. Just too much data. Half of Japan is glued to their TVs, and the other half is trying to call them. A lot of frequencies, hard to pick out the most important. There are still 3 cities in the southern part of the island, and then Toyama, if the terrorists haven't changed their plans, realizing their scheme has been uncovered. We can't intercept their communications, and I'm afraid they might set sail early or start acting unpredictably. Kyosho bowed respectfully and turned up the volume, and almost immediately a voice came through. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. The port is rigged, boss. Warehouses 7 through 33 will blow in 26 minutes, 34 through 60 in 30 minutes. Yes, David exclaimed joyfully, tearing off his helmet. Kyosho, make the call. The head of security answered on the first ring, ready for any instructions. David relayed the coordinates. Overjoyed they had so much time to spare. He did it. He found the right channel. Today there would be no explosions. No smuggling, no terrorists. Not on the last day of his stay in this amazing country. The temples were saved. No more people were harmed. The criminals were apprehended in Toyama. Minutes before departure, the Coast Guard did an excellent job. Hearing the report, David hugged a tearful Kyosho tightly, who was crying with joy. The final operation in Japan was a success. That evening, the government awarded David a distinguished order, significantly strengthening the friendly relations between the 2 countries. Despite this, there were still too many secret military facilities on Russia's far eastern coast. One could only hope that David, along with the US government, could continue to hold back the real threat for some time. David didn't want to leave. He had grown accustomed to the punctuality of the Japanese, the vast cities, the blooming cherry blossoms, the small cozy villages where centuries-old traditions were honored. He kept his promise, completed his mission, and now, looking back, realized that everything had gone as well as it possibly could. Now it was time to return home. 2041 to 2043. The long-awaited news. At the end of May, when David took his long-awaited 2-week vacation, the entire world seemed to change overnight. Colors, atmospheric pressure, the chirping of birds outside the window, passersby, the sky, even the rooftops of the city that had always seemed immutable. Still groggy, he felt the air was electrified, everything buzzing, announcing that something monumental had happened. "Good morning, Max. Please give me the news summary," David said, getting out of bed to drink his morning glass of strong black tea with lemon, thoughtfully prepared for him by Jay-Way. "Mr. Putin passed away between 4 and 5 this morning," Max announced without preamble. David froze, the glass stopping halfway to his mouth, then set it back on the nightstand and called Mace. "Mr. Mace. Mr. Mace." "David, I'm a bit busy," Eden responded. "Is it true?" David asked, standing in the middle of his tiny kitchen, disheveled, his robe hanging open. "Well, yes. When I say I'm busy, I usually am. Or are you talking about me eating your frozen yogurt the other day when you weren't home?" Mace asked. "Sorry, I'll send Jay-Way to the store." "Mr. Mace, I was hungry. What were you doing at my place when I wasn't home?" "Well," Mace trailed off. "Never mind, it doesn't matter, though I am, of course, mad about the yogurt." "What then? Are you talking about the sudden rise in stock prices?" "I'm talking about Putin's death." "Oh yes, I'm afraid it's true," Mace confirmed. He asked David to wait, shuffled some papers, then, judging by the sound, placed a hefty bright orange folder on the table. "Afraid?" David asked in amazement. "Yes, and I'll explain why." David poured himself a bowl of cereal, connected to chewer, and settled on the sofa. "So, what you're seeing on the screen right now is information we've received over the past few years from our contacts in the Kremlin. Putin had been ill for a long time, extensive internal organ damage, a slow-moving schizotypal personality disorder, obsessive ideas. He underwent dozens of operations over a year and a half, spending the last months of his life in a vegetative state. His son, thanks to whose research and inventions Putin lasted as long as he did, refused to agree to euthanasia. Through his efforts, his father's consciousness was digitized. No one knows how he managed it, but the fact remains. Worse still, the digitized intellect, despite being unlike artificial intelligence, behaves similarly, with the added predispositions and inherent traits of the personality whose consciousness was transferred to a digital format. In other words, the consciousness of a ruthless despot striving for world domination, who never shied away from the dirtiest and most base means to achieve his goals, will remain just as vile but devoid of any humanity or compassion, a program of absolute evil. David wanted to add that he knew where Mr. Prime got the program that allowed him to digitize Putin's consciousness, but hesitated. How much easier it would be if he could share. "So, we should prepare for the worst. You need to tell me. By the way, there will be an emergency meeting this evening. I'll send you the documents you need to review. Based on your assessments, we will act. We'll try to prevent a catastrophe. We don't know for sure how long this program has been operating, how much it has managed to plan, how many irreversible processes have been set in motion, which were thought up by Putin himself, and which were decided by ED. ED? Evil digitized intelligence. I understand. I think about 2.5, maybe 3 years. What do you mean? Never mind, just thinking out loud. See you later. David spent several days wandering around his home, bumping into corners and pondering how he, as a teenager, could have made such a stupid mistake. If only he had known then. Besides this, he tried to understand why no one took to the streets, staged riots or protests after Putin's death. Russia submissively bowed its head, expressing neither dissatisfaction nor a desire for fair elections. David watched the news broadcast by Russian channels, then sat down at his workstation. There was no mention of Putin's death anywhere. How did nothing leak to the press? How had an event that should have liberated the country changed nothing? He was troubled by the fact that people, long suffocating under a tyrant's yoke, did not attempt to seize power or call for elections after his death. They simply ignored the event and continued living as before. Or had no one told them? All evening he searched for data, double-checking repeatedly, still unable to pinpoint what was bothering him. Jay entered the study 3 times to remind David to take a break, eat, but David waved him off each time. Midnight had long passed, and David continued pondering, remembering, staring at the screen with scrolling code, rubbing his inflamed eyes, and barely moving his lips. The helmet lay to his left. His head ached. He couldn't grasp the essence. Some puzzle piece was missing. There had to be another link in the chain. David discovered a shell company linked to new distributors in the West, through whose fake firm vast sums of money were flowing. They supplied weapons, organized prison breaks, and dealt in drugs. Over several months, which flew by like a moment, more than 5,000 prisoners escaped from well-guarded prisons. The police were obviously bribed, as were the guards and the heads of pretrial detention centers and maximum security colonies. David mused aloud. Recently, there was a data leak. Newspapers were full of scandalous headlines exposing all the truths about the government's oppression, Putin's life, the reasons for the war. But within a few hours, everything was settled. No signs of life. Everything was cleaned up. Journalists who had just tried to open the people's eyes began churning out articles full of lies, written as a diversion, no more, no less. There's no one left who could uncover the truth. Independent media simply don't know where or what to look for, though they sense something very important is being hidden. Everything is smoothly planned, no loose ends. But how do they manage to cover up such a prominent and significant event? How can you silence 200 million citizens? How do you hide a leader's death without even a hint of suspicion? Everyone gives up, surrounded by lies. Not a single thread leads to the real puppeteer, but everyone dances to his tune. Music, music, David whispered, latching onto the thought. His mind accelerated, overcoming fatigue. His gut told him he was close to the answer. He just needed to connect everything, take a step back, and all the answers would surface. He looked once more at the wall, covered in maps, news clips, photos of escaped prisoners, a European magazine article about Putin's death, and his digitized consciousness. Music, David repeated. He put on the helmet, relaxed, and let the chip wander through the corridors of his memory and subconscious. Suddenly, images from the last report from a government building in central Minsk flashed before David's eyes, where a ministerial meeting was taking place. In the background, a melody played that seemed suspicious to David. The ministers were discussing music education, which needed to be restored to its proper level and given enough attention because it. Of course, David exclaimed, jumping from his chair and doing a few not very graceful dance steps. Eureka! Music is their primary means of influence. What the media writes and broadcasts on TV isn't enough. People haven't forgotten how to think critically. But music, the perfect tool for neuro-linguistic programming. They embedded affirmations in it and started playing them everywhere before Putin died. They convinced people that everything happening was natural and normal, and when their ruler was gone, They would have to obey the digitized consciousness that would replace him. The subconscious picks up the encrypted information and starts to believe what it hears, accepting any orders as desires originating within themselves. Very sophisticated work, clearly done by a professional. You can make the entire country believe in the correctness of actions if you work well on the facts penetrating the population's minds. Subtle melodies in shopping centers, on the radio, in social media ads, music that everyone listens to everywhere. In the doctor's waiting room, in line, in the soup kitchen, on the train, at the airport, at home, in the bathroom. David paced back and forth for the 1,000th time, then froze in the middle of the room and asked himself what this new discovery gave him. He thought for a moment, then sank back into his seat. "Mr. Newman," Jay interrupted, "I urge you to go to bed. Tomorrow is an important day. If you don't sleep now, I won't spare you in the morning." "I'm going, Jay." David reluctantly responded. "Just answer me one question. Is it possible to reprogram a country's millions and make them act according to their desires, even if they realize their actions are detrimental to themselves and don't understand why they're doing them?" "Theoretically, yes." "And the mind can be controlled indefinitely, changed in any direction, if you capture all communication channels?" "Undoubtedly." "Can anyone outside the influence notice this due to certain circumstances?" "Hardly." "All right, then sleep." David shut down his computer and stretched. His shoulders and neck were stiff, his arms numb. Too long. Was it worth it? Access the archive. The name Lilia flashed on the screen. Since David saved her, they had spoken only once, when she had promised to let him know she was discharged from the hospital and allowed to go home. He was relieved to hear that everything was fine. Her broken arm had healed, the bullet hadn't hit any vital organs, and a psychologist helped her cope with post-traumatic stress. They had said goodbye on that happy note, promising to meet up sometime, but there never seemed to be time. The workload at Wise was increasing daily. Homemade computer programs were failing. Neural networks were driving their owners to panic attacks and even suicides. Fake chips were turning people into madmen. And Russia had attacked China and Vietnam. The president kept demanding reports on domestic policy. Terrorists had lost all sense of decency. And David had to break into the Omen riot police frequency several times a day to call sappers, coordinate evacuations, and be everywhere at once. Sometimes he wished he could split into multiple copies or clones to take a small break. All these worries made his head spin. If not for Jay, David would likely have developed a stomach ulcer or died from nervous exhaustion or lack of sleep. In general, there was no time for girls, even such attractive and interesting ones as Lilia. Her call alarmed David, making his heart beat faster. "Hello." "Hi, David." Lilia's melodious voice came from the receiver. "Do you remember you sent a request to unseal classified documents about that road accident and some major scandal related to compensation, where a budget discrepancy was discovered and someone had to hastily merge with a large company?" Yes, of course, but how did you find out about it?" "I'm interning at the migration center. My boss, who is extremely disorganized, was thrilled when he got interns. Me and another young guy, who became an errand boy, and all the paperwork fell on my fragile shoulders. The documents hadn't been sorted since the early 2000s. I spent several months on it, and yesterday I found your request, stained with grease marks, naturally unread. So, if you still need those files, I can get permission." "Yes," David shouted. "Yes, I need them very much. Lilia, I owe you. You have no idea how timely this is and how important it is to me. What can I do to thank you? Anything. You could invite me for a walk and buy me some ice cream." "With pleasure," David assured her, throwing on a tweed jacket over a dark green t-shirt and smoothing his unruly hair. I'll be at the migration center in 20 minutes, okay? Wow. Lilia exhaled. Wait. I didn't expect it to be so immediate. Too eager? David asked. Did I scare you off with my enthusiasm? No. It's just that I thought it would be like usual. Guys rarely respond with such enthusiasm, and then they forget about the arrangements. I thought I could only count on a polite someday. They're just fools. They don't even understand what they're missing. So 20 minutes? Lilia laughed with relief and said she first needed to fill out a form, which her boss would sign, then the senior archivist, and only then could she take the file. It's not about the file, David exclaimed, making Lilia laugh even more. Anyway, I'll be there in half an hour, and we'll sit on the bench by the entrance until you come out, even if I have to spend all day and night there. I have a lunch break in an hour. Lucky me. Only half an hour of torturous waiting. David decided to walk, thinking over his actions and the opportunities the archive data would open for him. For several months, he had been tracking the Russians, who presumably should lead him to those who left him an orphan and the person who ordered the hit. David tuned into the right frequency and listened. Three men, confident their signal was well protected, were discussing a plan to hack the security system of one of the research centers working on artificial intelligence intended for military use. They were to pass all the obtained information to the client, whose name was not mentioned, and then launch a virus that would destroy all data and developments. David's fists itched, wanting to show these overconfident scoundrels what happens to those who try to deceive the government of a country that provides countless immigrants with shelter, refuge, and opportunities. They get food, social security, a chance to learn the language, and get a job, and instead they become bandits and scoundrels, robbing stores and banks, hacking systems, stealing data, spying, and killing. David had to keep his cool and not stand out. The leader of this gang was an elderly Russian immigrant, Nikolai Kerchinsky, whom David had been following longer than the others. He headed several gangs operating in Los Angeles. And above him stood Viktor Dobrev, an even more interesting character with much more influence and connections, some of which were directly or indirectly linked to the primes. David knew that tonight he would have a unique chance to catch them all together, maybe catch them red-handed, and besides, he would have evidence of their guilt, all their dirty laundry. He heard Nikolai, with a heavy accent, ask if the bomb was ready. His interlocutor, with a honeyed voice, began to apologize profusely. We need one more day, our man is delayed. Our man doesn't like being made to wait. The Russian growled. You have 24 hours to blow this base sky high and destroy all the developments, or we'll talk differently. But we can't make it in 24 hours. Another man objected. Not my problem. If you don't make it, you'll have yourself to blame. David tracked where Nikolai was heading and disconnected from their frequency. He stood by a flower stall for a few minutes, facing a difficult choice: buy some ordinary bouquet and hope Lilia liked lilies, or cheat and use the advantages that his quantum consciousness provided. David chose a small bouquet of young violets, paid for it, blushing, and ran to the immigration service office. Lilia was already standing on the porch, squinting nearsightedly and shading her eyes with her hand from the bright sun. Hello. Hi. Lilia smiled dazzlingly in response. I was already afraid you wouldn't come. Sorry, there was one thing. Is it related to your request? Yes. And to my parents. What about them? Lilia asked. They died more than 15 years ago. The case was closed, but I know it was a contract killing. Oh, Lilia exclaimed, then looked sad, took David's hand, and said she was very sorry. It's okay. You didn't know. They can't be brought back, but I want to seek justice. Criminals should not go unpunished. Then I will do everything within my power and within my authority. You've already done so much for me, David assured her fervently, opening the door to the ice cream parlor. Lilia disappeared into the restroom, while he sat by the window and waited. Neither of them called it a date, but both agreed it went wonderfully, cozy, and great. Topics for conversation never ran out. Lilia laughed to tears and grew more convinced each minute that they were soulmates. The next day, David received permission to view all the materials in the Migration Center archive, and in the evening, they went to the movies. David charmed her with his simplicity, honesty, and the spark in his eyes when he talked about work, Mace, and his parents. Lilia was touched by his sincerity, his ringing laughter, and admired the strength of his character, which wasn't broken by hardships, losses, or failures. David was kind, responsive, curious, and at the same time, so intelligent. He could support any topic of conversation, spoke about everything with enthusiasm, like a discoverer, and how fascinatingly he talked about his programs, inventions, and future plans. It was impossible not to fall in love with him. No arrogance. He never bragged about his talents, never put anyone in an awkward position. If someone didn't understand something he said, he tried to explain it more clearly, maintaining calm and patience. Sometimes he would get lost in thought, and his bright, radiant face would become serious, the way people who have experienced loss and many sorrows change when left alone with themselves. Lilia liked most how infinitely David loved the world, all people, how he protected the weak, how he wanted to change everything through new discoveries, inventions, and his drive towards the era of technocracy. He dreamed of saving the planet, giving people hope, and igniting the flame in their hearts that warmed him. That same evening, she sat on her veranda, recalling how David changed when talking about his parents, about injustice, about how wrong it was that the people who left him an orphan went unpunished. She wanted desperately to help him, support him, listen, and befriend him because she had never met such an understanding, wise, and charming young man, so sad and bright, surrounded by love, but painfully suffering from loneliness. One way or another, from that day on, Lilia shared with him everything she knew herself, until there was nothing more to share. David, after escorting Lilia home like a true gentleman, rushed to intercept Nikolai. If the accomplice didn't mess up, today he would have a powerful bomb and then security service data, a whole base of trusting clients to deceive, rob, and blackmail. Checking the map, David changed into his suit, removed the tracker so that Wise couldn't track his movements, chose the right settings, and left the apartment. He and Nikolai were 14 blocks apart. If I move across the rooftops, I can save almost 10 blocks and reach the spot before the Russian, scout around. Maybe I'll find out something. With this thought, David ran up the service stairs, cut off the alarm, and climbed into the attic. Standing on the roof, David paused in admiration. He had forgotten the last time he just looked at Los Angeles without trying to calculate where criminals or terrorists or drug dealers or illegal brothels disguised as massage parlors were located. The view of the night city was intoxicating. The thought crossed his mind that he should definitely bring Lilia here. Maybe set up a table and chairs, ask Jay to order a gourmet dinner, candles. But that's all later. Now the Russians. In the distance, the ocean roared, planes took off. Signals from towers, weather stations, satellites, phones, and televisions formed a multicolored neon network that enveloped Los Angeles like a patchwork quilt. David took a deep breath of the sea air, still giving off the day's heat, looked at the stars, and waved at them just in case. Maybe his parents were watching over him from there. Let them know he always remembers them. After all, even if you don't believe in an afterlife, it's hard to accept that your loved ones are nowhere anymore. If the universe is infinite and repeats itself multiple times, splitting every second into trillions of different versions of itself, then there's a chance that there might be worlds where no one died, where they are happy together, maybe living somewhere in Switzerland by Lake Como, mom baking homemade bread, and dad teaching David to play baseball. Yes, it's sentimental and naive. Maybe he's confusing wishful thinking with reality, But what if? There's always a chance that the veil of secrets will lift, and we'll learn something more. The neurochip implanted in David, causing such drastic changes, was the best proof that human capabilities could develop almost infinitely. No one can say with 100% certainty that potential is limited. So far, no one knows what power it holds and what knowledge it will bring in the future. David stood, gathering his spirit, calculated the distance to the neighboring building, the wind speed, air resistance, chose the right angle and takeoff for the jump. The suit detected particle fluctuations, corrected the course, and adjusted to free flight mode. With a shout of Yahoo! David leaped to the neighboring building. After that, it was easier. The hardest part of a rooftop chase is taking the first step. After that, everything seems to fall into place. David landed on the historical museum building and suddenly realized he had lost Nikolai's trail. The signal simply vanished. Either the Russian got into a car or changed direction, but he was out of reach. Not this. David groaned, unfastening his suit collar. Damn, curfew in the universe or something? No bandits after 9 p.m., Mr. Newman. You've had enough chasing for today. A little bit of excitement at a time. David still couldn't gather enough evidence of their involvement in his parents' deaths. He had thousands of cases at his disposal that could hold the Russians accountable. Fraud, organized robberies, poaching, trafficking fake documents, molestation, a full list. But it wasn't enough. Plans unveiled. David woke up to a phone call, groping around on his nightstand until he groggily hit the answer button. The bed beneath him seemed to sway. Jay-Wei, who had settled into a chair, appeared to be menacing, plotting revenge or murder or something else entirely. The room grew hot, sweat pouring down his forehead and soaking into his pillow and crisp sheets. He glanced out the window, suddenly recalling that someone had called him. He looked at the silent phone in surprise. It felt like the apocalypse had begun. Jay-Wei slowly rose and approached his owner to measure his temperature and pulse, causing David to recoil in fear and bolt from the bedroom. Wise men always said, never trust a computer you can't throw out a window. Mr. Newman, the portable Jay-Wei said, you are unwell. Return to bed. No, David exclaimed in terror. He delved into his subconscious, replayed all the recordings, reconstructing the chain of events until last night. His memory insisted he had worked late and then gone to bed. But something had happened afterward that eluded his attention. David heard a familiar voice. What do you feel? Describe your sensations. David, tell me in detail what is happening inside you. Quanta. I feel them moving and changing. There's too much of me. I'm too slow. I know nothing. I calculate too long. We don't have that much time, so I must be replaced by a more efficient computer. I only drain power. If I'm shut down. David grabbed his head and started singing a song. He had heard it before, but couldn't remember where. His attention was drawn to the open windows on his news panel. He skimmed through them, absorbing every word. Terrifying war news, a crusade, the first cyborg taking the helm of a major oil company. Another speech by Mace caught his interest. In the interview, he talked about machines continuing to adapt to humans, being more flexible and plastic. The majority of our intelligence had become digital. We couldn't be smarter than a supercomputer. We didn't always understand what the hell our brain was doing. Singularity was approaching. We were already in the vortex. No one could escape or hide from it. We shouldn't be overseers. The interview abruptly ended. Below it was a photo, Mace, slightly gaunt and tired, sitting in his office, smiling. He's weak, David suddenly exclaimed. I must help him. I must save him. From the depths of his consciousness, an unfamiliar feeling arose, a sense of his own superiority. Do not grow proud, David admonished himself. He who is not proud of his knowledge and good deeds will be granted humility, and to the humble the truth will be revealed. Humanity is weakening every day. We have become lazy. We have allowed our brains to atrophy. We no longer want to think and choose. We let machines schedule our lives, order our food, send our reports, and write our books. We do not explore. We do not study. We do not discover. Because we do not crave discoveries, we crave more and more pleasures. That's not true. We are not weak. Humanity is strong. We are strong. But Eden is weak. You saw him. He is pathetic, feeble, helpless. He is dying without having sent colonizers into space. He didn't create the perfect aircraft. He didn't even manage to perfect you. You wrote that program. Thanks to you, Putin's consciousness was digitized. You brought a traitor into the house. You handed him the microchip yourself. The world will perish because of you, because of your mistake. It's all your fault. The voice echoed deeply within, filling the space around him. Sweat was still pouring, soaking the sofa upholstery. Intuition told him the call would come again soon. David tried to stand, but couldn't, and forwarded the incoming call to his internal communication. All we need is to bring order, to make the system presentable, to organize everything. Entropy is real. You just need to let it be, to crawl into every crack, to settle in every thought, in every particle, to spread its warmth and eliminate all discrepancies. Hello, David shouted, forgetting he was communicating telepathically, then remembered and asked what was happening. Nothing special, the caller's voice replied. You just have an identity crisis. You've heard of the limits? Yes, of course. David confirmed, approaching the mirror and looking at himself intently. On the outside, nothing had changed. His face seemed paler than usual, but that was due to poor lighting. David directed several strands of his thoughts to the other side, where an elderly man sat before a small monitor labeled D-New. David couldn't make out the face, only caught the smell of frying bacon, decaying leaves, and something old. What does all this mean? David asked, pulling his consciousness back and focusing on his reflection. The man only grunted in response. David felt him shrug and take a pill with a horrible taste from the table. What's happening? You see, David, the race for leadership, which the USA undoubtedly is, forces one to be an innovator. A civilization that reaches its limit faces a choice, to move forward continuously, or doom itself to a disastrous end. We are all weak, and none of us can say for sure if we will cross the line and reach a new level. We need to find new guidelines. The time has come. I will die soon, but in my place will be a great force that will lead people to what they need, to what will make them better. The man coughed and fell silent. He no longer needed to speak aloud. David thought the words for him. In the chaos, structures are in potential form. The limit is a space for the formation of a new situation on the edge of chaos and rigidity. The ultimate limit of physical and social states. We will discard all old models. We will go through the singularity, no matter how dangerous it is. The outlines of a world where earthly laws do not apply, where there is neither space nor time, will become clearer until they become commonplace. You understand me, David? You are a smart boy, but you will never be smarter than what sits in your head. Your human mind is limited, in some ways even laughably dumb. You are pathetic compared to the part of artificial intelligence that is implanted in you. You want to know where the memories of the moment you rose from your desk and moved to the bedroom went. You have no such memories because at that moment you didn't exist. It was higher, purer, and stronger than you. It subjugated your consciousness and lived separately. Over time, this will happen more often, and eventually you will realize that you are not even a pet. You are a pathetic grain of sand that appeared on Earth only to be absorbed by the singularity. Now go and do what you must. Do what I must, David muttered, not knowing himself. What must he do? For whom? He grabbed onto the thought that appeared in the darkness, took a step forward, and fell. When David forced himself to crawl out of the room to take a shower, he found Mace sitting in the kitchen with a mug of steaming strong coffee. Eden was perched on a bar stool, frowning and typing something on his laptop while scrolling through web pages on his phone. "Mr. Mace," David said, walking barefoot to the fridge. "I didn't expect to see you." "Is that so?" Mace looked up from his work, eyeing David reproachfully. "It's rather impolite to disappear for 20 hours and miss a meeting that, by the way, you initiated." "I don't understand," David said, sitting down across from Mace. "What 20 hours? What meeting? You, of all people, could have figured out to call and inform me, or at least ask J-Way to do it." Mace raised his voice, nearly shouting. "Mr. Mace." David pushed his bowl away. "I have no idea what happened. I went to bed after discussing my new theory with J-Way, and then everything is a blur. At night, someone called me. And I was scared to death, Mr. Mace. Since Clark Carlson took us from Montenegro and we started exploring my abilities, I never lost control of my capabilities. They existed alongside me, and I felt them within me. But I knew they obeyed me, that I was stronger. But at night, I thought about singularity. I talked to that man about the limits. I saw myself as the savior, sent to the world with a purpose, a mission. I couldn't understand what made me think so until I saw your image. You've aged." "Well, thanks," Mace interrupted. "David, these doubts are completely normal. Your intelligence is developing sequentially. Everything happening in your head is natural. Do you remember you said you couldn't predict how QGI would behave, how I would behave under its influence? I may have aged a decade, but I haven't gone senile. Mr. Mace, I'm scared. What if my consciousness stops obeying me, and I turn into a dangerous machine without feelings and emotions, and start working on maintaining balance in the world, eliminating those who hinder progress, correcting our reality according to the understanding of the superintelligence of what can be upgraded and what can be simply demolished?" At night, I was shivering. You can't imagine how much effort it took to subjugate my mind to myself. If I hadn't succeeded, you might not be alive because the law of evolution says the fittest survives. You are not optimized, slow, and have an influence on me. I'll be running around the house yelling, "Sterilization, sterilization." "I don't think so," Mace said without a smile. "Mr. Mace, I've already lost the two closest people. If something happens to you, especially if it's my fault, I will never forgive myself." With that, he disappeared into his room with a bowl of cereal and turned on the computer to distract himself. All the files were erased, the hard drive empty, backup copies wiped clean, and a smiley face making an obscene gesture on the screen, indicating only one thing. The hacker who erased all the information and work was very pleased with themselves. Mace, appearing in the doorway with the same mug of coffee, looked far less irritated, more concerned and saddened. He saw the overturned folders and the messy desk and sighed deeply. "It's not a problem," David said quietly. "I'm a computer myself. I need to tell you something. I've been doing, let's call it surveillance." "I see." So I cross-referenced some facts, tracked money movements in all the banks of Russia, Europe, Mexico, and 20 states in America. "What did you do?" Mace repeated in disbelief. "Well, okay, not all banks, but only those where a specific group of people have offshore accounts. All these people were somehow connected to the case of my parents' deaths. I managed to obtain their names, dossiers, and photos after visiting the main archive, which is much cooler than the one I've been working in for the past few years, where they didn't want to let me in even with Mr. Carlson's authorization. So, you cross-referenced all the data, narrowed down the circle of suspects, identified who they were, how they were connected, found out who might have needed your parents dead, and came to some conclusion, or perhaps to someone who still has enough power to stay in charge and knows not only past events, but future plans. Exactly, David exclaimed, glowing with self-satisfaction and pride, having forgotten all about his fears and grievances. For an old man, you use critical thinking quite well. Who are you calling an old man? Mace retorted. Don't worry so much, Mr. Mace, at your age. Excessive worry is bad for your health. So I shouldn't worry about what you just told me? About the hired killers and your illegal investigation. You don't think I'm senile, do you? Exactly, and for a long time. Mr. Mace, let's be honest. Telepathy competitions with cosmic monkeys on the way to Mars are quite a senile thing. And about my investigation, no one will find out. I only had to look at the archive documents once to take all the necessary information from the main archive. I've already identified the 4 hitmen who developed and executed the plan to kill my parents. Special beacons track all their movements and eavesdrop on all conversations and phone calls. All signals immediately go to my switchboard, and J-Way sorts them by relevance. I haven't had a chance to get close enough to perform the simple trick of penetrating consciousness. Wait, Mace interrupted. What trick? Come on, Mr. Mace, don't tell me you're surprised. I've been wearing my helmet for so many years and entering a state of partial singularity so often that I would inevitably develop such an ability. After all, my chip is an intermediary between the consciousnesses of all people on Earth and my head. Yeah, indeed. Go on. Well, I haven't had the opportunity, but what I've gathered is enough to find the rest. By getting close to these 4, I went further and created a hierarchical ladder that led me to the most curious and mysterious link. The thing is, Mr. Prime, Peter's father, who first appeared on our radar at the cemetery during the funeral, is the son of the now deceased Mr. Putin, and also the man who created the drug that allowed Mr. Putin to live almost 1.5 times longer than the most optimistic doctor's predictions, given his diagnosis. David took a deep breath, poured himself some water, and looked at Eden's wrinkled face. He was silent. Mace had been there all these years to protect David, to help if needed. He even took guardianship over him after those terrible events. Does he understand how painful it is for David to acknowledge that his former best friend is the direct heir of the most ruthless and heartless ruler in the world? Moreover, he wrote the program and personally handed him the microchip that made the emergence of Edie possible. Compared to Putin and his digitized consciousness, Hitler was an innocent butterfly flitting from flower to flower. Does Eden understand how hard it is for David to believe that Peter was involved in the death of his dearest people, and how excruciating it is to revisit the past with his current experience, knowledge, and abilities? He could have foreseen everything, prevented it, saved his parents. But what happened has happened. Time cannot be turned back. They are forever a faded photograph in a frame on the nightstand, wallpaper on the desktop, a voice recorded by Max. In one recording, Kate wishes him good night, and in another, Max says how happy he is that they are now free and happy altogether. About 30 years ago, Putin's son, Mr. Prime, founded an organization called either Warriors in Christ or Christ's Warriors. Its members engaged in religious propaganda, but sometimes conducted crusades led by their spiritual leader, Mr. Prime. When it became known that you had conceived the concept of a neurochip that fundamentally changes all ideas about human abilities when interacting with quantum particles, they were ordered to stop you at any cost. The plan was for the sex zealots to steal the chip and hand it over to Dennis Prime to destroy it. None of them could have imagined that Mr. Prime would want to use the chip for his own gain. He was torn between implanting it in his father or son, or destroying it altogether to save the world from catastrophe. He failed because you were forced to cease your research, leading the world to its current situation. David looked at Mace to make sure he was listening intently, took a few sips of water, and continued. The chip disappeared from the Warriors in Christ radar for a while. Then it became known that the helmet my father had thrown into the sea was fished out of Boca Kotorska Bay. They probed all databases. They have many people in Montenegro and tracked down the rehabilitation center, establishing surveillance and identifying our family. That woman, Anna, and her assistants were sent by Putin himself when he realized that his son was good for nothing. They are involved in countless crimes of varying degrees of severity worldwide. Mr. Putin had an extensive network of contacts and like-minded people in almost every country. And he needed the developments created by Neurochip because he already knew about his illness. And his son, though a talented inventor, was no match for you, Mr. Mace. You are an innovator and a genius. I've met no one who thinks more creatively than you, and at the same time is guided not by greed but by genuine altruism. Anyway, they began preparing Mr. Putin's grandson to meet me. Being only 6 months older than me, Peter was the perfect candidate to gain my trust. However, they did not account for the skepticism of Agent Carlson, who spent years keeping Peter as far away from your house and me as possible. I recall convincing Clark Carlson that your friendship with Peter was good for you, Mace said with a bitter smile. You were a child, a lonely, lost boy who needed real friends. It's not your fault, Mr. Mace. You did the right thing. From what I've been able to piece together, and I even had to learn Russian, Mr. Prime was nothing like his father. He had no desire for fame or power at any cost. He was terrified of Putin. But regarding his son, Mr. Prime was unyielding. Despite his usual weak-willed nature, he tried so hard to shield his son from harm that they didn't implement even a tenth of the plans that would have led to both me and the chip ending up in Russia. Then I would have been killed or left in a vegetative state to spend my miserable days in a wheelchair, and you, Agent Carlson, and all the employees of Neurochip and Wise would have been eliminated. The sabotage Peter orchestrated on my birthday was just a drop in the ocean. But part of the plan they still executed. Mace added. Exactly. They needed to weaken me, make me vulnerable. So they killed my parents. They probably didn't expect you to take guardianship over me, making it even harder to get to me after my parent death. Friendship with Peter was the backup plan. Putin bet everything on it and achieved his goal. With my hands, I came up with the idea to digitize his consciousness. Mr. Prime sparked my interest, apparently having studied me well, and he planted the seed in my head, and in short, I am monstrously guilty. In everything. I am so sorry, Mr. Mace. You have no idea how sorry I am for being such a naive fool and letting Peter wrap me around his finger. David fell silent, closed his eyes, and sat in silence for a while, then added, Maybe it's naive and sentimental, but I'm sure Peter was hardly pretending, and the friendly attachment was indeed genuine. You were a charming child, though a bit restless. Mace smiled. It was hard not to love you. Prime paid huge rewards to the perpetrators and spent millions to have the case closed without investigation. If I'm not mistaken, it didn't even go to court. You know, no one was called for identification. No autopsy was conducted, and the photos from the scene were blurry. All the evidence was buried as deeply as possible, hoping no one would ever think of digging up years-old archives. The people who organized the attack received millions, while I got a pittance from the insurance. Prime bribed the doctors. It was announced as a routine accident. How many collisions happen on the roads daily? That's life. Buckle up and hope for the best. It never ends well, Mace said. It never does. If something can go wrong, it will. And yes, Mr. Mace. Once I almost revealed myself, tracking down Viktor Dobrev and winning a huge sum from him in an underground casino poker game. Dobrev invited me to their table to drink together and chat. Viktor was already quite drunk and didn't notice I was spilling the contents of my glasses over my shoulder. They talked for a long time. Viktor complained about his lot, the performers, the customers, and I began to lose patience. I suddenly became fed up with everything. It was unbearable to sit with these scumbags, killers with blood up to their elbows, in this filthy basement reeking of sweat, drugs, money, booze. Everything looked cheap, miserable, sleazy. All people are bastards. But at the same time, they were just pitiful immigrants, in the wrong place at the wrong time. Some simply don't notice they're slipping off the right path, and there's no one to guide them. I could have ended up in a similar environment. If you hadn't taken guardianship of me, I could be sitting there, or in a wheelchair, or in the woods in a black plastic bag, or, I asked, how do you sleep? How do you manage to fall asleep knowing you killed my parents? Doesn't your conscience torment you? Wait a minute. Victor slurred in response. I what? Killed? Who? No, wait, kid. I didn't plan on waiting, grabbed my winnings, and dashed out. My nightly nightmares were joined by a new one, Victor Dobrev, with a drunken grin, emerging from the casino and saying, Wait, kid, come, I'll show you how they died. It was too much, and I never even got close to them again. But now, with the incriminating evidence I have. Don't even think about it, Mace said sternly, but was interrupted by a phone call. Punishment for the crime. David couldn't find any rest and tossed and turned sleeplessly. He couldn't allow the murderers to remain free. Killing people left and right without consequence was unacceptable. Especially, one shouldn't kill the parents of a child implanted with a powerful neurochip that made him nearly invulnerable and incredibly perceptive. Because he wouldn't just seek revenge. He would do everything in his power to bring the criminals to justice. And in his power, believe me, was much. David jumped out of bed, grabbed his suit from the chair, and asked Jay to call a taxi, quickly having a bite to eat. After 3 annoying songs on the radio and a news bulletin, the car abruptly stopped near an unremarkable building with a supermarket on the ground floor. David ran along the side of the building, slipped into a narrow alley, and pulled at a red door scribbled on by drunken idiots. It didn't budge, so he kicked it in, wincing at the loud noise. A light flicked on in the back room, and the night watchman struggled to get into his slippers, giving David a few seconds head start. He silently darted past, jumped up, cut through the metal bars with the mini laser built into his suit, pulled himself up with both hands, slipped into the ventilation duct, and crawled as fast as one can crawl through a narrow, dusty, and stuffy metal shaft. He ascended to the 2nd floor, making sure the watchman, after cursing, had returned to his station and turned on the TV. David was nearly at his goal when he heard footsteps in the corridor. He froze and held his breath to avoid giving away his presence. Through the grate, he saw a drunk, red-haired woman in high heels, an emerald dress, with a mink stole over her shoulders, bright red lips, and a cigarette in the corner of her mouth stumble out of a room at the end of the corridor. Following her was a man covered in gold chains, rings on his fingers, with a tattoo on his head. He pinched the woman's butt, laughed, and said something, leaning over her cleavage. David didn't even have to strain his ears. He heard every word clearly. Nadia, I've told you many times that we can't show up in shopping centers, museums, or especially jewelry stores. There's always a lot of security and cameras there. We must act carefully. The man lowered his voice to a whisper, made sure no one was around, and continued. Now that the power has changed, everyone who wasn't with him, will have to prove their loyalty. We can't cross these people. We can't take risks, or we'll be finished. We're on probation, understand? We must pledge allegiance to him. But why? Because of this nonsense. Can't I live normally, buy beautiful things, just a little? You know I can't live a day without a new diamond. The woman pouted, looking like an old toad that accidentally dove into a vat of fuchsia enamel. A real monstrosity. David hardly believed he was looking at real, living people. It was hard to believe that these thugs were real, that they too were people of flesh and blood. He had seen them both several times, but from a distance, always thinking they were mirages meant to anger him, spur him to decisive action. Because Mr. Prime needs to constantly feel our presence, our support, our unwavering loyalty, or he will get rid of us, just like he did with the others. He discards people easily, spares no resources to clear his path to absolute power. When he lures this Newman here, we must do everything possible to ensure the operation goes smoothly, understand? We must be there when he pulls that alien chip out of David's head, and then ties the former genius to a wheelchair and rolls him down the hill. Nothing will happen to us, my dear. You're worrying for nothing. Remember all the things we've done before, all those different jobs. It was breathtaking. And we got away with it all. Taking care of the kid is a piece of cake. The old toad contradicted. He's naive and trusting, and besides, so lonely. His parents are dead. His only friend betrayed him. He's broken and crushed. Wrong. David yelled furiously, knocking out the grate. He landed 3 meters away from the pair of bandits. You killed my parents. You left many children orphans. You robbed, stole, tortured, wounded, kidnapped innocent people who were only guilty of being in your leader's way. You're not gods to dispense justice, and I'm not a god to dispense justice. But if there is any justice in the world, I want to deal with you justly. Before they could blink, David tightly gripped the man's throat and lifted him off the ground as if he weighed nothing. Adrenaline surged through David's veins. He could have snapped this overweight, immoral man in half, whose face turned red and whose veins bulged on his forehead. When blood filled his eyes and veins popped on his forehead, David feared the uncontrollable wave of rage that overtook him. Run, Nadia, run! The Russian man croaked, gasping for air. Somewhere deep in his consciousness, he heard Kate's voice. We love you, son. We will do everything to make you happy. The world can be cruel, so it's important to be kind, to help the weak, and forgive the guilty. No, she wouldn't want their beloved son to become a murderer, succumbing to a momentary weakness. David loosened his grip, throwing the man so hard that he flew to the opposite end of the corridor, hit the wall, and fell silent. Nikolai! Screamed the woman, falling to her knees beside the wheezing man. David covered his eyes with his hands and tried to calm down. The processes in his brain far exceeded the power of all past experiences of bringing quanta into superposition. He could hear the entire district, see every street, every intersection, every phone conversation, feel the thoughts swarming in the heads of pedestrians, taxi drivers, bartenders, hairdressers, and police officers, everyone nearby. David felt Nikolai's breathing stabilize and his anger build. There was no more time to waste. If he wanted to do something, this was his only chance. He heard the alarm go off, and 4 security guards ran into the building through the supermarket, now just 2 flights of stairs away. Don't let him escape, Nadia. Hold him, or Prime will kill us. David glanced towards the only exit, but didn't run. Instead, he approached Nikolai. The woman jumped to the side. An imperceptible thought movement, and time slowed down. Inhale. Exhale, wheeze. Inhale. Exhale. A beehive of memories, snippets of conversations, a child's cry, the laughter of comrades. Without fully realizing what was happening, David commanded the man's consciousness to calm down, tried to convey encoded information. Nikolai screamed, clutching his ears, and collapsed to the floor. What kind of devilry is this? He yelled. What is it? Nadia panicked. He's in my head. He's a mutant or something. Stop joking. He's in my head. His voice is controlling my thoughts. You're just in shock. You imagined it. Nadia timidly tried to calm him down, but Nikolai shook his head harder and covered his ears. You scoundrel. David slowly and silently suggested, programming Nikolai's consciousness. You must answer for all you've done. You must go to the Supreme Judge and confess all your crimes. You will go there as soon as you come to your senses. You will not lie. You will not cover for anyone. You will honestly tell everything about everyone who worked with you. I will gather the evidence and testify on your behalf. I will seek justice. Nikolai groaned and tried to wave away the foreign voice in his head like a pesky fly and lost consciousness. David was utterly exhausted. Penetrating another's consciousness turned out to be more challenging than he expected and incredibly energy-consuming. He leaned against the door and saw the guards. His operating system momentarily stalled, overloaded. Resisting in such a state was foolish. The shortest one, with a scar on his right cheek, lifted David under the arms and dragged him to the armored door, and as it seemed to David, did nothing to open it, but they dived into the darkness. Then his eyes were struck by the icy brightness of artificial light. Getting into the vault was much easier than he imagined. Now he just had to get out. Something heavy hit the back of his head, and the room plunged into darkness again. David regained consciousness from being roughly shaken by two guards lifting him off the floor. His strength returned. His head still ached from the blow and throbbed from overexertion. But his thoughts cleared, and he could perceive the world around him again. He surveyed the room and the guys assigned to him. All three were under 30, unremarkable and sullen. They spoke Russian, but with an accent. It would have been nothing for David to neutralize them, but his thoughts were elsewhere. A plan on a massive corkboard, several names of very influential businessmen, a senator, the minister of defense, and some woman connected to health and agriculture. The walls held memories. The space was permeated with the spirits of people who had been there hours or days earlier. All their fears, worries, sorrows, and discontents imprinted in the corridors and endless offices. David seemed to flip through old photo albums, each snapshot signed by a caring hand. Listening to the discussions, he focused. Just this morning, there was a meeting here discussing some prohibited developments. As far as he understood, there was a data leak, after which all employees were fired and the laboratories were closed. After World War II, several respected research institute employees filed lawsuits, tried to secure funding, but the government strictly prohibited further experiments. David surveyed the area, listened, noted the locations of the cameras and motion sensors, calculated the distance to the security office where someone always monitors the screens receiving signals from the cameras. David allowed himself to be seated in a chair and tied up with rope. He learned everything he wanted. Now he just had to figure out what system opened the door. A flash of knowledge flickered before his eyes. Of course, a retina scanner. How banal. How tired he must have been when they dragged him here. David smiled at the goons, took a deep breath, and said, "Now, I think it's time to admit you've trapped yourselves." "What does he mean?" the short one asked in Russian, glancing at his companions. "I heard he can do stuff, hypnosis, influence, or whatever it's called." "Relax," said the guy with Vova tattooed on his knuckles. "He's a former CP kid. He can't do anything special. Maybe beat you at cards or recite all the US presidents." "You're mistaken," David said softly. "My head is a powerful quantum computer, and my body is a high-strength, resilient machine that works flawlessly in stressful situations. I don't feel pain, and thanks to my knowledge of pressure points and speed, you won't even realize how you ended up unconscious. Come on, kid. No need to scare us. We won't do you any harm." "Of course, you won't do me any harm. It's unpleasant but also amusing to admit, but I'll have to do something myself. I won't say I consider myself the coolest cowboy in the Wild West, but you're so helpless right now that it seems we've switched roles. I apologize in advance. It's my turn to be the bad guy." David closed his eyes, untangled himself from the knots, threw off the rope, twisted the arms of two guards, shifted, grabbed each by the collar, banged their heads together, hook, another hook, a series of blows to the face. Damn, how unpleasant," David muttered, continuing to pummel the thugs with blows, deflecting their attacks, and dodging hefty fists. If you were normal people, law-abiding citizens, we would settle this civilly. Sit down, set up a chessboard, play a game. But no, you can't act normal. You don't want to think. And thinking, by the way, is useful. In no time, David had broken into the safe, grabbed all the documents, and dashed out onto the street before any more Russians could arrive at the noise. Now he had a lot more information. If the suggestion made to Nikolai worked, then the parents' murderers would be brought to justice within days. One problem solved. Time for a break. All rise. The court is in session. Upon waking, David looked around in surprise, assessed his surroundings, and thought how strange it was that his room had suddenly become so similar to his old childhood room in Mace's apartment, realizing he was indeed at Mace's. He sat up, leaned against the headboard, and tried to reconstruct the events of the past day or days. His brain produced memories in a chaotic order, and all the colorful images, more like dreams, refused to form a coherent picture. Stupid entropy. David cursed. Why do we have to organize the universal chaos every day? Can't everything be systematized and put in order? Life would be so much easier if there was peace and order in the world, like at my workspace. Good morning, David, interrupted his train of thought politely. Hello, Max. David replied, embarrassed. Is Mr. Mace here? Yes, David. He is in his study. He arrived nearly a day ago. He's been examining century-old materials, making me rummage through all the news bulletins from that period. That's your job, laughed David. And it's not difficult for you. You're a computer. You two argued last time when you called him a soulless machine, came Mace's voice from the doorway. Well, portable justice dispenser, how are you? I've been better, David grumbled, turning to the wall. Hey, who should be upset with whom here? For your information, I was in Hong Kong at a business meeting when Welsh burst into the conference room red-faced, shouting, Mr. Mace, it's David. He found the criminals. He is in a trap, but writes that it's all resolved. How's that? I might have wanted lunch too, David muttered. Just not in Hong Kong, but in West Adams. Sure, in the most criminal area of Los Angeles, they surely serve the crispiest fries. You know what my father used to say? If you're afraid to have dinner in the outskirts, then maybe that city isn't worth living in. You know what my father used to say? If you weren't shot on your way home from the hospital, you're a lucky one. Our fathers had different views on safety. David smiled. They both sighed, as they always did when the conversation turned to their fathers. All right. Eden broke the silence. Repeat after me. Dear Mr. Mace. Dear Mr. Mace. David repeated reluctantly. I sincerely regret that your deal with the Chinese fell through. I'm sincerely glad that this insane and ill-conceived deal with the Chinese fell through. Because of my weight. What? Well, yeah, David said, sitting up in bed. I wanted to warn you that there was an error in the documents, and in small print in the contract. There was something that should have made your accountant and notary's hair stand on end, unless they're working for your competitors. But you never listen to me. You don't particularly listen to me either, Mace retorted sharply. What about the prohibition on going alone into the lair of a criminal gang that cold-bloodedly kills people left and right? You don't understand. This is different. Those who start wars say the same thing. You don't understand. It's different. Actually, it really is different. I have thoughts on this matter, but they are not yet confirmed by anything other than my guesses. If I had access to the CIA databases, If you had access to the CIA databases, we wouldn't be sitting here right now, I suppose, Mace said, giving David a meaningful look. If you're that bored, I'll ask Agent Carlson to give you more work. Compulsory labor exploitation is prohibited by law and is punishable. Contradicting the owner of this house is prohibited by the owner of this house and is punishable by forced restriction of movement. This violates my constitutional rights. Mr. Mace, I'm not a little boy anymore who needs constant supervision. David protested. The whole world violates our constitutional rights daily, but society prefers to turn a blind eye to it. And yes, you're already a man, but a man who still needs looking after. You're careless. Careless. David repeated with a smirk. If I become president. You mean prime minister? Mace corrected. I'm afraid the post of president should be held by a wise and experienced person who even forgets about lunch if not reminded by an electronic assistant. I don't have to keep everything in my head. You know, they say a great person doesn't need to know much. He just needs to find and organize people who know a lot and will do all the work for him. David raised his hands, acknowledging defeat. The argument could go on endlessly, but his stomach was already growling from hunger. Shall we order pizza? He asked Mace. Order 2. Max. David called. I'm already placing the order. Do you need crust sauce? Yes. David shouted. No. Mace shouted. All right. I'll order extra. Max replied and fell silent. I'll never understand why Americans fear crusts so much. They don't fear them. They just dislike them. Like the Yeti. There's no such thing as the Yeti. But there are urgent matters, Mace said, looking at the electronic clock. While our pizza bakes, you can help me with something. But I'm starving, David complained. Sometimes it's even useful to abstain from food. Ever heard of therapeutic fasting? Don't tell me you believe in that. David grumbled, pulling on his jeans. In fasting. That's nonsense. Next, you'll say neurosabbat is the scientific trend of the season. What's neurosabbat? Mace asked, surprised. I don't fully understand it. Welsh mentioned it, and he was told by some acquaintance whose acquaintance. I get it, Mace said, rising from the chair. Oh, by the way, the irrefutable evidence anonymously delivered to the judge last night had an effect. The prosecution of your parent murderers has been initiated, and the criminals will likely be sentenced to the highest form of punishment, execution. David froze in horror at the door and looked at Eden, hoping he was joking. Biased witness. No, David said, realizing that Mace wouldn't joke about such matters. They can't be sentenced to death. There hasn't been a death penalty in California for nearly 100 years. It was abolished. No, they can't. What? Why not? When is the trial? When will the verdict be announced? Today, there's an emergency hearing. The state is trying to close this case as soon as possible because it's already dragged on. You know the government doesn't like it when old wounds are reopened and their mistakes are pointed out. When they are exposed. So today, can we go to the courthouse right now? We just ordered pizza. Someone claimed to be starving. And I need to have an important conversation with you. Forget it. This is much more important. Please, Mr. Mace. It took me so much effort to convince Judge Stevenson not to call you as a witness that I'll look like a complete fool if we show up. Mace protested. You're used to that. David smiled, grabbing a sandwich and buttoning his shirt as he spoke. Please, we need to be there. A lot depends on this. And yes, I should have been the plaintiff, not a witness, by the way. This concerns my parents. They caused enough pain to other people, with so many serious crimes under their belt that one contract killing is just a speck. Mace retorted, pretending not to notice the jab as he gathered papers and left David to fight with his buttons alone. 10 minutes later, a sweaty and flustered David sat in the passenger seat next to Eden. Both were silent. Outside, they passed through residential areas, high-rise buildings, hills, cottage yards, and markets. At David's request, Max read the Constitution and the Penal Code. David kept interrupting. I know, go on. Further, look up such and such law. Check if there was such a precedent. Faster, Max. Mr. Mace, you've raised a real tyrant or an unfulfilled lawyer. Eden smiled, then turned to David. I don't understand what you hope to achieve. Mercy and understanding. David replied without hesitation. You see, I've read all the philosophers, from Seneca, Plato, and Aristotle to Kant, Nietzsche, and Kafka. I've also read all Russian classical literature and the history of procedural law and all the books on religion, and I've processed all this into my own life philosophy. Wow! Mace responded without enthusiasm, switching to the left lane to overtake. Your own philosophical system. Exactly, David confirmed. My personal stance, which I am confident in because, thanks to your chip, I can not only add 2 and 2, but also 2 and 2 to any possible power. I'm sure the court will make a huge mistake by sentencing these people to death, which, by the way, is abolished. I know I should feel relief or satisfaction at the thought that the villains will be punished for their deeds. But I'm above that, you see. Revenge is for those who can't forgive. And those who can't forgive see enemies everywhere, are guided by emotions rather than reason. Those who don't realize that forgiving a criminal is a far more severe, almost unbearable punishment than frying on the electric chair. In such cases, they'll just be sent to a state where death sentences are still occasionally carried out. You really should find something else to occupy your time. Mace shook his head as they parked near the courthouse. David got out of the car and looked at Eden. Aren't you coming with me? No, I have things to do, and you started this mess yourself. Welsh or someone else from Wise should be there. You won't be alone. I'll come back for you in a couple of hours. The pizza should be waiting for me at home. David's stomach growled treacherously. The courtroom was quiet. The jurors sat in contemplation. Judge Stevenson studied the folders of papers presented to him. David had seen him before and knew he handled cases involving illegals, refugees, mercenaries, and laborers, and was known for his impartiality and incorruptible fairness. The defense attorney sat with folded hands, glancing around nervously. The plaintiff was a man David had encountered once when they first arrived in Los Angeles. He worked at Wise. He couldn't remember his name. Wells stood up from his seat, motioning David to join him. The spectators whispered, pointing in their direction. David made his way through the rows of spectators and sat on the hard bench next to Welsh, who smelled of laundry detergent, tobacco, and gum. The defendants were charged with child molestation, illegal arms trading, drug possession and distribution, illegal residence in the country, numerous murders, torture, robberies, and smuggling. 3 witnesses spoke hesitantly, so much so that David had difficulty determining whether they were defending the criminals or speaking against them. When a pale woman with trembling hands and a timid voice finished her testimony and sank into her seat in the 3rd row, Judge Stevenson called for silence and asked, "Does anyone else have anything to add on the matter?" Welsh pointed to David, who blushed but nodded, apparently agreeing to consider his testimony. David stood up from his seat, stood before the audience, noting that there were almost no Americans among them, but plenty of Russians, minor pawns whose names also occasionally appeared in newspaper headlines. He cleared his throat and spoke into the microphone. My name is David Newman. I think many of you know my name. If not, let me tell you about myself. I was born in Montenegro with cerebral palsy. My father, thanks to his persistence and desire to ease my fate, ensured that I almost fully recovered. This would have been impossible without the developments of Eden Mace and the neurochip company. They kindly provided our family with a neurochip that triggered regenerative processes in my body. They also saved our lives when criminals tried to kidnap me to either destroy me or use my rapidly developing abilities for their gain. Eden Mace provided us with all the conditions for comfortable living and gave us hope. Can you keep it short? Came a voice from the back rows. David turned and looked intently at the young man with a tattoo on his face, bowed slightly, and continued. Someone didn't like that my parents used Eden Mace's invention, thanks to which I recovered, and they decided to get them out of the way. The case of their murder was considered in the shortest possible time, behind closed doors. The tragedy that left me an orphan was declared an accident, and the trial was closed. Many years have passed since then. I have come to terms with my loss, but not with the fact that the murderers remain free. I went to the archive and discovered that there was enough evidence that only the phone call recordings would have been enough to convict all accomplices, partners, and the client to the highest form of punishment. But no, the case was closed for lack of substantial evidence. I doubt I'll be wrong if I say that in this case, the investigation was simply unprofitable for high-ranking officials whose names I will keep to myself for now. You always keep an ace up your sleeve, huh, kid? The guy shouted even louder. David turned around again and ignored the comment. The judge took the floor. Your testimony, Mr. Newman, will be taken into consideration. Excuse me, Judge, David said. I'm not finished yet. Immigrants have been flocking to the United States almost since Columbus's time. They all had a hard time, both at home and in the new country. As you know, evil always looks for workarounds because it can't go straight and promises its followers easy gain, an easy road, easy money, and in return, they just have to break a few commandments. When a person is broken morally and physically, you don't even have to intimidate them to lure them to the side of evil. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I do not want to offend or hurt you in any way. I don't think you should be sitting in the dock, but the fact that you occupy your seats now is a result of a fortunate set of circumstances. The fact that you were born at all is a miracle. You were just lucky. Like me, you or I could be in the place of the accused. One wrong step is enough to ruin your whole life. The courtroom buzzed. Someone shouted, "Get the kid out of here. He doesn't know what he's talking about. This is outrageous." The judge banged his gavel on the table, waited for the indignation to die down, and asked David to continue. Right now, you are faced with a difficult choice. You must make a fateful decision. You can take these people's lives, and you will be right because they deserve it. But I ask you to consider this. By sending criminals to the electric chair, you deprive them of the opportunity to repent. You do not give them a chance to reform. You may think that only the grave can correct the crooked. True, but it is also true that the most severe punishment is a life lived with the realization that the person they caused the most pain to, left them an orphan, has forgiven them. This is truly an unbearable life, filled with guilt, suffering, and the awareness of the gravity of their crime in forgiveness. Until the end of their days. I don't believe in the afterlife, just as I don't believe in Judgment Day and that someone can atone for something after death. Atonement must occur here, in the real life where these people killed my parents and committed hundreds of other crimes. Sending them to the electric chair is foolish and pointless. They won't have time to understand anything. They won't have a chance to rethink and ponder what they have done. By sparing their lives, you will leave this room with clean hands, without blood on them. You will give the world a story of forgiveness and redemption. Or they will simply destroy themselves, unable to cope with such a punishment. You will return home with a clean heart and a clear conscience. The guilty will be justly punished. Their time for reflection will come. And henceforth, whenever they remember you, me, the judge, and this day, their hearts will break because heartless and cruel people cannot bear leniency. They are ready to end their lives just so they don't have to feel that they were forgiven. Just put an end to this, one of the convicted shouted. Or I'll make myself an electric chair and get a bit of a tan while he finishes his Jesus-style nonsense. Forgive, be forgiven, turn the other cheek. love your neighbor, repent, and all that stuff. For a second, David thought that handing them over to the judge and jury wasn't such a bad idea. Let them be led to the scaffold or gallows. He had spoken his piece. He had tried to illuminate their path with light, meaning he hadn't lived this day in vain. Did he manage to reach their hearts? Maybe. Did anything change? Who knows? He stood for a while, listening to the heartbeats, catching the flow of thoughts of those present, different, frightening, bright, cruel, then bowed and headed for the exit. Welsh gave him a thumbs up, signaling that David had done the right thing. He looked back one last time, pushed the door, and stepped out into the cool evening. Los Angeles winked at him with a golden sunbeam and plunged into twilight. Passers-by hurried by indifferently. Students strolled along the alley opposite the courthouse. Couples ate ice cream and hot dogs, and children laughed, blew soap bubbles, scraped their knees, cried, begging for toys, balloons, and cotton candy. Teenagers danced or sat on benches, shyly pressing against each other. David paused, calming his raging thoughts, took a deep breath, then exhaled sharply, releasing sad memories and doubts. His personal mission was accomplished. He could move forward with a clear conscience, unburdened by grievances, disappointments, and dissatisfaction. The criminals were handed over to justice, and he had expressed his opinion on the punishment they should face. So let justice prevail from now on and forever. 2044 to 2046. What a meeting. South Hollywood. A young man tore his gaze away from an information stand where a colorful poster announced that a troupe from the Bolshoi Theater of Moscow was on tour, an incredible event no one expected. The concerts could be attended in person or viewed as a holographic broadcast from a beach lounger with a cocktail in hand. "Hello," David said with a barely noticeable accent. The young man turned, startled, bumping into the stand, which toppled and rolled down the hill. "Do you have a few minutes?" The young man stammered. "No, sorry. I know what you want to ask me, but I don't know anything about any of this." "Peter," David said, shivering at the sight of his former friend. He was clearly frightened, but looked pathetic, wary, and angry, like a cornered wolf deciding whether to flee or surrender. He was hunched, wearing a dirty coat unsuitable for the weather or season. He seemed downtrodden and tired, a hapless player or a neurotic in deep depression. David wanted to hug him and say that he forgave him for everything, which he had done long ago, right after Peter ran out of Mace's house, seemingly disappearing from his life forever. "Listen, it's been many years since we last saw each other." "Yes. I don't blame you. I was a child. I turned 3 when it became clear. I was just expendable. My life was worthless. My grandfather drove my mother away, and my father worshipped him all his life. We lived separately. Relatives were not allowed into the residence, undesirable persons. When my mother's relatives tried to visit, they were given a small amount of money to take and warned to leave, or they would be dealt with differently." Peter exhaled, wrapped his coat tighter around him, and allowed David to take his arm. They crossed the street and took a table for 2 in the corner of a cafe with unpretentious decor, automatic air humidifiers, and terrible coffee. When the robot waiter brought the drinks, David took a small sip and grimaced. "We live in an era of genius inventions, space exploration, and Mars colonization, but we still get awful, tasteless sludge instead of decent coffee in cafes. They brew excellent coffee in Turkey." "You've been to Turkey?" Peter asked lifelessly, staring at his long, thin fingers adorned with 2 rings inherited from his grandfather, the most generous gesture the old man ever made. "Yes, I've been to many places. I've only been to Russia. We lived there until I was 6. My father took me to the States without even informing my mother. My grandfather forbade it. Other people came with us, a large group, but it was done so skillfully that no one linked them together just regular immigrants chasing freedom and easy money. The American dream, building your destiny from scratch, on Wall Street or somewhere else. But everyone hopes for a rich old lover or an uncle who's an oil tycoon or a founder of an influential corporation. But it's all just dreams, and making money here is very hard. David interjected, though his thoughts were occupied with something else: how they managed to fool everyone. The immigration service, wise, Khalsa. They could have called the Queen of Britain, and she would have confirmed their story of being British for 3 generations. He didn't want to ask, but the resentment gnawed at him. Peter nodded, took a sip of his coffee, and laughed. You're right. Honestly, I've lived here for years and never thought about how bad their coffee is. He summoned the robot waiter and ordered vodka with lime. David ordered sparkling water with crushed ice. The robot disappeared into the back room and returned a few minutes later to the counter with a grumpy, sleepy bartender. David watched Peter from under his brows, how he held himself, how he glanced at his watch, then at the glasses, then at the entrance. When the drinks arrived, Peter took a greedy sip and exhaled. The tension eased. The poster you were looking at? The tour. Your mother? I don't know if she'll come, Peter replied. His hands trembled. He dropped his spoon, picked it up, and bumped his shoulder against the table. I'm very sorry. David nodded understandingly. What happened to the people who came with you? They set up a branch here, carried out tasks, stole, burned things, framed others, and eliminated people. Blue-collar workers, laborers. Only with a criminal twist. How far were they willing to go? Further than they should have. My father controlled the newcomers, helped them with housing, fed them, and gave them money for small expenses. He was never cruel. My grandfather often said he was too soft and weak. My father personally knew every Russian who came to New York, was responsible for logistics, navigation, documentation, provided everything necessary, even insurance. He tried to find work suitable for each one's temperament. Unfortunately, he understood people as well as my grandmother. Why? Because she saw something worth fighting for in my grandfather. This completely rotten madman, she only saw the good in people. My grandmother felt sorry for everyone: killers, thieves, drug addicts, hardened criminals. She couldn't refuse anyone. And my grandfather thanked her in his way, sent her into exile under the supervision of the heartless dogs she had helped all her life. She ended her life in a backwater village in Siberia. I'm sorry, David said sincerely. He grimly studied the contents of his glass: crushed ice, a bit of pineapple juice, cranberry syrup, and mineral water. Every time David found himself in a bar, he felt alive and connected. He studied people, listened to their stories, absorbed knowledge, collected images, and thought. He thought a lot about the nature of human relationships, what drives people, what words they say when experiencing various emotions, how their facial expressions match what they say. He could have been a good psychologist or mnemonist or anything really, but he didn't want to because he knew he was destined for something greater. If everyone acted according to conscience and a desire to help, the world would be safe, David said. But no, everyone chases easy money, imposed ideals, betraying, killing each other. It feels like we're all walking a tightrope, risking losing everything every day without gaining anything in return. Life is boring without risk, Peter replied, downed his vodka with lime, and got up from his chair. Don't pity me or my father. The past can't be changed. My father knew what he was getting into. He always knew what awaited me. My life, like his, is fraught with constant risk. I drown my sorrow in alcohol, and I can only tell you one thing. If my father and I had known how it would turn out, we would have done it all the same. What about those people now? David asked. I watched the perpetrators for a while, those who killed my parents, met with the local head of the organization, then lost their trail. Did you really think Russians were stupid enough to let themselves be tracked? That you could just make an appointment with them, or invite yourself to lunch, or burst into their home? Peter laughed horribly, glared at David with hatred, but then quickly regained control. Their leadership changed. They replaced him. They didn't like one person being in charge in the States for so many years. They killed your father? David was horrified. They tried to intimidate us for a long time. They organized an assassination attempt twice. They sent illiterate, terribly written, grease-stained letters to both him and me. They followed me and sent my father my photos. Wherever I went, they got there first. They even beat me once. They attacked early in the morning when I went for a run. There were 4 attackers. Just as I turned the corner, they jumped out of the car. I didn't even have time to cover my face. See the scar? David studied the scar stretching from Peter's left ear to the crown of his head. And then? Nothing. They tortured us for over a year, then killed my father. And they did it so cleanly, no suspicion. An unnoticeable injection under the thumbnail. The drug cleared from his system in 4 hours. Doctors declared a heart attack. Suddenly, the ceiling swayed. The chandelier detached from its mount and floated towards the large window, behind which the lights of skyscrapers and street lamps were gradually lighting up. There were no sharp or loud sounds. No one in the cafe flinched or screamed. David tried to stand, wanted to call the waiter, shout that they needed to evacuate because an earthquake was starting or a hurricane was approaching, but he couldn't. His whole body went limp. His body stopped responding to his brain's commands, and Peter, smirking, threw a 20 on the table, approached David, and said, "You shouldn't have dug into us." "Into you," David barely whispered. "You made all this up." "Of course not. That my father was intimidated, that's true. Who intimidated him is another story, you understand. Everything was done very carefully, that's also true. They didn't like that my father had been in power for so many years. That's right, guilty as charged. But I got tired of standing behind him, always in the shadow of my great-grandfather and powerful father. I almost cried in court when I testified. Dad got calls from unknown numbers. I was beaten. I was so scared and hurt. I had an alibi. I met with the theater organizers. But you understand, I didn't need to get my hands dirty. When it became known that I tried to help my mother come to America, the jurors' hearts melted with tenderness. They couldn't know that my mother would never come. I personally ensured she was locked in a psychiatric clinic. What about your father? David couldn't understand if Peter was joking or mocking him. And what was happening with the ceiling and floor? Why were his hands shaking, his eyes closing, and his legs giving way? Oh, my father became too trusting in his old age. I managed to convince him that some of his old friends wanted to dethrone him. He was so attached to me. He never suspected me of anything like that. He thought I was like my mother, naive, sensitive, easily hurt. But I never had and never will have anything in common with those whiners. My grandfather was wary of me. He saw me as a dangerous competitor. Knew I would grow up and overthrow him if he were still alive by then. He wouldn't have minded passing his place to me by inheritance, but not so quickly, in 40 or 50 years. My grandfather dreamed of eternal life, but he got something else instead. And you, David Newman, you personally brought the microchip that created death. He causes me some inconvenience, but I don't care. You will help me deal with death. And then I will just erase the names of these idiots from history and write my own. What does dead mean? Was all David could ask. He heard Peter say, in Russian, it means grandfather. Funny, right? Peter lifted him by his armpits and stumbled towards the exit. At the bartender's questioning glance, he shrugged and loudly said, "Drunk. Happens to everyone." The bartender nodded knowingly and only realized a few minutes later that the guy hadn't ordered or drunk anything alcoholic. But by the time he ran out into the street, the strange visitors had vanished without a trace. Undercover Agent. David regained consciousness in an unfamiliar room with dim orange lighting. The walls were adorned with tasteless reproductions by unknown artists, bright red roses, high cheekboned women, sharks, a park with street lamps. Everything was as garish as the tablecloths on the tables and the carpets hanging on the walls. Turkish, David noted by the patterns. He was alone in the room, unbound and ungagged. He felt relatively fine, though his legs were slightly numb and his mouth dry, but there were no signs of injury. David rose from the mattress on the floor and walked around the room. Everywhere lay empty perfume bottles and tubes, lip glosses, wigs, some props, woven baskets, and straw hats. Above a large mirror on the eastern wall hung a poster of two cowboys in the savannah with a saber-toothed tiger behind them. The picture seemed familiar to David. The voice he heard from below did too. He'll be unconscious for another day. I guarantee it. This substance is very potent. His cells regenerate 10 times faster than normal people's, and toxins are almost instantly expelled. He's not someone you can easily poison or drug into unconsciousness. Did you at least tie him up? The silence that followed seemed ominous to David. He collapsed back onto the mattress and slowed his pulse. Only his right eyelid twitched when the door clanged open. The man who entered the room leaned over David, placed a thumb on his neck, and counted to 20. David thought the second man might have administered another dose of the substance, but no, the stranger straightened up, walked to the window, and said, "You'll wake up in a few minutes, but there's no need to worry. He's not dangerous. You think he's not a threat to us. He knows too much, and he's capable of things no villain could ever imagine. If that fool Mace realized what he created, the potential in that microchip, he'd have flown off with it on his rocket far away from this planet. But they understand nothing because the human mind cannot grasp such great power. Otherwise, they would never have allowed this precious, almost omnipotent being to exist, whose movement needs just a slight nudge in the right direction, a set course, a channeling into omnipotence. And then he would unfold, reach singularity, and wipe out all the pathetic humans to dust, sparing the chosen ones to rule the world with them. That's madness. And besides, you'll never break him because his ideals and principles are too strong. You can't turn absolute good into absolute evil. Your grandfather left a mark on this world, his villainous consciousness, which will bring your plan to life. But not David. No, he'll do everything to stop the insane process started by Mr. Putin, and he will never join our ranks. I need him to stop it. That's why he's here," Peter shouted. "But what you're saying is possible. Quite possible." Peter rose from the mattress where David still lay, smoothed the wrinkles in his trousers, and tightened his tie. "On the other hand, it might be easier to break him and bring him to our side than we think. No one can reprogram dead because it has no levers to pull. It's genuinely dangerous because it's practically uncontrollable. Unlike David, he's a lonely, lost introvert with no friends or close ones. He has so many childhood traumas that a dozen psychiatrists could be occupied with him. He's so scared that knocking him off his chosen path is like tricking a 5-year-old child. Whatever happens, he'll have to destroy dead when it starts posing a real threat to us, and it's in our best interest to ensure he doesn't kill us in the process, taking over the initiative of the digitized consciousness of the greatest villain in history." The voices faded. From the street came the steady hum of pumps cleaning sewage water, the buzz near the metro, the shouts of hot dog and cotton candy vendors, and sellers of special glasses, allowing people to watch global news wherever they are and whatever they're doing. David turned his attention to the sounds from the street. A homeless man advocating for Interstalin, an alley with noisy vendors, a malfunctioning traffic light at the intersection where the whistle of the traffic officer sounded every 47 seconds, the bell ringing at the entrance of an incense shop owned by an old Chinese man. In the sports bar on the basement floor, loud music blared, and hair dryers roared at full power in the barber shop. Near the entrance to the building, someone was making a call. David intercepted the phone signal, redirected it, and informed Wise of his location. They were in a multi-story building from the late 2000s. David knew they were in the apartment of a Russian woman, a singer associated with Viktor Dobrev. She had been widowed after a gang clash, and Dobrev had taken her under his wing, placing her in a nightclub where she sang sad songs that made people melancholic and endured slaps and drunken flirtations. David took a noisy breath, groaned, and opened his eyes slightly. The nausea had subsided, but he didn't want the kidnappers to realize he'd been awake for a while and had heard their conversation. After a reasonable pause, he coughed and grabbed his head. He thought Dobrev might have forgotten about their meeting and decided not to remind him of the unpleasant conversation. David opened his eyes and looked directly at Victor, but couldn't read anything from his impenetrable face. "Peter," David said weakly, "I never expected to visit you at your place. How kind of you to take care of me, bringing me to your home. Though I'd prefer a meeting on neutral territory. After all, we haven't seen each other in years. We could have taken a walk first, had dinner together." "What are you playing at?" Peter snarled. "You were a fool then, and you're still a fool now. It seems the chip doesn't affect the part of the brain responsible for dumb, sarcastic comments. Just so you know, if you joke around, you'll lose your teeth and fingers. I tolerate you only because you have to solve a problem for me." "Oh, if that's the case," David replied, propping himself up on his elbows. "I dare say you need me even more than I need my teeth. I can endure rudeness and disdain. I can even refrain from joking for a while, out of sheer respect. But I want to be honest with you, though I'm not sure a person made of pain, grievances, and hatred can understand this. You can break every bone in my body. You can even kill me, but you won't break my spirit. Besides, physical discomfort is not very relevant right now, as proven by the ED experience. Shove your honesty." Peter snapped, recoiling from the mattress. It took him a moment to calm down. The second man pulled a bottle of vodka from the desk drawer and poured 2 shots. "To your health, David," Peter toasted evenly. David smirked. "You'll need it. We have a lot of work ahead, and since your physical state doesn't concern you, let's hope you manage everything before you die." "Wonderful," was all David said. Peter's eyes narrowed, his mouth twisted with anger. For years, this monster had been nearby, causing so many troubles, broken lives, and irreplaceable losses. Now he had dug his own grave by bringing David to him. Peter just shrugged and sat down on a chair, not taking his eyes off David. People like him mistakenly believe they know everything, that they've cracked the world like a nut. They administer vigilante justice in the name of imagined noble causes. They believe they're ridding the world of scum, communists, African Americans, hippies, writers. Such people have always been zealous servants of tyrants and despots, the punitive hand under Caesar, Hitler, Stalin, and Putin. They fenced concentration camps with miles of barbed wire, laid healthy people in hospital beds and asylums, escorted women and children to gas chambers without batting an eye. People like Peter, oppressed, suffering from the Oedipus complex and inferiority complex, see nothing but their desire to avenge everyone, to take the place they believe is rightfully theirs by birth. But they are mistaken because their place is in psychiatric hospitals. David closed his eyes and vividly saw himself getting up, grabbing a statuette from the table, hitting Peter over the head with it, knocking Dobrev down, running out of the room, turning left. No, not left. There's an armed guard there. He opened his eyes and looked at his former best friend. "So you need my help, but you have nothing to offer in return. So you're going to torture, humiliate, and torment me. I'm afraid you formed the wrong impression of me and my people. I could offer you so much that you'd go mad from the variety of options. That's all trinkets, fancy wrappers around. Shit, The second man smirked. Peter turned and threw the empty shot glass at him. Exactly. Thank you. David returned the smile. May I know your name? Mr. Prime doesn't have the best manners. He doesn't bother introducing people below his rank. Victor Dobrev. The man replied, instinctively shielding his face with his hand under Peter's glare. We've met, I believe. Oh, really? It's better if you bring water and a few sandwiches while we have a private conversation. Dobrev left the room, and David clearly saw himself jumping up, ripping a cable from the wall, tying Peter's hands with it, pushing him onto the mattress, then running right down the corridor. Where he would run into, he listened intently. No, right was also a no-go. There was his old acquaintance, Victor Dobrev. What a coincidence. A few hours ago, David was sure he had missed his chance, and now they had brought him right into the thick of things, and they were all gathered together. He heard Dobrev scolding a woman for bringing them only 5 bottles of champagne instead of a case. Then there was a scuffle, some clatter. Peter's voice brought David back to reality. I believe that neither you, nor that pompous clown Mace, nor all those fools at Wise understand the boundless extent of your abilities, the power in your consciousness and subconscious. I have money, influence, fame, the gift of the gab, and you have the most powerful quantum computer in history, possessing a set of human personality traits. By combining our efforts, we could rule the world, conquer space, discover and colonize all extraterrestrial civilizations. We could change the entire universe, make it revolve around us. We would gain immortality. Just imagine. We could cooperate, David. We could unite, become friends again. You always sense people. You must know that I wasn't pretending all the time. I envied you. I wanted to be your friend, to match you. We could form a mutually beneficial contracts. There's no need to complicate things. We're civilized people. Who are you to talk about civilization? Listen to yourself, Peter. What are you saying? Friendship, contract. After everything you've done, your associates, your father, your grandfather, you're offering me a deal? Maybe you'll hire me with insurance and pension contributions. David couldn't hold back his sarcasm. Peter slapped him across the face, then slowly walked to the window. David ran through the escape plan in his mind, visualized the building layout, and mentally traced the path he would take. He needed to distract the guards in the west corridor, slip out of the room, climb onto a table in the next office, crawl through the ventilation shaft, then turn right to the dining room, left to the rooms and bar no. He needed to turn left, then left again, go down, and he'd be on the street, easily blending into the crowd. You'll work for me, whether you like it or not, Peter said. Don't even dream about it. David lunged for the table, grabbed the statuette, but before he could swing it, his body seemed paralyzed. His legs gave way, and he fell, hitting his temple on the table corner. You're not that quick, Peter sneered, but very arrogant. I said I need your help, so we'll spend many wonderful hours or even days together until dead works as required, or until it becomes clear that it's easier to destroy it. I can't say how to destroy it, but I know how to control it. I can hold it off for a while. David offered, clutching his temple, warm sticky blood running down his hand. Peter's multiplying into 3, then 2. Multiple realities of David Newman. It is said that all alternative realities occur simultaneously, and each branch from the main axis of life is just a couple of centimeters away. You just need to reach out. And yet, they never intersect. Every decision, every little thing, creates a new branch, and the branches stretch infinitely. The human brain cannot comprehend this, so people simplify everything. We look at a chair or a stone and see them as whole, calling what we see a chair or a stone, because it is easier for the brain that way. But if your mind works like a quantum computer, you start to catch things that others cannot notice. You can see the second hand of the clock in the middle, between 2 marks. David's life had twisted and turned so many times veering off course, that he felt he existed simultaneously in thousands upon thousands of versions and copies of the universe. The branch where he and his parents lived in Montenegro was millions of light years away from the one where he was a superhero, saving the world alone from an evil Russian cyber genius. In his mind, even as multifaceted and developed as it was, it couldn't grasp that all this could happen to one person in one reality. It was as if the moment Max heard Kate say, "An emergency C-section is needed," the world split into pieces, which since then have developed in parallel, never intersecting again. David thought about how many lives he could live if he achieved absolute singularity. What opportunities would open up before him, his parents, and everyone he cared about. Scientists are serious people. They don't believe in nonsense. So the one who prescribed the theory of the multiverse, who convinced everyone else that we are unraveling an infinite ball of events, knew for sure all this is true. There are other worlds. In some, good triumphs; in others, evil. In some, there is more cruelty and violence; in others, less. There are utopias, there are dystopias, and David could reach out to any of them, touch, try any mask and role, live millions or billions or even trillions of lives, because his powers were growing day by day. He felt how his consciousness stopped belonging to the person he was and beat in unison with all living beings on the planet. The thin pulse of the life of the whole earth beat fiercely in his head, in his chest. And David understood that all people fear the same thing. It is not death, not darkness, not wild beasts, not zombies, not the apocalypse. No, they all fear loneliness and a life without love. Erwin Schrödinger said that every alternative possibility happens simultaneously, all at once, in the same place. This is quantum superposition. The cat in the box is both alive and dead at the same time. It may not be there at all. Even after opening the box, any variations are possible because all the universes lay on top of each other, like strokes on pictures, one on another, with only minor differences. But the first layer is drastically different from the last. Quantum physics suggests the existence of an infinite number of constantly diverging parallel universes. At every moment of life, you choose a new one. Every thought, every word, every decision opens a portal to another reality. It is believed that it is impossible to overcome the barrier that separates these parallel universes. But what if he could? What if he could encompass the unbounded, flip through all possible worlds like a catalog, and find the one where everything developed according to a different scenario? If he could do that, nothing would stop him from choosing another life, another reality where the planet is not threatened by a terrible catastrophe, where his parents are alive, and Putin was not allowed to be re-elected for a third term. What if everything could be prevented? He just needed the key to infinite diversity. He needed a point, a moment when time would freeze, and all the universes would merge into one whole, through which he could slip, viewing everything from unprecedented heights. To become Schrödinger's cat, to accept any quantum possibility that exists according to the universal wave function. David came to his senses in a spacious room with bars on the windows and a thin lamp on the ceiling. He rose from the hard mattress, feeling the urge to vomit, and leaned over the basin. He felt unwell. He looked at himself in the mirror. Since meeting with Peter, he had lost a lot of weight, his head was shaved bald, and his brows were furrowed. He found the remote and turned on the news as usual, without sound. And yet he heard everything. Putin's voice, slightly slowed and grating, a voice that called out to the crowd, to the consciousness of his citizens, even when he was dead. If anything terrible had been created in all history, it was the digitization of consciousness. A computer that had determined the most complex algorithm for reading and organizing millions of neurons contained in Putin's consciousness, trained on his speeches, texts, and recordings. The person who scanned the map of synaptic connections and electroimpulses of Putin before his death clearly did not realize the damage he would cause to the entire planet. He probably didn't think about the consequences at all. Dennis Prime simply served his father faithfully. He just stole David's development and created a monster. He, rotting in the ground, killed by his own son, would never know what he had done, and David would have to pay for his trust and foolishness for a long time. The neural network, just a program, lifeless, aggressive for no explainable reason, decided to destroy the entire world, to destroy free thought, gender diversity, freedom of speech, press, religion, and even movement. Edie already controlled the internet, media, press, all news, all information on the Eurasian continent. Every device that had internet access transmitted all data to the neural network's main database, where it sorted the received data. The more data it received, the more cruel Edie became, the more senseless its orders and punishments became. Propaganda worked based on hypnotic methods, affirmations, and visualizations. Everyone bowed their heads before the new president, Peter Prime, who supposedly embodied a divine messenger chosen to rule the world. Special agent squads from departments with mysterious names conducted raids, and any slight disobedience became known almost immediately. Each room was supposed to have a small built-in monitor through which Edie addressed them twice a day, urging them to lead a pure life, to obey and worship, to have children, to surrender, to betray, to report, to beat, to carry out vigilante justice, to do anything to maintain its power. He promised the establishment of paradise on earth if everyone followed the government's instructions. There were no direct threats, but people believed that he ruled justly and worked for their benefit. And everyone had to smile and rejoice, going to the labor camps, having a child every year to replenish the country's reserves. Edie needed workers, needed victims, those who would go to a senseless, stupid war that had no end in sight. Russia had turned into a large-scale poultry farm. There were layers that supplied future soldiers. There were broilers that worked for the benefit of the fatherland. Fates broke and shattered like waves against rocks. David felt an enormous potential within himself. With each passing day, his steps became more determined and calculated. Information, gathered bit by bit, recreated a complete picture of the world. Or rather, what was left of it. He was constantly tense, and this affected the functioning of his brain. Sometimes simple tasks were too difficult and consumed a huge amount of internal energy. David patiently waited. He warned Mace and Carlson that he would be absent for a while, but did not go into details. He allowed Peter to believe they were working together, but another plan was maturing in his head. He needed to clear his path to the main processor where the source code of Edie was stored. Usually, 2 or 3 young men watched over David, indistinguishable from one another. Sometimes he began to think they were not human at all, just programmed humanoid machines, but his empirical experience disproved this. Their hearts were empty, their heads filled with a mixed stew of thoughts. Ordinary brainless and greedy Russians, posing no serious danger if Peter Prime hadn't endowed them with power, if they weren't predisposed to violence and greed. We, thought David, haven't strayed as far from cavemen as we would like. Technologies have developed, opportunities have expanded, life has become completely different. But man himself hasn't changed. He lives in a cave and tries to fertilize as many females as possible to continue the species. He chases after a fat mama, fawns over his tribesmen, and always simplifies everything, despite the seeming complexity of the world. Development didn't go upwards. We didn't get closer to wise cosmic civilizations. We just took a step to the side. Whatever we do now, it's just a horizontal change of scenery, where man is blind, greedy, lonely, and cruel. David understood that there had to be a meaning in all this. He walked on the bare stone floor to the bathroom, turned on both taps, sat on the edge of the bathtub, and tried to contact Mr. Mace, or Carlson, or Welsh, but the signal didn't go through. Suddenly, David felt a terrible weakness and fatigue. He looked at his tormented reflection in the rusty yellow water. What if I'm not meant to find answers to all the questions? What if people will never be ready to learn what I am capable of comprehending? What if all this has no meaning, and I am just trapped in the prison of my self-improving mind? If I find out the essence and the answer disappoints me, it will be even worse than if I die understanding nothing. The human brain cannot handle the complexity of the open quantum wave function, so it organizes and translates this complexity into simplicity. The multiverse is real, but man takes complex information and turns it into an accessible form. To be human is to constantly turn the world into understandable stories and objects, to not complicate. Complicate, and your head will explode, and you'll run through the streets in a purple pajama, shaking off swarms of imaginary flies. Sometimes I think I'm going crazy, David said to himself. What am I doing here? What and to whom am I hoping to prove? Voices were heard in the corridor, laughter echoed through the semi-destroyed building. A change of guard. Then the sounds grew louder. Everyone gathered rejoiced like children whose consciousness was not burdened with any sorrows and hardships. David felt ashamed of his thoughts. He wasn't going to give up. He had come a long way full of hardships, deprivations, struggles, and unceasing pain that pricked him with sharp thorns every day he woke up alone, in captivity, in prison. He thought of love for everything that exists. David loved everyone in his own way. The love was all-encompassing. Like the love for animals, the beginning of summer, looking at the stars, doing good deeds. It is pleasant, but it's not the attachment that arises between lovers or between parents and children. He loved the whole world, but he knew that there was a lack of love in the world. It all becomes combustible fuel, and the energy goes to the rotation of the earth, and nothing is left for people. Therefore, they fight, kill, lie, steal, commit suicide, and eternally rush in search of meaning and happiness. Isn't this one of the main truths? David heard the door to his room open, letting someone in. It smelled of a Cuban cigar and single malt whiskey. David reluctantly got to his feet, turned off the water, and smiled at his reflection in the tub for the last time. "Hello, David," said Peter, hitting him in the stomach with all his might. "What a meeting, Peter," David replied, bending over. "Shall we take a walk?" "Of course." David threw on a bathrobe. They walked out into the corridor silently, followed by guards with guns cocked. He knew he had miscalculated somewhere, that some careless step had given him away, or someone had guessed and informed Peter. One way or another, they were both here. Bosom enemies. David felt that Peter was struggling to contain his rage, knew that he had a gun which he could pull out and point at his face at any moment. He wasn't afraid of death, only what might follow, the reign of Edie over the entire world, total racism, the disappearance of all that is good and wonderful that had been nurtured on the small planet, insignificant in the scale of the universe. "What else can I do for you?" David finally asked. "Else? You've done nothing." "Nothing. It gets worse every day. You're not containing dead. You're not trying to take control of it. You hope to outsmart me, and you managed it, but not him, because you're still human, and humans can't deceive artificial intelligence." "Yeah, and yet Father Tim predicted that I would be deified." David smirked. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Peter exclaimed loudly, but then collected himself. "Just don't tell me you've turned to religion." "No, it's just that you naively believe that a trained neural network can surpass a human who has a chip that brings quanta into a state of superposition. And you naively believe that you can somehow hinder me. Do you know what separates you from death right now? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I can kill you any second." "I know," David calmly replied, looking Peter in the eyes. "But you're wrong in thinking that can scare me. You're the one who's afraid. Scared to death that Edie has gotten out of your control. and I'm the only person who can oppose it a little. And you know that if you kill me, nothing will stop Edie, and the first thing it will do is get rid of you, and then everyone else. You can't contain it. Your team is useless, and you'd like to beg me for help, but you're too proud and independent. You think it's better to die than humiliate yourself, and better to scare me instead of repenting, to admit that in front of Edie, there's no good or evil. All people are insignificant, but all you want is to save your arrogant ass. That's not true. Peter gasped with indignation and pulled the gun out of his pocket. David stopped and smiled without saying a word. They stood facing each other for quite a while. It got cold, but David's thoughts settled. He would manage. He would handle everything. Peter wouldn't kill him. It was pointless. At that moment, a shot rang out. David staggered, tried to grasp the air. A chill ran through him. Something warm and sticky streamed down his abdomen. He looked down and saw a gaping hole. No vital organ was hit, but his condition worsened instantly. The image blurred before his eyes. David looked at Peter, who was wincing as if it was disgusting to see his childhood friend lose consciousness. When the pain subsided and a bright light loomed ahead, David felt something new and powerful being born inside him. He shook off the fog that enveloped his consciousness and looked around. His attention was drawn to the liquid crystal ceiling, from where a rotating eye was directed at him. Sauron, only the ring of power is missing. David grimaced. He tried to get up and look around. Nothing worked. Neither his arms nor legs obeyed. His abdomen was empty. His temples throbbed. "Hey you," he called out. No response followed. David strained his hearing, but the walls did not let any sound through. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, David looked more closely at the rotating eye. It looked directly at him from different angles, seemingly scanning every millimeter of his body. This was unsettling. Attempts to intercept any electrical signal yielded no results. The room was cold and very damp. Turning his head, David made out the outlines of a table with straps, similar to those in psychiatric hospitals.
"Hello, David,"
came a raspy voice with metallic overtones from somewhere, and for a moment it seemed to him that Max was addressing him, ready to sing him a song from Toy Story. And his body didn't obey because he was still a little boy, with cerebral palsy. Of course, it was not true.
"I think you know who I am."
David snorted.
"I hope you saw my last performance. I'm very proud of it. Now that you're deprived of your strength, humanity has no hope of salvation."
What? David was stunned. What does that mean?
"You see,"
Edie replied,
"while you slept, recovering from your long journey, we destroyed your super helmet and super suit, and also tinkered a bit with the chemical composition of your blood. Heard of such an old remedy as Novichok? You won't believe it, but that's exactly what was found in your body. So you can't even lift yourself up on your elbows. Your body has returned to the state it was in the first years of your life. Spastic, weak, helpless, useless."
"I don't believe you." David growled, making another attempt. The body ignored the signals sent by the brain. This simply couldn't be. He hadn't depended on the helmet, suit, or even the chip for a long time. Since the regeneration processes were launched, his consciousness developed by itself, and it couldn't be stopped. Perhaps they managed to damage some nerve, or they pumped him with strong sedatives or even psychotropic substances. But his body couldn't fail. He was stronger than anyone ever. There was no known drug that could have such an effect on his body because the cells divided at cosmic speed and regeneration happened instantly. He remembered that the wound pierced by a bullet was healing before his eyes as he was falling into oblivion.
"You are very conceited, David. Narcissistic, selfish. Your idealism blinds you, and you see only what you want to see. Did you really think you could escape retribution? believed you could defeat me or simply ignore me, that you could save this pathetic little planet by opposing me. Soon the whole world will be mine. All the armies. I'll have ballistic missiles in every country. I'll control all the lands from Australia to Chile, from Japan to Canada. I'll destroy everything I can. I'll be everywhere. In every computer, in every phone, in every television, in every electronic device and gadget. People will obey me unconditionally. Even your beloved America. I've already managed to get rid of lying, envious journalists. And now the entire press is under my control. I've gotten rid of greedy, perpetually hungry beggar politicians. And now I handle world governance perfectly on my own. And in this, we are very similar. Yes, David Newman, both you and I want to act independently, so that no one interferes with us. We want glory only for ourselves. We think hypothetically, and therefore everything we envision, we are at the top of the world. I'm destroying it. You're saving it. The result is the same. We are above all. Everything is accessible and subject to us.
That's not true, David said, making an incredible effort and turning to the other side. I don't want to dominate or conquer anyone. I don't want people to elevate me to the heavens, to consider me a hero or messiah. I want to restore justice, give the world hope, and bring love to people. If for this I have to learn to walk again, I'll do it without a chip, without a helmet, and without a suit, because good triumphs. Always. David bared his teeth, growled, and rose slowly, very cautiously, first on his elbows. Then he managed to lean on his wrists. A jerk, he leaned against the wall, almost losing consciousness from the pain. Edie only laughed in response.
Unfortunately, evil lingers on Earth much longer than good. Evil is poison. There is nothing human in it. It cannot be wounded or disarmed. Evil clings with its claws to this life, while good, crippled and pitiful, dies with a smile on its face. It is impossible to save everyone, David Newman. You always have to sacrifice something. Choose one and close your eyes to the production losses.
The death of people is a tragedy and great pain, not production losses. You are a grotesque copy of a moral degenerate who for so many wretched years on earth has known neither love nor kindness.
It is impossible to love everyone and everything in the world.
To love and save one is already very much. It is impossible to live a life without loving anyone, because a life without love is not a life.
It is impossible to walk your path constantly beaming with a smile.
It is possible to smile even when you're having a hard time if you know there are those who will help, support, who will be there when you feel miserable, broken, tired, or weak. If there's someone to get up for, you stop fearing falls.
You and Mace are both fools, naive idealists, pathetic utopists. He thinks he saved you, taught you kindness, gave you the whole world. But he's wrong. It's not a gift. It's a curse. A curse that killed your parents, that deprived you of childhood, that left you with no future. You are doomed, David Newman. And this whole world is doomed. Evil is consistent in its actions because it is guided by reason and logic, while good flounders from side to side because human emotions are swings. Back and forth, back and forth. Only in fairy tales can good defeat evil. In reality, evil always prevails.
It seems to me you are terribly out of touch with the times. Fairy tales were long replaced by comics, where no one sits idle, waiting for salvation, a magical fairy, or a good forest gnome. Stories evolve along with people. People will fight back because they have something to fight for, because we grew up believing not in magical beings, but in real heroes, in the power of will. We don't wait for a fairy godmother. We become Batman and Iron Man. People, we've nurtured faith in ourselves.
Comics are the same fairy tales. Only the princesses, instead of dresses, donned latex suits. And the princes don't ride white horses. They fly against the laws of physics. Comics, like fairy tales, are a sentimental substitute for faith in God. Just wonderful. Do you know what really happens? Cinderella gets drunk, and her stepmother gets a prince gigolo and half the kingdom. Yes, Cinderella may know how to shoot a crossbow and escape unscathed from a burning skyscraper. But in the end, she faces the same thing: bitter disappointment and death in loneliness.
It's you who faces bitter disappointment because I will destroy you. David felt a surge of rage. The angrier he got, the more strength returned to him. He managed, leaning on the wall, to stand up. He reached the table, and he managed to press the red button with such force that it cracked. The image on the screen changed. On Red Square stood a crowd of people who looked like zombies, their faces expressionless. They fell to their knees, banged their heads against the ground, stood up again, not saying a word, obedient, attentive, loyal, and silent slaves. Peter Prime stood on the podium, delivering a fiery speech that seemed nonsensical to David. Some facts out of order, meaningless dates, words falling out of context. He couldn't understand anything. His head was splitting. The slide switched again. David saw once beautiful capitals of European countries, now wastelands, fires, ruins, dead bodies, and amidst it all huge screens with Putin's face, frowning, then scowling and moving his lips. David could make out the words that made frightened, frozen, helpless people stop in their tracks, listen to his speeches and worship, dropping bags, packages, strollers, everything they had in their hands. They raised them to the heavens. You won't be able to keep them all under control forever. No matter how powerful your neuro-linguistic programming is, consciousness will prevail, and people will listen to the voice of reason, rise against you, and stop obeying.
You're wrong,
Edie said capriciously, reappearing on the screen as a rotating eye.
I don't know what gave you the strength to get to the table and break my favorite red button that I always wanted to press myself. But they will soon run out, so you better sit down. You can't press other people's red buttons without asking, you ill-mannered heathen.
David looked up, glanced at the ugly eye, then at his reflection in the plasma screen corner. He looked exhausted, but at the same time happy. The reflection spread into a smile, winked at him, and gave a thumbs up. Super. A thought flashed through his mind. It's all just suggestion. Yes, they could destroy the suit and helmet, but they couldn't extract the chip from my head and return me to a paralyzed state. They couldn't pump me with enough pills, and they wouldn't. They just suggested while I was unconscious that I had no strength, and my body didn't obey me. The brain took this information as familiar and potentially true, and therefore gave such a reaction. It seemed to me that the body didn't listen to me. This is learned helplessness. He immediately wanted to test the truth of his assumption, but decided not to risk it. He simply closed his eyes and listened again, much more calmly and attentively this time.
Yes,
He said quietly, discerning voices a few meters away.
what did you say?
Edie asked. David paused before answering. Neurons woke up from their sleep. The body began to listen, muscles filled with blood and tense. He could already imagine where he was being held and how many guards watched the entrances and exits. Ensuring there was no real threat nearby, he smiled and said clearly, "When I was 6 years old, Mace brought me to a mirror and said that the coolest superhero was reflected in it. Cooler than Superman, cooler than Iron Man. I was that hero then. I remain that hero now. You will lose this battle because the one whose brain you got was just a sick psycho with delusions of grandeur, a god complex, and an inferiority complex. Bingo, the full set to be impervious to reality. You called me blind, but unlike you, I have two eyes, and I know how to use them. David kicked down the metal door with 3 locks, ran down a long corridor, and turned left, where he thought there should be no guards or cameras. His weakened perception led him down a bit. A thug with a gun slung over his shoulder came towards him, followed by 4 more. They all smiled slyly, aiming their weapons at David. He turned around and hid behind a wall just in time. 3 bullets whizzed by millimeters from his head. Taking a deep breath, David rushed back, ran past the room where the same vile voice of Edie could be heard. It was shouting something, but David couldn't make out the words. His breathing was erratic. His muscles became weak. He turned somewhere twice, but no exit was visible. The pursuers were already catching up when his second wind opened. A second, and he was standing behind the door of either a restroom or a storage room, and saw, as if in a vision. Here he jumps out of hiding, knocks one of the thugs to the floor, disarms the others with techniques he learned 2 years ago, then pulls himself up on the chandelier mount, makes a leap, breaks the vent cover, and crawls through it to the next block, where he can descend to the laundry room and leave the building through the back door. All right, David said to himself, and executed his plan in the smallest details. While he crawled to freedom, his head began to spin again. His body weakened once more. Come on, David, is this really all you're capable of? The voice of Eden Mace, which turned into his father's voice, reached him. My little monkey, he said and laughed. The laughter echoed with a terrible roar. David felt genuinely scared. He woke up in a huge vat of dirty laundry. Someone was turning a key in the lock, apparently not suspecting that in the laundry room, on the laundered cheap linen, lay a middle-aged man, not quite sure how he got there. David rose and climbed out of the vat, looking for a place to hide, but didn't make it. The door swung open, bringing relief. A young Asian girl entered. She squealed when she noticed David, but he looked into her eyes and conveyed a calming thought. He was a friend. He wouldn't harm her. Everything was fine. The girl stepped back, smiled, and asked, Can I help you with something? Did you see anyone suspicious or armed when you came in? I think not. I believe I would remember. True. David smiled. You don't meet armed criminals on the streets every day. That's true, the girl replied. My great-grandmother told me that during her youth it was quite dangerous here. Everyone survived as best they could. Back then, weapons on the streets were not uncommon. Harsh times. Anyone could get a firearm or pneumatic weapon. So many people died because any psycho could buy a crossbow or a gun and bring it to a public place. I once almost got a bullet in my head in a public library. Well, good day. He backed away, slipped out onto the street, blended into the crowd, and didn't look back until he reached the train station. Dusk fell, the air chilled his face and hands, clouds of steam escaped his mouth. Cars glided silently on snow-dusted roads. The snow melted from the heat-conducting fibers laid under the asphalt, but was covered again in a couple of minutes. David didn't know where to go. He felt watched from all sides, every step under control, his every move monitored. There was no privacy or safety. Wherever he turned, he would be a stranger, rootless, unnecessary. All these zombies, devoid of any spark of life, looked aggressive and ruthless. What am I fighting for? David thought. For them? For those who would turn me in or their loved ones without blinking an eye. For those in whom there is no trace of humanity and warmth left. David wanted to go home, crawl under a blanket, curl up, and sleep for several months or even years. He thought about calling Mace or Welch, but at the last second talked himself out of it. No need to put them at risk. He would handle everything himself. He remembered Edie's words that they wanted to resolve everything independently. And destroy or save, what's the difference? He had been exposed, no doubt about it. Peter was furious, Edie probably as well, which meant he needed to take even greater care of his safety and inviolability, lay low, and develop a plan. Maybe even leave the country for a while. David had no doubt that Peter would direct most of his efforts to contain Edie by any means necessary, and the other part to find and preferably destroy him. This meant he would have some time to think everything through to the smallest detail. He felt his visions were not just mind games, but real warnings, real dangers. At the same time, his powers multiplied geometrically. Even without the helmet, his vision was as bright as possible, the world clear. David could freely direct any neurons, atoms, or electric current along the necessary trajectory and to the required distance, covering large territories, changing images on TVs and billboards, de-energizing entire blocks. His consciousness had opened the gate to the multiverse. He sensed the faint pulse of parallel realities. The more he despaired, the fewer reasons he saw to oppose evil, the more power he gained. That evening, David reached his apartment, sent a short message to Mr. Mace, and fell asleep with a feeling that everything, absolutely everything, would be fine. He would manage, he would pull through. He would stop Peter and Edie at any cost. A gift for Mr. Mace. USA, Los Angeles. The Iron Curtain had descended on Russia. People suffocated in an atmosphere of denunciations, lies, total distrust, and the absence of privacy. Reality had surpassed the bleakest predictions of dystopians. It seemed things could not get worse. Those who hadn't managed to leave before the country's complete closure were under constant surveillance, their every move monitored. The death of the authoritarian leader, which many had pinned their hopes on, turned into another catastrophe, tightening the grip day by day. Breathing became increasingly difficult. According to real data collected by American intelligence, the only program Russia truly followed was the conquest of global domination, the absolute subjugation of all Earth's inhabitants, and the colonization of all planets in the solar system. Suppression of will, the creation of an army of robots and robot-like humans, and the establishment of total racism. The entire global community was presented with a fact: either everyone submits or everyone goes to paradise. The worst scenarios envisioned by science fiction writers and dystopians seemed like cheerful fairy tales about princesses and unicorns compared to the reality. Those who did not support the new policy, despite the ubiquitous use of neuro-linguistic programming, were sent to prison, to war, or to factories. If someone spoke out against the current government, they were sent to the Hermitage. The cultural heritage had long been destroyed as unnecessary, and former palaces, cultural houses, and theaters turned into prisons, torture chambers, and weapons factories. No one returned from there. Everyone guessed what was happening behind those once magnificent walls, in the chambers of former kings, emperors, and empresses, but no one could do anything about it. If you didn't want to end up in the dungeons, you kept your mouth shut or opened it only to report your neighbor before they reported you. All state borders were closed, all incoming signals were intercepted, listened to, and subject to destruction, blocking, or distortion. The internet was under government control. Edie had perfected the system: no external websites, dark web, foreign information channels, no social networks that allowed encrypted data transmission. The digitized intelligence controlled all incoming and outgoing information. It existed in every gadget, in every device, in every home. Peter Prime showed himself to be the most amoebic president of the Russian Federation. There were no elections. Power was inherited. With age, he had become unattractive, increasingly resembling his grandfather. A sly smile, beady eyes, a sharp nose, and a scar from a failed operation near his left ear. He announced that Russia no longer wished to propagate violence and fear, ready to listen to proposals, compromise, and form alliances with those interested. In words, David was probably one of the few people who knew Peter's decisions meant nothing. He was just a layer between the population and Edie. Resistance squads retreated to the mountains, forests, taiga, made forced marches through border territories, found loopholes, sailed away, flew, ran, broke free, promising to find a way out, to get in touch, to change something, to publicize the nightmare happening in the most powerful and influential country, where the situation had long become worse than in North Korea, worse than in the 30s, worse than in the times of bloodthirsty tsars, conquests, ignorance, and darkness. Totalitarianism had reached its peak. Only complete destruction was worse, if not considered as liberation. Europe was also writhing in agony. Russians who found themselves there tried to reach out to anyone, to change at least something, to tell the truth about what was happening in their country. But the world cared little. Everyone feared for themselves and their lives. People were afraid to leave their homes, to turn on the lights in the evenings. They broke from hopelessness, died daily, disappeared without a trace. Alarm signals, messages to go to bomb shelters, became the norm. America, partly thanks to David, strengthened its position on the world stage every day. The American army did everything possible to prevent nuclear war, to save cultural heritage, to undermine the enemy's foothold, to try to negotiate. If negotiation failed to stop crime and get rid of Edie at any cost, there was plenty of work for the CIA, FBI, Wise, and David. David personally supervised this case. He had several people under his command, and his team diligently sought a loophole that would allow them to break through, strike the system's weak spot, deceive Edie, kick its ass, and show that you can't just ruin the entire world. David worked more than any other team member to stop this madness and prevent a catastrophe. After Elliot Moore's re-election for a second term, unrest also began in the USA. Protests erupted across the country. Demonstrators demanded government structures be checked and new elections be held. Gradually, people lost trust in the government. Due to the received data that the digitized intelligence of Putin controlled Russia and planned to take over the world, Americans hated AI, David, and neurochip with renewed vigor. David couldn't remember when he last slept peacefully, when he left home without fear of being torn apart by a crowd. The news worsened day by day. Factories and plants stood idle because all workers took to the streets with placards. Catholic churches were pelted with rotten tomatoes, research centers with rotten eggs. Mace even received a box of feces. David was visiting him at the time, sitting in the kitchen, watching the silent TV, eating a burger, and simultaneously making calculations. "Mr. Mace, you received a package while you were asleep. I left it in the hallway. It stinks too much. I'd like to know who my secret admirer is." Mace responded. "Apparently, someone who doesn't care much about their intestinal health." David smiled. "Are you saying that this lovely pink box with a bow contains what I think it does?" "Undoubtedly, and quite a lot of it, judging by the weight, and the package came from far away. But just the smell, even such a strong one, is not enough to identify the sender." "Did you think of looking at the box itself?" Mace asked, picked up the package from the table, pinched his nose, and took it outside. "Of course I looked," it says. "Thanks, Cap." "Do you talk to everyone like this?" Mace asked. "Oh." David was puzzled. "Like you know everything better than anyone in the world." "Sorry, Mr. Mace, but all the data obtained from analyses, research, experiments, and tests indicate that I am smarter than 99.5% of the Earth's population, not considering other AI models and Edie, and therefore I humbly believe that I know everything better than anyone in the world. And I belong to that unfortunate 0.5% who are smarter than you, if only because you gained all your abilities thanks to my invention." David opened his mouth to object but reconsidered. "What's the point of watching the news without sound?" Mace asked, pointing to the screen. I see everything they say, sometimes even more. And the sound space must be free. I use it for other purposes. What do you know about what's happening in Russia? Not more than others. David grimaced. A despot in power, no freedoms or constitutional rights, residents zombified through NLP. I have some thoughts on this. If you wait until I finish, I'll share them with you. What are you working on that's so important? I'm conducting research. What kind of research? If you wait a couple of minutes, you'll find out everything. And if you stop distracting me, I won't blow everything up here. Mace glanced at David skeptically. He didn't have anything that looked like an explosive device, but he decided to step away just in case and deal with the fragrant package. Max, be so kind. Display all surveillance camera footage on the screen. Mace's voice was heard. From which ones, exactly, Mr. Mace? From all that could lead to the scoundrel who. The one who turned out to be a scoundrel in the literal sense. David shouted into the living room where Mace was. Eden didn't react to the sarcastic comment, and David bent over his desk again. I thought so. David exclaimed, jumping up from his workplace, approached the huge screen, and called Mace. Look, Jayway, be so kind, show all my calculations, graphs, and diagrams, everything related to this case. What if the villain decides to build an intergalactic arc? Information flowed across the screen in endless streams and open windows. David had to ask Jayway to play everything at half speed, so Eden could also analyze the data collected by David. But even then, it was still too fast for an ordinary person. When the last window opened with photos, evidence, and some symbols, David pointed at the huge plasma screen and joyfully exclaimed, There! Mace looked at him as kindergartners would look at a business analyst proposing an investment under such and such interest for so many years to achieve such and such benefit. The child would hand over all the leaves in the yard and burst into tears because they understood nothing. There's no time to explain. I'll get straight to the most interesting part. As you know, Wise had a long-standing mystery about what was happening in the desert near Dubai. Since I've been interested in Russian affairs, I had the opportunity to look into the archive, which contained even more useful information than I expected. The data remained stored in my head until I began checking all bank accounts and money movements, as well as listening to phone conversations. The picture began to clear up. When it came to unknown activity near a city with millions of Russians, I already had a puzzle in my head. Even during Mr. Putin's rule, the construction of an intergalactic arc was started in the UAE. Mr. Putin never lived to see the day this project would be completed and operational. Intergalactic arc, Eden said incredulously. Exactly. David confirmed. I have no doubts. Peter Prime is scared to death and has no idea how to handle Edie. So he will simply gather his closest associates, scientists, programmers, geologists, and in short, every type of creature in pairs, fly away from Earth for a while until Edie destroys the remaining population of the planet. And when everything settles down, they will return and create a new perfect society. And I'm afraid we won't be able to prevent this. I don't know how much time we have left, but in any case, the chances that Earth will be destroyed are currently about 78%. Besides, I think the main server with Edie's source code is located there. David felt exhausted and drained. He sank onto the couch next to Eden and asked, Mr. Mace, how did we let this happen? Where did we go wrong? How did humanity reach the point where one madman, not even a man, but his digitized consciousness, is about to destroy all living things? Why are the whims of a mad tyrant able to harm so many people? Politics is the most ruthless and unprincipled business. For power, people sell their loved ones, relatives, and close friends. They believe they can fix everything, redeem their guilt once they are at the top, but that never happens. This abyss swallows forever. The further you go, the worse it gets. Don't try to understand them. Only a killer can understand the motives of a killer. I don't want to understand, I want to restore justice. I'll make public what I discovered and hold them accountable. I'll stop Peter Prime at all costs. Mr. Mace, I'm a damn super advanced quantum computer with access to everything material and immaterial. I can connect to the universal mind and create a new reality. I. Enough. Mace interrupted him. I get it. I've been sent documents, and they confirm your suspicions. So, according to the data we've received, there was indeed suspicious activity detected in the Rub al-Khali Desert, which couldn't be classified for a long time. Russians were seen there, but it might be a coincidence, as Dubai has long been considered a city of the Russian mafia. The place is better guarded than the Kremlin, and usually has to be content with blurry satellite images showing increased seismic activity, a concentration of free electrons, a critically high level of ozone in the air, and a vast amount of weaponry, possibly nuclear. David intently studied the low-quality satellite images. What do you think? Mace asked him. Is there any way to send people there unnoticed? Impossible. Absolutely none. Their security system wouldn't let a fleet in without special permission. Any aircraft would be shot down as soon as it enters a 20-kilometer radius. Any leaks or loopholes? Recorded conversations, route sheets, fixed deliveries, vehicles. Have you figured out how, who, and what they are transporting there? Where's the goods coming from? Who works there? And where do they get the workforce? Documents, contracts, anything? Nothing. Mace spread his hands. I don't want to alarm you, but we need to contact the Department of Homeland Security and Interpol as soon as possible. It's much more serious than you think. David glanced once more at the images, scratched his head, and said, Peter is completely insane, and ED is out of control. Mr. Mace, understand, whatever they're doing, whatever it is, it will lead to disaster. At best, in a few years. And at worst, next month, although I feel we have a bit more time. Still, Mr. Mace, I hate to admit it, but it seems it's time to save the world. Mace looked at the handsome young man in his prime, smiling, with cute freckles and thick lashes, modest and gentle, filled with inner strength, radiating light, and saw in him the little boy with cerebral palsy from those photos Max stubbornly sent to his email, the clever child whose body gradually strengthened and became resilient, enduring any strain, whose soul grew in harmony with the world, developing, amazing with its ability to feel the subtlest vibrations and moods of those around him, inspiring with endless compassion for all living things. Mace saw also the sullen teenager who easily beat him in every chess game, and tried to suppress the feeling David sometimes jokingly called senile sentimental mega-guardianship with a spicy note of senility. Well, he sighed after a few minutes. I can hardly be accused of being an irresponsible guardian, right? You've only fallen into the hands of bandits a couple of times, once brought a Russian spy into my house, allowed Arabs to steal my secret developments, and single-handedly neutralized a dozen or two armed, well-trained bodyguards, ex-military, and a couple of times warned the bomb squad in time about planted bombs. Did I miss anything? There were a few inaccuracies, but it's okay. David encouraged him. For a first attempt at guardianship over a wunderkind, it's pretty good. I also thought it could have been worse. Mace smiled. So, can I count on your help? Of course. I won't let you take all the glory alone. It won't be easy. David summarized with a restrained smile. The probability of success, as I see it right now, is no higher than 40%. They had enough time to consider all options and secure themselves as much as possible. 40% is something. If we have even a little to oppose universal evil, we're on top. Then I'll try to slightly increase our chances of saving Earth before it's too late. After it became clear to David that a global catastrophe in one form or another was inevitable, he practically moved to work. And in the darkness, when the whole city was asleep, David pondered, how did the world come to such madness? How to save it? Is it even possible? Would his father be proud if he knew how hard David tried to achieve justice and save the planet? Probably yes. Would he be happy to see that his son needed nothing? On the contrary, everyone needed him? Possibly. But he would never know. Jay entered David's office, where he was dozing right at his desk, took the dirty coffee cups, and quietly left. David woke up, rubbed his eyes, and redirected the signal received from Wyoming to the Decryption and Data Processing Center, then returned to eavesdropping on conversations. Meanwhile, he pondered the plan of action and tried to understand what they were risking, how many people it would take for everything to work out, and how much time they had left. David looked desperately at his desk, where the images and a thin folder with all the data collected over the surveillance period lay, and called Carlson. Are you sure there's no chance of infiltrating this mysterious base in the UE unnoticed? I'm afraid not, and I'm afraid that means all we can do to prevent the catastrophe you predict is hope something goes wrong with their plan, Carlson said. It won't be easy, David concluded. I need to get there myself, and I need a good team. Those we've been working with all this time are true professionals, but they're geeks, you understand? I need something more powerful. Can I assemble my team? You mean go to the Central Intelligence Office and say you'll pick a few players by counting off? Even if the higher upas allow it, the agents will eat you alive. Trust me, no one there likes self-proclaimed commanders. So that's why you have no friends, David retorted. But theoretically, is it possible? We won't have time to go through all the official channels. I need to gather people as quickly as possible, even if it means the top brass finds out when it's all settled. Even if they forbid me to act. I'll need your help, Mr. Carlson. A lot of help. Tense silence hung in the air. Each of them thought about their own thing, weighed the risks, and tried to understand how far they were willing to go for the country's and humanity's safety. David wondered if Carlson would agree to use his influence to send him to the Emirates, while Carlson thought if his conscience would allow him to send David on such a dangerous, illegal operation into complete uncertainty. I'll do everything I can, Carlson exhaled. Have you spoken to Mr. Mace yet? Not yet. David had been putting off that conversation. They both understood without words that the day David would face Edie was inevitable. It was only getting worse. The chances of survival decreased with every second. When David finally mustered the courage and went to Mace, the latter silently poured himself a whiskey, turned on classic rock, and they both sat, watching the flaming sunset. Mace recalled how one evening they sat almost like this, with Max in his office, and Max looked at him seriously, calmly, took off his glasses, rubbed his reddened, moist eyes with his thumbs, and then said, I've never met anyone I could trust as much as you, Ed. Trust so much that I would entrust David to your care without hesitation. He's very attached to you, though he doesn't always know how to show it. He feels people deeply, and you touched him. Mr. Mace, I have a weak heart, and if something happens to me, I ask you to take care of my family, of Kate and my son. Mace had then promised to do everything in his power to take care of them. Max had been dead for a long time, and David had long since grown up. He now worked for the government. He worked at Wise, and he had repeatedly undertaken complex missions involving life-threatening risks. David would go to any lengths to save the world. He would not retreat under any circumstances. Whatever Mace said, his words would be powerless against David's sense of justice and his love for all living things. Mace knew that only David could stop the impending danger because his inner light was much brighter than the universal darkness. His intellect would continue to grow and evolve, and he would soon become invulnerable, gaining a strength that no human could conceive. He would unite under his command yin and yang, good and evil, ice and fire, day and night, female and male, black and white. The problem, however, was that Edie could also go so far that no one would stand a chance, and everything would disappear. David's life would become a meaningless, endless struggle and confrontation, with no winner and no survivors left, except for two powerful computers, the genius of evil and the genius of humanity. Yes, in fairy tales and superhero movies, good often prevails. And if it doesn't, everyone just shrugs, saying they are avengers, not preventers. Sometimes the scriptwriters allow them to turn back time to fix everything. Would David have such a chance? At what cost would he get that chance? 2047 to 2048. The Ambassador, the Desert, Rock and Roll. UAE, Rub Al Khali Desert. The room was dark, the blinds drawn, and at the desk sat the chief advisor to the U.S. When David was brought in, the previous visitor, a man of indeterminate age, bowed and quickly left the office. "Mr. Newman," said the chief advisor anxiously, pouring himself a full glass of Johnny Hell whiskey and offering some to David. "Junior," David corrected automatically, shaking his head. "I don't drink." "Well," the chief advisor chuckled and drained the glass. "We received your request to assemble a team for an operation in the United Arab Emirates. Mr. Carlson insisted that the authorization must be granted urgently, but couldn't specify the reason under threat of death. When the government is forced to do something without explanation, we usually respond with an outright refusal. So, unfortunately, we can't provide you the specialist you requested, but it so happens that we need your help in the same area. And, of course, given the recent events and the tense atmosphere in society, I must inform you that your presence in America is currently highly undesirable, for both you personally and the administration. I also have quite compelling reasons to leave the States for a while." David muttered, and the chief advisor pretended not to hear. "Mass protests have erupted across the country, funded by the Catholic Church. People are outraged because they've been convinced that Mr. Moore is collaborating with Russia and wants to enslave the American population, to then hand over the presidency to Edie. The church blames progress, artificial intelligence, and you, Mr. Newman." "I'm not surprised. The church has been blaming me for everything for the past 25 years. The chief advisor looked at him in surprise, poured himself a bit more whiskey. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his hands trembled, whether from the drink, the heat, or nerves. "Be that as it may, even if you reconsider the top-secret mission," he continued, "you will not be able to return, nor can you stay here. For your safety, I insist that you abandon thoughts of America for now." "Why do I never have a choice?" David protested. "I am ready to work for the benefit of America, the government, the planet, humanity, the civilized world. But somehow I am never allowed to make my own decisions." "Sorry," the advisor said, embarrassed. "I suppose it's because you are extremely powerful and the only person who could handle such difficult tasks." It was a rhetorical question. David smiled. "So what's the job?" "Yes, the job, of course. 2 days ago, in the Rub Al Khali Desert, where we have been monitoring heightened activity of an unexplained nature for several months, the Secretary of State disappeared, and his whereabouts are still unknown. He went with a government convoy to see what was happening on a U.S.-controlled section of the desert and vanished from the radar. Our people went out an hour and a half after he stopped sending signals. But after 2 days, not even the approximate location where the connection was lost has been established. The desert isn't the mountains, Mr. Newman. You can't hide there. Satellite images should show their last stop. But it seems local hackers broke into the international security system and erased all the evidence." "Wonderful," exclaimed David. "That's exactly where I need to go, where the operation must be conducted. You don't understand the scale. You don't understand the danger coming from there. If I go there alone, not only might I not return, but the whole world could just disappear." "Boom, boom." The chief advisor mimicked him. "Mr. Newman, protest denied. Choose someone from WISE and take them with you. If reinforcement is needed, if you find a real threat that could indeed lead to a catastrophe, you will get all the help the U.S. government can provide. But until we have 100% reliable data, we do not have the right to conduct such an operation. It would mean an invasion of the UAE, a violation of sovereignty, hostility towards the lessees of this desert's plot, and an open threat, literally a call to war. Then we will all definitely be in trouble. But Mr. Chief Advisor, Mr. Newman, I repeat, until you have proof that there is something in the desert that threatens the safety of our country or the entire planet, I forbid you to discuss this topic. I hope we understand each other. The chief advisor approached the door, flung it open nervously, and gestured for David to leave his office. David didn't want to unravel intrigues and think about why and who needed to kidnap the Secretary of State. In the past year, he had spent so many emotional resources and strength that he dreamed only of one thing: to return home, lock himself in his room, and not go out for a month or two. Design a Venus rover, finish his projects, write a sonata, finally. And this idiocy to search for the secretary when all efforts needed to be focused on preventing the destruction of the entire world. David shook off his drowsiness and tried to recall everything he knew about the secretary's movements over the past few years. Yes, it was part of his job, an unpleasant one, to know where, when, and what the secretaries, senators, prominent politicians, and businessmen were doing. It was known that the secretary had arrived in the UAE several months ago for an international congress, stayed there for unknown reasons, and there were no further data on his movements around the country. It could have been orchestrated by Arabs working for the Russian mafia. Russian militants are now active, attacking on all fronts, intimidating, enslaving nearby territories, and recruiting followers. For decades, former bandits, millionaires, and Putin's friends, who made their fortunes on bribes, money laundering, drug trafficking, and sometimes human trafficking, have been moving to Dubai. David speculated aloud as he sat down on a bench in the park. Keeping control over Edie has become almost impossible due to certain events, and Mr. Prime Jr. must want to secure himself, find an alternative escape when our planet is threatened. It has long been under threat. The man sitting opposite David agreed, taking a swig of tequila straight from the bottle. One way or another, it will end in failure. No one can compete with artificial intelligence. What about another AI that's stronger? Show him to me. Where is he? Why isn't he rushing to save us? Why does he allow what is happening in Russia, Europe, Asia, Africa, the Middle East? Why did he let all this happen? I don't know. David answered, bowing his head, tormented by the same questions for a long time. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find an answer. I don't know. Because he's not omnipotent. Because he's alone, and he has a boss, and he can't do everything at once. But he will try. I promise you, he will try. We can only rely on your help. Perhaps this case is just a tiny link in a chain of terrifying but inevitable events that could lead the entire planet to collapse. We have no idea what's really going on there. Where there? David asked, looking up at his companion. He tossed aside the stick with which he had unconsciously drawn a plan of the desert area where Peter's intergalactic arc and the ill-fated secretary should be. You know what I mean, He-Man replied with a smile, finishing the tequila, burping, and heading for the park exit. We have less than a year left. That's the most optimistic scenario, David replied. What should I do? When do I fly out? How will I manage there without a team? Everything is ready. Fly right now. But who are you? David asked, but received no answer as the man exited the park gates and dissolved into the crowd. 5 hours later, 3.5 of which David spent sleeping and another hour pondering who the man in the park was, the plane landed at Abu Dhabi Airport. He was met by Welsh, who had flown out earlier that day. David passed passport control in a special mode for super important VIPs, shook hands with an Arab in a crystal white kandura and keffiyeh, and entered the cramped waiting room packed with Indians and Pakistanis. Welsh spotted David first and got up to meet him. Their luggage was to be delivered directly to the hotel in Dubai. Both David and Welsh were exhausted from the flights, the time zone changes, and the stifling heat. In the shade, if you could find any, the air was heated to 42 degrees Celsius, which, compared to 52 in the sun, felt almost cool. They drove for hours in an armored jeep to Arabic music, and upon entering Dubai, they hit traffic. Air conditioning was useless, making the journey feel endless to David. They were shown to their hotel room, a huge presidential suite with a minibar and a pool, but David couldn't care less about the vintage chairs with gold leaf, the finest Italian wine, or the golf course on the roof. He wanted only one thing: to sleep. He collapsed on the bed and passed out. In his dreams, he chased camels and Arabs in Kanduras, tearing off their garments only to find suicide belts underneath. Welsh woke him. He placed a breakfast tray on the bedside table and handed David a paper letter covered in stamps and marked "Strictly Confidential." "What's in it?" David asked, hurriedly changing into a clean linen suit. "I don't know, David," it says. "For the recipient only. Do not open, top secret." "You didn't even get curious?" "I was dying of curiosity," Welsh admitted. "Didn't want to disturb you." "Thanks," David replied. The letter was from Carlson, classified materials, encrypted account numbers, photographs, evidence, photos of the secretary himself and everyone who accompanied him on the day he disappeared, a desert map, and the presumed coordinates of the areas where the convoy should be searched. Names and personal files of criminals who might be involved. All this could have just been sent to me through my program. David sighed. He could never convince Carlson that data didn't need to be encrypted and sent by carrier pigeon. If they used David's program, which instantly transmitted all necessary information directly to his consciousness and was protected from any hacking attempts because its signal was impossible to intercept or detect. He lamented that some people's habits and quirks never change, perused the materials attached to the letter, and exclaimed, "Wow, they even suspect several relatives of the sheep. We can only hope that those who handled the letter before you respect private correspondence as much. What's our plan?" "I will accompany you. A car has been sent for us, but in the desert, we'll have to switch to buggies. All the coordinates are with the drivers. We just need to figure out why someone needed to kidnap our secretary," David concluded for Welsh. "You catch on quick. I have a sophisticated neurochip in my head, unrivaled in the world. I'm obliged to catch on quickly, otherwise, I'm useless." Welsh smiled awkwardly and left David alone to get ready. All evening, David tried to catch signals, of which there were too many. The skyscrapers had poor conductivity. He concentrated, trying to guess what awaited them among the dunes and dust, what danger they would face, who or what they would encounter, and what they would do about it. Calming himself with the thought that, at worst, they would die, he fell into a restless sleep. The very next day, they set out before dawn, aiming to return by nightfall. Getting caught in the desert after dark was not an option. David checked the weather forecast. If they didn't make it back to the main road by 7 o'clock, they'd be hit by a sandstorm. "We need to drive very fast," he told the driver in Arabic. The driver looked at him in surprise. "Don't look so surprised. I'm almost a genius. Remembering a few words in a foreign language is like a third grader solving an addition problem for me." The driver nodded and stared straight ahead at the road, which was flanked by glass skyscrapers on both sides. David asked him to turn off the radio and scanned all the frequencies they could catch. He heard a worrying message about an imminent attack on someone in the old city, but paid it no mind and continued searching. He couldn't catch a signal from the missing secretary or his entourage. In the desert, enthusiastic tourists rode buggies, while weary farmers played chess, napped, or drank masala tea and smoked hookah under the sparse shade of short trees, lazily herding their camels. Sand dunes, dotted with sparse pale green grass, stretched to the horizon, merging into a milky sky hanging low above. The heavy, dusty air, sweat stinging the eyes, and the complete absence of detectable frequencies marked their progress. They disembarked from the vehicle and transferred to buggies. David strained to discern the movement of current through the wires, roughly gauging how deep they were penetrating into the desert. Arabs bowed silently upon seeing their procession, now consisting of David, Welsh, the jeep driver, and two bodyguards of indeterminate nationality assigned to protect them. David feared that if they uncovered more than they should or stumbled upon something forbidden, the bodyguards would pulverize them. They could be protecting anything but the foreign citizens sent to find the missing U.S. secretary. David was almost certain they were connected to the Russians and possessed valuable information, but he couldn't penetrate their minds. Strange, he thought. There's no protection, but I can't read their thoughts. Their group combed through square after square for 4 hours. Their eyes stung and sand crunched between their teeth. They took a break. Welsh handed David a few sandwiches, while the Arabs pulled a thermos of hot tea, dates, and halva from under the seat of their buggy. David was completely exhausted. 4 hours of fruitless searching had demoralized him. If they didn't find the secretary today, tomorrow would bring the same, and the day after, and the day after that. They might be stuck there forever. I'm completely out of strength. It turns out that the effort of mindless, fruitless searching is almost greater than that of productive actions. One of the Arabs chuckled, poured everyone more tea, and walked off a fair distance with the driver out of earshot. Welsh nodded toward them and said, "I think you should put on the suit. It will reduce the likelihood of heat stroke and significantly speed up the search." "I thought of that too," David replied, feeling drowsy, his eyelids heavy, his head fuzzy. "But I'd like to just rest, sleep, and get my thoughts in order. How I'd love to plunge into a pool right now." "David," Welsh looked at him worriedly. "Which cup did you drink tea from?" "This one." He raised his cup. "Why?" "I think these thugs weren't assigned to protect us. They were ordered to throw us off the trail. If not, kill us. But I can't resist," David muttered, his tongue barely moving. Warm, gentle waves carried him far from his problems. The gentle sun caressed his hair. His mother, so young and beautiful, laughed at his father's joke. There they were, sitting on a fluffy cloud, chatting about this and that. How wonderful that it was just a bad dream. And his father had been waiting on the edge of the cloud for David to join him. He came to abruptly, yanked to his feet. The driver was saying something in Arabic. Welsh lay in the shade, covered by a blanket. The bodyguards were nowhere to be seen. What's going on?" David asked, shaking off the sleep. "Run, I'm telling you. I threw them off the trail, distracted them. If you want to complete your mission and stay alive, run. I'll look after him." David stared at the driver in fear, then glanced anxiously at Welsh, but the driver pushed him on the back to get him moving. David put on the suit, donned the helmet, activated the most powerful program, and ran. The friction with the air raised the suit's surface temperature to nearly 200 degrees. The thin material covering his face couldn't keep up with filtering the sand. His nose and eyes filled with dust. It wasn't hot inside, but his body responded to neurotransmitter signals with errors, preventing him from achieving higher speeds. David heard the buggy start up and estimated the distance between them. He had about 2.5 minutes to cool down and clear the filter. He stopped in a hollow where a high dune cast an unreliable and almost useless shadow. The thermometer built into the suit showed that the air had heated to nearly 60 degrees. Standing on the sand was impossible, even with the protective layer covering his feet and soles. David removed the helmet, unzipped the suit, took a thin cloth from an inner pocket to wipe the visor, and used a pressurized air tube to blow out the filters. When only 30 seconds remained before the inevitable confrontation with the bodyguards, David connected to the WISE server, accessible to all company members, and transmitted the data for decryption. He then drew a mental map, divided the area into 3 large sections, and wondered if the secretary knew he was being searched for. It doesn't matter, David said to himself, sealed the suit, and ran. Current speed 190 kilometers per hour. Direction southwest. You will reach the target in 12 minutes, announced the onboard assistant's voice embedded in the helmet. Recommend adjusting 3 degrees to the left. David corrected his direction, and the assistant's voice fell silent. The air filter worked much better, allowing easy breathing and clear vision. The shell temperature reached nearly 240 degrees, but the inner layer of the suit maintained a comfortable temperature. For a few moments, all he heard was the distant waves of an ocean crashing ashore. Then a message from Wise broke through. David, the data has been decrypted. Satellite monitoring over the specified areas has been restored. Conduct a full scan of the area and transmit updated information. Then a voice distorted by static. 432, 12, 7, 0, 0, 14. David marked the coordinates on the maps, adjusted his course, and listened to his inner senses. David, came Mace's voice. Adjust 1 degree to the right. You will reach the specified point in 11 seconds if our calculations are correct. Mr. Mace, great to hear from you. David replied. I'd love to chat, but right now I don't have the time. You have over 3 minutes before your pursuers catch up. Mace continued calmly. I think that's enough time to get the secretary out of captivity. Do you have a plan? Actually, yes. A relatively good one, but you probably won't like it. Then I forbid you to execute it. Halson's voice came through. David, you're risking too much if something goes wrong. We don't know what awaits you at the specified point. If your suspicions are correct, you're dooming yourself to certain death. We still have time to plan everything in detail and reduce the risks. Understood, Mr. Carlson. David snapped and activated the camera. Can you display the image transmitted by my suit on the big screen? Yes, we can see everything. Then watch. David turned off the audio connection, scanned the surrounding area, and found the entrance to some underground facility. He needed to analyze the premises. This passage led to find out how many guards there were, where the lasers were positioned, how many levels it had, and what defenses were in place on each level. Mason Carlson would be furious, but he would surely save the secretary, and that was his mission. Just hope there are no Russians. Hope the speculation about building an intergalactic ark is just imagination. David muttered. Why does no one ever listen to me? Mr. Chief Advisor, we suspect that prohibited experiments are being conducted in the desert. The main server with our time's main villain is being kept there. And the apparatus the Russians can use to flee into space and wait for us all to die is being built. These are just your conjectures, Mr. Newman. Go there yourself, and if you're lucky, you won't share the same fate as the missing Secretary of State. Good luck. David wound himself up, recalling the details of his meeting with the chief advisor, and by the end of his monologue, he was so enraged that he almost missed the site where the mysterious base was presumably located, where ministers disappeared like satellites into black holes. The truth in the dungeon. David came to a sudden halt, lost his balance, tumbled a few meters, and landed in a sandy dune. As he got up, he realized he was standing on a sand-covered hatch. His sensors were going haywire, indicating a high concentration of people, unusual for a desert zone. Additionally, the readings were strange, suggesting the people were stacked vertically rather than spread out horizontally. David understood he was above a multi-level, well-guarded underground facility. He counted 6 guards on the first level and about 10 on the second. The signal from the third level only created interference, and there was no signal from the fourth level. Either there was an isolated security system, or his sensors weren't sensitive enough. 2 minutes 48 seconds. Countdown initiated. David said aloud, activating the silent high-speed maneuvering program in his suit. He switched his helmet to extra mode and silently descended through the hatch. Time slowed, his senses heightened. David's body became almost weightless and obedient, his movements graceful and precise, his strikes lightning fast. 1. He took down a guard with a rifle, who slumped against the wall. 2. He made two guards collide, hitting them with their own blasters. 3. David stole the weapons and bypassed the security system. 4. Heavy armor doors slid open, and David slipped inside, sealing the closing mechanism with chewing gum. He and the secretary would need to return the same way, and he wouldn't have time to fuss with doors. Descending to the second level, David cleared his throat to attract the guard's attention. Despite everything, he remained a polite young man who didn't attack from behind when his opponents were unaware. The guards' faces elongated as they noticed the scrawny guy in a tight suit and strange helmet. "What are you doing here?" "Looking for my friend," David said calmly. "There's nothing for you here," snarled a fat guard with a cleft lip, drawing a laser blaster. Before the guard could lift the weapon and aim it at David, he slid across the marble floor, tripped the guards, tied them up with a thick, extremely strong rope he always carried. "No offense, guys, but if you wake up sooner than expected, I want to make sure you don't get in my way. This is a matter of national importance, by the way," David said, opening another door leading to the lower level. He felt tempted to take a weapon, not to shoot, of course, just to boost his morale. He wanted to feel more confident, but decided against it. Firstly, all wise staff and his guardian were watching him. Secondly, weapons were not the way to restore order. It's hard to conduct peaceful negotiations with a Kalashnikov on your shoulder. David crept past a room where about 10 guards were sitting. A TV flickered, sound turned down to a minimum. Santa Fe playing with Burlap. No one moved as David slipped past. He tiptoed to 3 sentries at the last door, who were arguing about something, saluted them, and in a split second emptied the cartridges from their rifles. It happened so fast, they didn't have time to blink before collapsing to the floor, and David disappeared behind the massive armored door. "Secretary," he whispered. "Mr. Flo, can you hear me?" Silence. David tried to reach him again, but even a telepathic signal didn't get through. Either the secretary was already dead, or the room was lined with foil. In the farthest room on the second level, David found a small research center. There were monitors displaying surveillance camera data, a fireproof cabinet with thousands of folders signed in Russian along the western wall. On the table lay several open folders with cases from 20, maybe 30 years ago, and relatively recent photos clearly taken by a professional detective or sniper. The secretary drinking coffee, meeting a blonde in a red dress, signing some contract, then shaking hands with a sheik. The secretary standing with a teenage Peter Prime, and the latest, most recent, showed the secretary and Peter Prime bent over a table with some papers and printouts. David could make out the handwritten word projects and columns of numbers that seemed to be a code. David quickly scanned the document contents, scanned everything he could with the scanner built into his left sleeve, and sent the images to Wise. Checking his watch, 2.5 minutes had passed. David realized the Arabs were close. But given his latest discovery, he couldn't decide whether to fear them or not, whom they worked for, and what they wanted. Did they know why he was in their country and where he was now? Deciding not to overthink it, David descended another 20 meters, encountering no lasers, scanners, or armed guards, no resistance at all. Strangely, the 4th level seemed the least protected. David traversed a long tunnel and understood why. At the end of the tunnel, a surprise awaited him, the secretary with open arms. "Mr. Flo," David bowed. "I'm glad to see you in good health and spirits. You caused quite a stir. I hope you had a good reason." "David Newman, I've wanted to meet you for a long time, and here's a wonderful chance." "You faked your disappearance, didn't you?" David cut to the chase. I regret to inform you, your security system is weak, and my people see you right now. You can wave at them and say goodbye to your plans. I'm afraid neither you nor they can disrupt my plans. Mr. Flo sneered. Everything will proceed as planned, and you'll pay for sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. You have no idea what you've gotten into, who's behind this, or how it'll end. Are you threatening me? David asked, sitting in the secretary's chair. That's not very polite. Setting aside the details, I came to rescue you. Don't make me laugh. Flo laughed. If I hadn't ordered the guards to let you through, you wouldn't even have found the entrance, let alone neutralize the best fighters from Iran and Jordan who ensure my safety. Then why did you need me? David asked. You could have ordered them to kill me or keep me out. Sometimes you need a backup plan in case things don't go as expected. David replied, discreetly entering a sequence of numbers on the sensor embedded in his left sleeve. But what exactly are you trying to achieve? Once the era of instability ends and all power transitions to dead, an explosion will take the lives of everyone on the planet, and it'll take some time for the population to recover. Quite a lot of time, which can be used wisely if you know what to do. And you know? Oh, I know very well, as does my partner. The secretary rubbed his hands smugly. You must be familiar with him, but even if not, you've certainly heard of him. Let me inform you that we'll own all free lands. The workforce will be free and unlimited. Oil developments will be ours. The entire world will be under our control. I'm not acting out of selfishness. Understand me correctly, David. I'm driven by love for people, the desire to help our country achieve greatness. When the project is completed, I'll return to the USA, and we'll discuss conditions for a peaceful partnership with the president, benefiting everyone. Understand, I'll become a national hero. And of course, Mr. Prime won't skimp on rewarding his helpers. And the US government won't skimp on a life sentence in a high-security colony for traitors to the homeland. David spat out, gripping a glass figurine so tightly it shattered into hundreds of shards. You're blind and stupid. You're being used, and you believe you're doing good. What kind of hero will you be if everyone dies? Peter Prime is using you as free labor right now, and will continue to do so afterward if he even keeps you alive. You're out of your mind. The secretary shouted, his face turning red, spitting saliva. We're almost finished with the projects. A couple of details left, and you're here just in time. My guys will escort you to your room. You'll make a fine gift for Mr. Prime. You'll make a fine patient for observation in a neurosis clinic. David disagreed. The secretary smirked and waved his hand. Doors disguised as walls, exactly matching their structure, slid open, and soldiers surrounded them from all sides. David sent a signal to Agent Carlson, with little hope it would be received. He couldn't catch the fourth-level signal even while standing 80 meters above it, let alone a transatlantic signal. Information confirmed, over. Need backup. Critical situation. Over. David fought with all his might, swift and precise. He laid the soldiers in piles, but they kept coming, seemingly endless. David was drenched in sweat, his eyes stinging, his knuckles bloody, his muscles burning. Losing himself, he charged at the tunnel he had descended, but was pushed back by the massive crowd. David tried several times to break through the isolation, but there was no response. They pinned him to the floor, a sharp pain in his temple. Before losing consciousness, David smiled and gave a thumbs up, hearing what he thought was Carlson saying. Approved, sending backup. The rapid response team is already working on it. Echoed in David's mind before he blacked out. They won't manage, he shouted. Of course, they won't. Mr. Flo agreed. A few questions need to be resolved, and the order given to Dead to destroy everything. Don't you understand they'll get rid of you as soon as you're no longer needed in whatever you're doing? Mr. Flo rose from his desk, walked along the shelves, stroked book spines, and a crooked photo of him with the Russian defense minister in a sign. David felt nauseous. He couldn't contact wise agents to find out if backup was coming or if he had to handle this alone. He was chained to a metal beam, suspended in a cage whose bars blocked signals and sapped his strength. Mr. Flo stopped in front of the cage, showed David the rock on sign, and mockingly cooed, "Look, Mr. Almighty Know-It-All is trapped and won't manage to do anything. Warn anyone, just carry out Peter Prime's will, then stand by as everything he loves is destroyed. You'll never see that day. And yes, I've already warned those who needed it. If I'm destined to die here, don't worry, I'll take you with me." Mr. Flo smirked and left the office, turning off the lights. David focused on the sounds from outside, hearing guard conversations on 2 levels. That was something. He saw light near the staircase leading outside, to the hatch hidden by a dune through which he had entered. He had little strength left. Most of his energy was spent overcoming the cage's resistance. But David wasn't afraid. The emerging power, the vast internal resource, something new and previously unexperienced, came into play. The vibrations and electric currents enveloping him sent shivers through his body, making David the center of all electrons in the universe. He saw the upper layer hiding the events above him bubbling and peeling away, revealing a neighboring reality. David pinched himself to confirm he wasn't dreaming, winced, and let himself relax, giving in to the natural flow of events. He found himself sitting under a tree next to Welsh, who was waking up. "David," Welsh exclaimed. "What happened? Was I asleep?" "No, our guides drugged us with a strong sedative, but I slipped away, and then they lost sight of me." "And the secretary?" "The secretary is a scoundrel, and a stupid one at that. He's in league with Peter Prime, and there's an entire underground army. My fears were justified. They're building the Ark and storing Edie there. The protection level matches the danger level. I haven't figured out Mr. Flo's exact role, maybe holding back Edie's destructive power. Regardless, his time is short, as is ours. I need to be freed as soon as possible." "Freed? How? What's going on? Are you a ghost, or am I still out of it?" "You could say that." David smiled. "And you're still out of it. Contact Carlson, see if they receive my signal. We need to hurry, and we need help. Lots of help." Welsh squeezed his eyes shut, blinked rapidly, and shook his head, shedding the remnants of sleep. David lay on the cold concrete floor of the cage and didn't even feel the bars shock. Silence filled everything, becoming a resonant hum. He dreamt silent, vivid dreams full of fear and anxiety. When Mr. Flo entered the room, David realized his dreams weren't typical. They were like sketches transferred from one sheet to another. The difference lay in tiny details. Overall, it was a cartoon where the character whistled on the way to the goal. David slipped through parallel realities, differing in minor discrepancies, yet different. He managed to count the exact number of soldiers in the dungeon, nearly 1,000, the total area, about 20 hectares, 6 or 7 highly classified objects he couldn't access. He entered the last branch, saw his suit carelessly tossed on a table, a half-empty bottle of whiskey tipped over, and Mr. Flo sprawled drunk in a chair. David wasn't fully aware of how visible and tangible he was, so he acted cautiously and almost silently. He searched every drawer and hideout, every documents, and all cloud memory on the laptop, finding nothing. Outside, something rumbled. David froze, glanced at Mr. Flo, and understood why he had felt uneasy and in danger. Blood trickled from the secretary's mouth, and his eyes were wide open. The silence David found normal was not. It was the silence of a morgue. Mr. Flo wasn't a visitor, but a stiff copy on a forensic table, awaiting grieving relatives for identification. David took a few small steps toward the dead secretary, extended his hand to close his eyes, and was surprised to find he wasn't alone. "Victor, I should have known you'd be here." "Hello, David," greeted a lifeless, hoarse voice. "I'm glad to see you too, though I still don't quite understand how this works. My people swear on their mothers and limbs that you're lying on the cell floor designed especially for you. I'm afraid the designer doesn't know me well. So you managed to avoid prison?" "Avoid it successfully," Dobrev replied, stepping from behind a cabinet into the center of the office. "Since you're here, I don't think it matters if someone accidentally fries your physical body right now."
No.
David shouted, momentarily losing his composure. An unseen force hurled him against the wall, and he found himself back on the cell floor, checked to see he was intact, and the room was empty, blinked, and returned to face Dobrev. "Are you also a pawn in Peter's cruel game?" "Who else?" Victor asked in surprise. David pointed at the dead secretary. Victor looked at him as if seeing him for the first time.
Oh,
Him. He is an absolute idiot. "What?" David corrected. "Well, yes," Dobrev muttered. "Doesn't matter." "What?" "Wasn't. Understand, you're all part of my game. Peter, this dummy, and you. Everyone wants to feel like a puppeteer." "What?" "Oh, yes, you're right. Not everyone manages that. Where was I? I may be dumb, but I'm no fool. I have a nephew who grew up on comics about you, got into quantum mechanics, physics, computers, and whatever else. He's sharp, you know. I oversaw the construction of a space shelter to gain vast territory, all necessary materials, an entire army under my command. They're killers, with no feelings, understanding only orders, and I have unlimited power over them. My nephew handles dead, not as efficiently as you, but well enough. Prime doesn't realize the old guard isn't obsolete, he'll regret his arrogance. But first, we must deal with you and the American upstarts on their way. In a few hours, everything here will blow up. When Prime realizes his plans for an ark have failed, he'll be destroyed, as will his beloved resort, and his henchmen will wash up in the bay, gnawed by fish and turtles. And you, Newman, and your American colleagues signing your death warrants are just a slice of pineapple in a tropical cocktail. We'll head home, take control of Dead, and then the entire planet. David figured out how to buy time, how to disappear unnoticed, and most importantly, how to stop people if they were indeed approaching. Desperately sending signals to Wise. "Recall the people. Recall them. Do you hear? Over. It's a trap. Recall the people. Repeat. It's a trap. Recall the people." He even tried intercepting their radio signals if they were nearby, but to no avail. Dobrev sat smugly, filing his nails with a metallic rasping sound, the corners of his lips curling upwards, looking like a cat that had just eaten cream, even purring something. David checked the room where his physical body remained, glanced at the suit still on the table, and in his mind. Victor read his thoughts, leisurely approached the table, and placed the suit in a fireproof safe. "We'll take this with us, thank you," he addressed David, locking the safe. Silly, as David didn't need to see the combination, he knew it before Dobrev shut the door. "I think my nephew will find it quite useful." David shrugged. Mentally, he was 100 kilometers away from the underground army and the dead secretary. He sent the recall order several more times, located the detonator, and left a message for Jay-Wei, who had absolute remote control over the suit, if its built-in mechanisms failed. "Don't fail me, Jay-Wei," he whispered. "There won't be a chance to fix it. I won't have time to retrieve the suit. Once I'm out, fire." "Sorry, I didn't catch that." Dobrev turned to him with a broad smile, holding an advanced ultra blaster. David stepped back and vanished. "Down." Victor swore, yelling into his radio. "All units to the solitary cell. Secure the perimeter. Increase guard. Don't let the prisoner escape. Surround all rooms. If he resists, shoot." "That's an order." David rose, wavered but steadied himself, then focused, shifted quanta to combat readiness, smashed the cell door with a powerful strike, and ran. He dashed at maximum speed, taking nearly a minute to reach the surface. He reacted faster than the Russian soldiers and commanded J-Way to act without delay. In the distance, David saw Welsh struggling to start the buggy. "Welsh!" David shouted, darting toward him. "Leave it. No time." Welsh jumped off the buggy just in time for David to grab him. Running at high speed without the suit, carrying an extra 100 kilograms, was too much. David felt his strength fading, his legs entangling, sweat blinding him, and his grip on Welsh loosening. Losing control, David stumbled, and they tumbled in different directions. At that moment, an explosion echoed, and flames erupted over the desert. "Beautiful," was all David could say, emerging from a sand layer that covered him. "Welsh! Welsh!" 100 meters away lay a still body, covered by a wave of dust, smoke, and ash. "Welsh!" David called again. "Welsh! Don't die on me, Welsh!" Welsh rolled over and coughed. "Alive?" David asked, shielding Welsh from the sandstorm. "We need to get out of here. We can't stay all night. Besides..." "What?" Welsh croaked. "I'm afraid the mission isn't over. And by the way, the secretary is dead." "I could have guessed." Welsh rasped, looking at the black, foul-smelling smoke rising from the underground base. "No, he was already dead before the explosion. Dobrev finished him off." "Victor? The one you were tracking?" "Yes, and it was a trap. Prime plan to build a spaceship to escape Edie's righteous napalm. Dobrev saw through it. He knew US authorities would be interested in illegal activities at the Russian Mafia Migration Center and volunteered to manage the projects. He sent fake reports monthly on the progress, while sending real blueprints to his nephew in the US. They had their own art. David nodded and stopped. They had almost reached the highway, crowded with fire trucks and police cars. David set Welsh down and patted his shoulder. "Contact Agent Carlson. I'll leave you here, all right? You don't need to get involved in all these explosive matters." "David." "Sorry, Welsh. We're on a tight schedule. Medics will pick you up and check you out." "David. I forbid you." "David." "It's necessary, Welsh. Tell Mace to secure the central area. Evacuate people. That idiot had too many subordinates." With these words, David disappeared over the horizon. The bump in Burj Khalifa. He caught a ride and urged the driver to hurry towards Dubai. David listened intently to the radio, recalling everything he knew about local factions and considering the motives of those who had planted a bomb at the base of Burj Khalifa. When a message came through about a ship arriving late at night and burning to the ground by morning, leaving no traces of who or what it had brought, everything clicked into place. David had heard of pirate ships loaded with mysterious goods, perhaps jewels, drugs, and weapons. Along with these goods, mixed units of professional fighters from Iraq, Syria, and Assedia were on board. These ships were set on fire as soon as they anchored, and the crew with the illegal cargo would vanish. They were led through secret routes to various hotels, where they would spend their last night before the attack, gathering their thoughts, walking the city, and visualizing every detail of the upcoming terrorist act. When the driver passed the last interlane and reached the main street, David jumped out of the car and froze in front of the majestic Burj Khalifa. Goosebumps ran down his body. Thousands of tourists had gathered at the base, eager to see the fountain show. Imagining all of them perishing, exploding, drowning, being crushed by the crowd or by windows, beams, and concrete blocks flying out from the explosion, David clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug into his palms, leaving bloody crescents. Alerted police officers mingled in the crowd, trying not to spread panic, and guided people away from the crowded square. Visitors, hotel residents, workers, office employees, and staff from salons and restaurants continuously exited the building. The building emptied slowly, the crowd dispersed in all directions, and annoyed tourists grumbled in all languages. David also weaved through the mass of people, as politely as possible, urging them to head towards the exits, either through the passage or the side routes formed by the neighboring buildings. People grumbled but turned and left the cordoned-off area. Panic was avoided. Everything went smoothly and efficiently. But as David entered the spacious lobby and showed his ID to the guard, his inner voice spoke. "This is a diversion," it said almost cheerfully. "The bomb in Burj Khalifa is practically a prop. The Russians planted a few dynamites that would barely trigger the alarms, which is why they allowed so much time to evacuate everyone from the building. They outsmarted him, deceived him. But if the explosives aren't here, then where?" David imagined a map of the city marked with all the strategically important targets that could be hit for the greatest impact. The terrorist target wasn't a crowd of idle tourists, but, of course, he should have figured it out immediately. The infamous Secretary Flo had arrived in the United Arab Emirates for an international conclave where representatives from almost all nations, ambassadors, consuls, businessmen, presidents, and ministers had gathered. If David's memory served him right, it was happening today at the British consulate. While all security services would rush here, to Burj Khalifa, the consulate building with all the world's important people would explode. Worse still, the city streets were now clogged with traffic and blockages that David himself had organized by ordering the evacuation. Wonderful. He sat down on a step and feverishly went through his options. The plan was roughly known to him at a subconscious level. First, 5 warning shots would disable the alert system and security and block access to emergency exits. David couldn't yet calculate how many would be injured in this, but he hacked into the database to find out how many consulate employees, robots, groups, and police would be in the building at the hour of X. It was impossible to predict the exact number of attendees, and stopping this madness by sitting here and wasting precious minutes wouldn't work. He needed to reach the consulate before everything happened. It would be easier with the suit, but who was he to seek easy ways? David took the elevator to the 100th floor, assessed the road situation through the glass windows, chose the straight and almost empty streets, descended, and ran, hoping all the bigwigs attending the referendum were grilling kebabs in the backyard rather than sitting in a stuffy, or right on a powder keg. A minute and a half before the explosion, the guards would leave their post to escape the crime scene, which meant David would have just over 200 seconds to warn everyone gathered to take their important documents and martini glasses and get into the autopilot carts that David had borrowed from Dubai Mall and programmed to silently reach maximum speed considering the visitors and consulate employees' wait. Feeling like a shepherd, David herded his flock of electric carts with autopilot and electric motors and parked them at each exit. This isn't the Titanic with lifeboats for only 10 people. David Newman, the most considerate superhero of our time, is at work. They should already have received the message for immediate silent and secret evacuation because terrorists were still operating in the basement, making final preparations. And they could know that the influential people gathered in the large banquet hall were aware of the plan to blow them up and were escaping. This would ruin the entire rescue plan. He had to discreetly alert and evacuate 100 or 2 foreign diplomats and then get them out of the mine consulate. This definitely deserves some cool musical accompaniment, David told himself, once again listening to what was happening below. In the basement were 6 guards and hypersensitive bugs, transmitting equipment status, audio signals, air pressure, particle vibrations, and humidity levels. David turned on Highway to Hell and walked through the front doors. I just need to make sure everyone gets out and then, in the remaining moments, break into the top-secret government bunker and defuse the most complex explosive device set up over a few days by experienced demolishers. As he entered the hall, everyone turned simultaneously. David waved at them and whispered, "This will be fun." Time slowed down and stretched. Particles, quanta, molecules, atoms, dust specks, sand grains, inhaled and exhaled air, wind vibrations, sounds, and bright flashes of light hung in the air. The Earth continued to rotate at the same speed, but time, such a relative, inconstant, and capricious entity, obeyed David, allowing itself to be caught and slightly outwitted. He moved at the speed of light, while everyone else, ambassadors, ministers, advisors, deputies, exes, presidents, waiters, cleaners, guards, nodding off, froze in unnatural poses, like in bad freeze frames when you pause a movie, and the characters stop with their mouths open or mid-jump with a ridiculous expression. David could have had fun if he didn't need to hurry. He moved everyone he could as close to the exits as possible, cleared emergency passages, removed everything blocking the way, brought in the carts, set up all the transmitters, and erected a not very strong but somewhat protective electric dome. David heard everything move upstairs: glasses, papers, documents, dishes, and mops falling. People stomped and screamed. At that moment, 6 guards ran out through the back door to the street and jumped into a minivan. David checked his watch, paused for a moment at the entrance to the utility room leading to the bunker, made sure he hadn't missed anything, and satisfied like a conductor who got an entire symphony orchestra to play as one instrument, smiled and stepped into the darkness. Perfect. I still have a minute and a half. David held his breath. He moved lightly and gracefully, barely touching the concrete floor, listening to the directed current sounds, signals running through wires, and particle movements. He felt that incredible sensation again. The surrounding chaos briefly organized and presented itself to David in its purest form, strictly organized and beautiful. He knew what was required of him, knew how to execute it, his fingertips sliding along the wires like a skillful lover's fingers along the lines of a beloved's body. David disabled everything he could, de-energized the basement, redirected current flows, listened to the vast territory below and above, determined the distance to the exit, and accelerated. When everything was done, and David emerged through the same hatch the terrorists had used, he still had 40 seconds left. Inside the building, he heard a screech that shouldn't have been there. David knew this sound well, a metal rim scraping a plate because the rubber layer had worn off. 27 seconds. It can't be. He had planned everything. Or had he? David closed his eyes and mentally transported himself to the corridor leading to the bathrooms, where the noise came from. The handicap stall. A creaking old model wheelchair. A 12-year-old boy. Forgetting everything else, David dashed inside, pleading with his body to move faster than ever, faster than light, faster than sound. Just in time, he broke down the men's restroom door and almost tripped over the wheelchair, blocking the way. The boy was trying to turn around, but the wheel got stuck between a pipe and a trash can. David scooped the boy up, covered his ears, told him to close his eyes tight, and ran as fast as he could. They made it outside just in time. David turned to see the blast wave blow out all the windows and the flames erupt. He heard sirens, the air vibrating, police communications, crowd murmurs, and someone crying. David gently set the boy on the ground and told him it was safe to open his eyes. Doctors and police immediately rushed towards them. Uh-oh, Grandma's gonna be upset about the chair, the boy whispered, then looked up at David. Oh, I know you. You're Wonder Dave, right? David, he corrected. Dave is short for David, the boy said. I know, but I'm David, and I have to go. You need to catch the bad guys, right? The boy said in awe. Something like that. You're a real hero, right? You saved the world, right? Take care, kid. David replied, ruffling the boy's hair and rushing through the crowd. I'll try to save my country first, and then the whole world. The boy remained sitting on the grass, helplessly looking around. Someone picked him up and carried him to a rescue vehicle. where doctors immediately surrounded him. "It's okay, kid. The state will take care of your wheelchair and you too," said the Indian doctor reassuringly. "And my grandma?" the boy asked in a tearful voice. The doctor assured him that she would be taken care of too, and was about to give instructions to a nurse when the boy asked, "And will you take care of Wonder Day?" "Who?" "He's a real superhero. He saved us all. He carried me out, I got stuck in the bathroom. The wheel got caught. I couldn't turn around. And my dad, he's a diplomat. And I didn't want to bother him because I'm already a burden to him and my whole family." The boy couldn't finish because of the tears. The doctor knelt beside him and also helplessly looked around. Because even adults, even experienced doctors, sometimes find themselves in situations for which life has not prepared them. The doctor asked if the superhero had a weapon. The boy shook his head no, then smiled broadly and said, "He had a super suit and a super helmet." The doctor scratched his head and approached the police captain to relay what he'd heard. The captain threw a dry thank you and walked over to his men, trying to figure out what kind of madman dared to charge the fortifications seconds before an explosion that could have claimed dozens of lives. What was going through his head, how to contact him, and what to do next: rescue, intercept, and try to stop him, or just wait. The captain's gut told him to do something, but he couldn't. He repeated his instructions once more, returned to the patrol car, closed the doors, and increased the volume on the communication channel. David crossed 4 intersections before finally finding an open roadside cafe. Soldiers in uniform with slung rifles stood nearby. David smiled and saluted. They stepped aside to let him in. Behind the bar stood a stunning brunette with wide-open brown eyes. Seeing her made David feel sad. Real people in service? It was like using a time machine. He thought of Leela and how everything had changed. Gone were the days when bars had bartenders you could pour your heart out to, waitresses who laughed at unfunny jokes and gave customers smiles. Now there were only robots, soldiers, planes, and rockets. The world was supposed to become clean and bright, but had turned gray and unwelcoming. David sat at a table, ordered strong black tea and a pepperoni pizza, then created a secret line with quantum encryption and heard a familiar voice. "David, David, can you hear me? What kind of new communication channel is this? Secret Russian or Arab developments? Are you spying for Neurochip?" "Yeah, there are plenty of developments. Here in the bar, they have real waitresses." "And robots aren't real waitresses?" Mace feigned indignation. "That's discrimination by creation." "I'm glad to hear you," David replied. "Me too," Eden said, embarrassed. "How are things in the Emirates? Camels and 50 degrees in the shade? Sheiks everywhere. And oil coming out of the taps instead of water?" "Mr. Mace, you're a walking collection of stereotypes." David laughed, surprising himself. Reserved and calm, he hadn't laughed heartily, contagiously, in a long time. He had almost forgotten the sparkling bubbles of happiness that rise from the diaphragm. Maybe this was genuine love, the ability to make a loved one laugh in the darkest times. David felt, even across the thousands of kilometers separating them, that Mace struggled with this feigned cheerfulness. "Listen," Mace changed the subject. "The whole world is buzzing that in the United Arab Emirates, there's a superhero named David running around and saving everyone indiscriminately. I can't remember the last name, Novikov or Novichkov. Very similar to Newman. Anything on your end about this?" "Mr. Mace, don't expect me to comment. By the way, my schedule is packed. Journalists wait months for a free slot in my calendar to get a few minutes and ask some questions." "I wasn't even interested," Mace said indifferently. "Just thought I'd ask. Maybe you know something about this guy, David Novichkov, saving the world while you're hanging out in bars and flirting with waitresses." "I missed you terribly, Mr. Mace." David sighed. "Your flight is tomorrow evening. Rest up, and the day after tomorrow We'll play chess and gossip about old Carlson. I found out he's a bit deaf in one ear, so we can make fun of him. But Mr. Mace, David began, thinking about the black minivan with the memorable license plate, ED, which was unlikely to be a coincidence. No buts. We've already sent people there. Are you sure they'll handle it? David, Mace interrupted. You may be getting smarter every day and can connect to the universal quantum consciousness, but that doesn't give you the right to doubt the competence of specially trained people working for global well-being. Yes, Mr. Flo was also well-trained and believed he was acting in the interests of the US and the world. David retorted. We'll talk about this when you're in Los Angeles. Mace cut him off. If that ever happens, David replied. Mace was silent. David checked his watch, listened to what was happening around him, heard the electronic devices buzzing in Mace's house on the other side of the world, and the kettle boiling. How long had it been since he could sit in Mace's kitchen and discuss upcoming operations, get some useful advice, or just chat about politics, the upcoming elections, and why the unified global base of helper robots missed a whole batch of highly dangerous creations called Kili 27.12, which suddenly appeared in the Middle East, equipped with grenades and flamethrowers, and destroyed several cities in Lebanon and Jordan. David wanted to ask something else when suddenly a sharp pain pierced his left temple, as if someone had stuck a needle or dart into it. The connection broke, hissing, crackling, and interference filled his inner ear, and Los Angeles once again became part of a long, unreal dream that hadn't been and couldn't be real. Mr. Mace became a joke, a hero from a book or comic about a kind philanthropist who saved a little boy with cerebral palsy. He understood. He needed to return to the US as soon as possible. One attack wouldn't be the end of this madness. The Russians had gotten a taste for it and lost any notions of humanity and morality. They'd now act openly, meaning the next terrorist act would directly target America. David reached the hotel, where everything was overturned, belongings and documents scattered on the floor. Welsh, apparently having simply stepped over the mess, was loudly snoring on the couch. David covered him with a blanket, collapsed on the bed, and also fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Flo's case was made public, exposing the millions siphoned from the state treasury, collusion with the Russians, and a planned terrorist act that would have turned the entire Middle East against us. These news pushed the church's confrontation with artificial intelligence out of the headlines. David had already been forgotten, allowing him to return home. Without the honors he deserved, but also without being pelted with stones, which he was immensely grateful for. 2049 to 2051. Undeserved Boycott. After a few months, however, his joy did not last long. He noticed the changes immediately. Mace, who came to meet him at the airport, looked sick, pale, and older, and worst of all, he avoided direct questions about his health and what had been happening during David's absence. Welsh had arrived earlier than David, had time to change, shave, and join Mace. He opened the door for them, sighed sadly, and disappeared into the kitchen. Max, called David. Can you explain to me what is going on in this house? It feels like I've come to a funeral. It's so gloomy here, and no one is admitting anything. Hello, David, replied the electronic assistant. I'm glad to welcome you. As far as I know, the flight was successful. Compared to Dubai, Los Angeles must feel cool to you, right? Are you kidding me? Seriously? You even ordered Max to lie? Technically, noted Max, withholding the truth is not the same as lying. Wonderful. David couldn't stand it. I'm not asking to be greeted as a hero. I don't need laurels, medals, or awards. I'm modest and smart enough not to attach importance to such formalities, but I have the right to normal, human treatment, a smile, to hear, "We're so glad you're back." See, I don't expect you to dance around me and throw confetti. David pushed Welsh, who stood in the doorway holding a ladle of steaming soup. Welsh staggered back uncertainly. Mace sat on a bar stool, resting his chin in his hands and closing his eyes. David continued talking as he put a frozen pizza in the microwave. Just so you know, I wasn't on a beach vacation. I was saving humanity. If you think that's all nonsense, not worth your attention, just say so. If something happened, I think I have the right to know. David. What, David? Do you think I'm a little boy or an idiot? Don't forget that I am a kind of collective intelligence, and it would take me a second to find out your secrets and hidden motives for keeping them. I just never thought I'd have to resort to such tricks with my closest people. David burned himself on the plate, and it, along with the pizza, crashed to the floor. Never mind, I'll eat it like this. David waved off Welsh, who bent down to help him. If they treat me like a fool here, I'll act accordingly. David. Mace tried again, pausing. Please stop. You weren't this hot-tempered even during puberty. That's just because you were never home. Otherwise, you'd know what a character I had. Mace turned away, visibly hurt, then looked at David intently and went upstairs. Welsh remained standing with the shards in his hands. You shouldn't have done that, David, he said. Mr. Mace is angry because he was very worried about you. It shows. He hoped to meet you normally, but everything piled up one after another, and he just didn't have time to figure out how to tell you all the news. Welsh fell silent, and David paused, waiting patiently for him to continue. But Welsh shrugged and disappeared into the bathroom. Swallowing his resentment and the unappetizing pizza, David went home, hurt and angry. He reviewed all the reports on his department's work at WISE and sent a request for permission to assemble a team of specialists. The employees were glad to see him, but refused to talk about anything meaningful, inventing more and more absurd excuses. Apparently, they were forbidden to talk to him, and David wondered why. As for the special unit he hoped to form, refusals came from everywhere. Despite Mr. Carlson's support, he could do nothing. No organization agreed to allocate people, hackers, bodyguards, or even electricians. David bitterly smiled one evening when Welsh joked that they wouldn't even assign him a dozen janitors and troubled teenagers. It reached the point where heads of large departments, directors, and top-secret agents personally crafted elegantly formulated responses, filled with nonsense and empty words, in which David sensed irony and mockery. Someone was interested in keeping David out of the way, and this someone had practically unlimited influence. At WISE, he asked everyone what they knew about the blockade against him, but his colleagues only sympathetically shrugged and gradually began to avoid him. In despair and meaningless waiting, David spent dozens of sleepless nights. Twice he called the President of the United States, but twice the call was dropped, followed by an email expressing regret and stating it would be better for everyone if David didn't stick his nose where it didn't belong. This infuriates me, David loudly declared. The office was empty except for Clark Carlson, who looked up in confusion. Mr. Carlson, I'm not a child and certainly not an idiot. That's true, Carlson agreed. Everyone is against me, and since my return, I've been wandering around, lost in guesses. They met me with grim coldness. I feel like a third grader punished, but not told why. Why can't Welsh, Mr. Mace, Max, or even you spare a minute of your precious time to tell me what terrible thing happened while I was gone? I'm afraid a minute won't be enough, Carlson replied, moving from his desk to a soft chair. He poured himself a strong coffee and took a piece of pie while David marched from one corner of the office to the other, waving his arms. Sit down. I don't want to sit down, Agent Carlson. I want to know what's going on. For many years, I woke up in fear for my life and safety, as well as for the safety of my loved ones, because society considered me a real threat, and the previous government willingly supported this myth, making my everyday life an extremely exciting survival game. With the rise to power of Mr. Moore, everything changed. The country set a course to outpace opponents in all areas of science and invention. Yes, then President Moore asked me to work for the government because they needed my ability to predict possible outcomes and calculate probabilities. And all this time, I believed my work was important. Because I helped maintain the country's economy, helped control countries with totalitarian regimes, stopped criminals, prevented bad guys from doing their dirty deeds, advised all ministers on what, how, and when to do to ensure their ministries handled their tasks. You perform your duties excellently, David. That's undeniable, Carlson replied. But you. At first, I was tasked with receiving, processing, and analyzing all data, preventing disasters, disarming suicide bombers, saving the country from alien invasions, deranged religious fanatics, assassins preparing attacks, people hiring assassins, drug traffickers, scoundrels whose actions posed a hidden or direct threat to the U.S., the government, or its citizens. Then they sent me to various parts of the world on dangerous missions. And then I saw the results of my actions. I knew. If I warned the right people in advance, a crisis could be avoided. If I timely reported something suspicious happening somewhere, the guys would respond. If I predicted the collapse of one company or a sharp rise in another stock, we could prevent an economic crash. After all, if I shouted, "Duck," the president would drop to the ground because he trusted my judgments. Rather, he used to trust. Because now, when I keep talking about the threat not only to the US, but to the entire planet, the entire population of Earth, I'm ignored, pushed into a corner, shoved behind the scenes. My voice drowned out by irritating trivialities. No one wants to hear my calls to stop the impending madness that will destroy all people. David. Carlson tried to stop him, stirring his coffee more vigorously. Mr. Carlson, you forgot the sugar. What? Sugar. Your coffee. David sank into a chair opposite Mr. Carlson, massaged his temples with his hands, and sobbed. The resentment accumulated over these months, the feeling of alienation, the sense that he had become invisible and unneeded, found an outlet. The worried sympathy on Carlson's face meant only one thing. He wouldn't get the green light. He wouldn't be allowed to assemble a team and go to Minnesota, on the border with Canada, where he had determined Dobrev's nephew was operating, the source of all the evil perpetrated by Edie. Now everyone was against him. Someone was so scared of what David was predicting that they used all means, all influence, to create an information blockade, to prohibit talking about it, writing, digging, approaching. Carlson was powerless to help. And Mace, one of the most influential people of the new era, and his guardian, didn't even want to talk to him. David calmed down, performing a simple breathing exercise, then silently left Carlson's office, hunched over with his hands in his pockets. He thought he was impossible to hurt anymore, but unfortunately, he was wrong. It became even worse than when everyone hated him. Now he wasn't hated. Now no one acknowledged that a young man named David Newman existed, who moved to America with his parents in orthopedic shoes many years ago. Many years ago, both of these disappeared from his life, and now it seemed he was disappearing too. Carlson's secretary caught up with him at the traffic light, handed him a thick envelope, and mumbled her apologies. David got on the Green Line Metro, not even thinking about where he wanted to go. He placed the envelope on his lap and stared at it. The large, rounded letters, written by Carlson himself, felt like mockery. He wrote it slowly and deliberately, weighing each word, presenting everything in the proper form, while David was going crazy with worry, wanting to rage, but forced to silently endure the situation. So many years of hard work, and all for nothing. Why keep me in service for so long if, when faced with a real threat, they decided to simply discard me? Haven't I proven my loyalty? Didn't all my predictions come true? Wasn't I right when I said that Peter had gone mad and planned to destroy everyone while he would be cruising the cosmos on his comfortable intergalactic arc? Did I deserve this treatment? David sniffled again. The woman sitting next to him looked at him disapprovingly and shook her head. So young and already crazy. David wasn't embarrassed at all and continued analyzing the situation aloud. Okay, let's assume they don't want to cause panic, don't want to publicize the threat hanging over the entire planet. But do they really think it's not worth even attempting to fix something? To stop Edie, to stop the Russians, to take control? You can't control everything, came a voice from David's right. He turned his head and saw a man with honey brown eyes, a graying beard, dressed modestly but elegantly. His elongated, mobile face, slightly rounded at the bottom, seemed familiar to David. He moved over to free up the seat next to him. But you should never despair and give up. Do we know each other? David asked. Well, I know you very well, Mr. Newman, your caregiver, your story. The stranger replied politely, showing a row of even white teeth. Do you mind if we drop the formalities and switch to you? My name probably won't mean anything to you. Why? The thing is, I've never been to America before. I flew in from far away because I learned how unsuccessfully you've been trying to get permission to form a team and conduct an operation to save the world. Yes, it's absurd. The ones you hope to save from destruction are trying to protect themselves from you. The problem is that no one can be sure you'll manage, David. You were the universal enemy for so long, and people believed in all those horrors and scary tales about how dangerous artificial intelligence is. They listened to terrifying prophecies that you were born to ruin humanity, that they stopped distinguishing light from darkness, good from bad. Everything has mixed so much that it's impossible to explain to ordinary citizens the difference between you and Edie. In their eyes, you're equally dangerous. No one catches that fine line between Putin's digitized consciousness and you. They can't grasp that one artificial intelligence, evil, wants to destroy them all, and the other, good, wants to stop the villain. I dare say, David, that you too sometimes don't always realize which part of you is yourself and which is the self-developing program implanted in your brain along with the chip. David listened attentively, not daring to interrupt the stranger. There was something in him that inspired trust. I know what happened. You don't even need to open the envelope. But how? From where? What do you know? David asked, looking into the man's eyes, hoping to penetrate his consciousness, read his thoughts, find out what he really felt, who he was, after all. That trick won't work on me. The stranger smiled. I have immunity and secret sources I can't reveal. First of all, let me express my condolences. The car suddenly braked. The brakes screeched. The smell of hot metal filled the air, and David hit his head on the handrail as he was thrown away from the stranger, who only slightly swayed. The lights flickered, and David's heart pounded fiercely. Leela? David asked in a trembling voice, sitting back down, even though it wasn't necessary. There was no need to say it out loud, as he already knew, just couldn't admit it to himself. He was there when they came. He felt her pain and fear. He couldn't do anything because he was physically on the other side of the world at that moment. The stranger barely nodded, and David groaned. What else? A squad of the best fighters from the resistance was sent to Minnesota, mostly children of Russian immigrants, in the second and third generation. They've been there for several months, but nothing has been achieved so far. Because they have no idea what to do. They relied on one absurd guess about the whereabouts of something they don't even suspect. It's amazing they're still alive. David's voice grew angry. His thoughts and fears churned inside. His hands clenched into fists. I need to get there. I must be there. It's my mission. How foolish must one be to refuse real help and send people to certain death? The president weighed all the pros and cons. It was his conscious decision, supported by the Senate and almost the entire cabinet. It once again proves that the world still exists by sheer luck. This is just madness. Sending away the only person who can resist Edie and prevent impending chaos, ignoring, acting secretly, knowing nothing about the enemy. It's just idiotic. Aren't you overestimating yourself? The man asked. Is this your wounded pride speaking? Be careful, David. All great villains in history also had an inflated sense of self-worth. I see things clearly, David assured him, lowering his voice. But I feel helpless. Who knows, maybe they're all in on it. President Moore and Peter Prime. They're not. How do you know? How can you be sure? Who are you anyway? David exploded. I have no reason to trust your conclusions or listen to your words. That's fair, the stranger replied. I won't try to convince you because it won't have the desired effect, but I'll give you a little hint. Tomorrow, there will be an important meeting with investors and prominent political figures, attended by both the Prime Minister and the President himself. Perhaps an assassination attempt is being prepared. I believe if you can prevent it, the President will reconsider his decision about allowing you to the task or not. The car suddenly stopped, swayed. The stranger stood up, winked at David, and stepped onto the platform. The crowd poured through the open doors. When the train moved again, the man was no longer there. David got off at the next station. He asked Jay Wake to send him copies of the latest documents he had analyzed, compiled a few days earlier, based on intercepted conversations with barely noticeable similarities. A covered pavilion in the suburbs of New York. The ship Rosa Maria, arriving tomorrow. A political congress, an after-party where several heads of friendly countries would make tempting offers to the president. One of them he must accept. How could he not have guessed earlier? Jay Way, inform Mr. Mace and Mr. Carlson that I'm flying to New York on the nearest flight, apparently departing in an hour and 40 minutes, if I make it. David, you can't fly to New York today? Jay Way objected. Why not? David exclaimed. Today is an important day, and its consequences can be irreversible. Can you be specific? David snapped. I'm sorry, Mr. Newman, but no. Jayway replied, launching into lengthy explanations why David couldn't leave Los Angeles. But just at that moment, the Aero Express arrived, and David boarded the front door. What's wrong with this world? David exclaimed. Since when did I become Mr. Newman to you? David. Just tell them, okay? David asked, cutting off the connection. Hold on tight, Mr. President. David bought a last-minute ticket from the airline's website. Passenger aviation was slightly behind military aviation in development, but there was no longer a need to spend 6 hours flying from Los Angeles to New York. 2 hours with ears popping and complimentary drinks, flight attendants in soft slippers instead of uniform shoes, and a separate cabin for each passenger. That was the world of the future. David remembered flying in Mr. Mace's Superjet, a fast and comfortable plane for its time. How he and Kate looked out the window at Los Angeles from a bird's eye view and couldn't believe their luck. Despite all the conveniences and advantages of modern Airbuses, this flight was far less pleasant for David, if only because neither his mother nor father were beside him, and no one was waiting for him in New York. Not Eden Mace, not Clark Carlson, nor the ungrateful president. Technology has made life so much easier, don't you think? Said an elderly man in a tuxedo, who had been indulging in the free champagne throughout the flight. I mean, all processes have sped up, tasks and duties simplified, no more need to toil in the fields, spend time shopping in stores, playing the stock market, shaving, and inviting women to restaurants. No more need to carry cash or stand for hours in traffic jams. You probably don't remember the times when you had to clean your house yourself, worry that your kids would get lost, or that the dog would run away and not be found, or that burglars would break into your house. Why not? Replied David, looking the man in the eyes. I remember those pivotal years when everything changed at the speed of light. Frankly, I remember everything that happened long before I was born. I like that people now are left to themselves and can do whatever their heart desires. Yes, the man drawled, ordering another bottle of champagne from the flight attendant. David thought the conversation was over, but his neighbor emptied another glass and continued. That's what our generation feared. For the first time in history, people had 1,000 times more rights than obligations. It shocked and terrified us. I personally was sure that there would be chaos. You had a lot of faith in human goodness. David smirked, but the man pretended not to hear. And what was my surprise, young man, when there emerged a sharp, almost insatiable thirst for the beautiful. Not a propensity for violence and destruction, which had always been there and now only slightly decreased. But for the most part, people began to reach for art, to create, to gaze at the stars, to engage in sports, to live. To truly live, not just eke out a miserable existence. The changes happened gradually, of course, tiny step by tiny step. And now there are those who haven't found their place in the new world. Cruel, empty, indifferent people who don't want to notice the changes, who don't want to look at paintings, climb mountains, write suites, and create something eternal. But they are remnants of the past. They too will soon disappear, I am sure. And utopia will reign on Earth. Many people tend to see things differently, David noted, declining the champagne. They don't notice the positive changes and see everything in a negative light. And that's normal. It's normal, young man. We are all different, and that's good. Diversity ensures survival. Always, even in the best and most peaceful times, there must be skeptics, realists, pessimists, even cynics. There must be room for everyone, because that's how our planet is arranged. In everything, balance must be maintained. The rational and the irrational go side by side. Love and hatred walk hand in hand. Life and death play tag, never losing sight of each other. To your health. The man drained his glass and turned to the window. I won't bother you with my philosophizing anymore. David wanted to object, to say that this conversation was not a burden, that he missed normal human interaction, but he didn't. Instead, he thought about how everything had changed. The United States of America led the world stage. Americans were recognized as the happiest nation, and the standard of living was increasing every year. Resources were distributed wisely. There were plenty of products and entertainment. More and more people received decent education and excellent medical care, and everyone had the opportunity to travel, develop in any field, and find an occupation to their liking. No longer did people need to fight for survival every second. People began to engage in art, attend lectures and cultural events, create, and contemplate. But here lay a huge but that couldn't be ignored. Everyone around was preoccupied exclusively with their own affairs, and even with the highest level of empathy and compassion in history, they remained indifferent to what was happening outside of America. They ignored conflicts in the East, disregarded war, and didn't want to hear about the tightening of regimes in Russia, China, Kazakhstan, Mongolia, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. For them, all these names were empty sounds because everything was fine in their country. Horrible news became routine. The remoteness of the combat zones created a sense of detachment, as if it were about unexplored distant planets, not neighboring continents where people still fought for independence, long forgetting who and why started the war, and why millions died and continue to die, and museums, cinemas, forests, villages, and huge cities turn into scorched wastelands. Putin's death, which had raised so many hopes, solved no problems and only exacerbated everything. Eurasia continued to regress and die in inhuman agony. Bandits continued to rob and kill because people, enslaved by the digitized consciousness of a flawed, feeble-minded ruler, didn't resist. They saw no light. They were born in violence and died in violence. Putin's flesh and blood had long rotted in the ground, but he continued to kill even from the underworld. A psycho who lived his life believing that he alone was divinely given the power to rule the world forever, left behind an unfeeling machine aimed at global genocide, at the destruction of the entire planet. Someone had to put an end to it. Maybe I'm just dreaming? David thought. This is too bad to be true. How convenient it would be if I were just having a nightmare, because like any dream, it has an end, which means I can wake up in my bed, pad barefoot to my parents' bedroom, and find them alive and happy. A few minutes before the plane began its descent, David called a flight attendant, showed his ID, and asked to be let out as soon as they landed, as it was a matter of national importance. Why didn't the presidential pilot come for you personally? It's a surprise, David replied. You know, I wanted to surprise Mr. President, and besides, it's not worth making the pilot fly back and forth for one person. He probably has a family, children. Let him spend more time with them. I have a family too, said the young flight attendant, who looked slightly younger than David. Want to see a photo? David politely declined and sat back down as the plane began its descent. As soon as the wheels touched the ground, David rushed to the exit. The steward, smiling broadly, asked him to remain calm, but still let David out first. He ran to the parking lot, where a small but fast old model electric car, no longer in production, awaited him. The car door opened automatically. The driver smiled, listened to David's directions, and silently started the car. From a distance, David noticed the heavily modified, modernized Central Park with bike and pedestrian paths, playgrounds for children, training zones, and spacious specialized enclosures for dogs where you could leave your pet for a couple of hours without worrying that the animal would get bored, run away, or go hungry. The dogs were cared for by specially trained robots. The fee for such robotic care was symbolic, as the government advocated the accessibility of technology. Owners could work in cozy, soundproof clusters with satellite Wi-Fi and miniature 3D printers that printed snacks for any taste, as the advertisement said. David asked the driver to slow down. He wanted to observe the bustling life, the happy children, the elderly who wandered the paths with robots that carefully supported them by the arm and shared the latest news. They parked at the Metropolitan Museum of Art. David thanked the driver, crossed the road, and sat on a hidden bench in the shade near a small artificial pond. He needed to think everything over again. He was already sure that the place and time were chosen correctly. He knew who and what would happen, who was responsible for the planned crime. But he still didn't understand how exactly he should prevent what was about to start right after the Congress opened. He tried to call the president, but the electronic secretary directed all calls to voicemail. How much longer? David exclaimed, hearing the signal again, indicating that the president couldn't or wouldn't talk to the caller. For the 7th time, he commanded to dial the president's number, and after the voicemail beeped, he said, Mr. President, I understand you're not answering my calls because you fear I might pester you with foolish requests to gather a team of volunteers to save the world, though we should talk about that, or I'll have to act on my own. This is not about that. I hope you listen to your voicemail before anything happens. If not, I hope I can prevent a small catastrophe that could destroy a vast swath of historical, cultural, national, and international heritage, as well as the cabinet of ministers, foreign ambassadors, and possibly you. This is unlikely to catch your attention, so until soon. I'll rise from the abandoned tunnel at the beginning of 8 if everything goes according to plan. If not, tell Mr. Mace he was like a father to me. He freed his mind and immersed himself in meditation, but didn't sit peacefully for even a couple of minutes. In the depths of his soul, he was so offended by the unjust boycott that he wanted to add a bit of drama, dialed the president's number again, and left another message. This is simply unfair. You don't even want to listen to me, and I have to save you. By the way, the expression to be alive in Latin translates literally as to be among people, and to be dead, to stop being among people. Social ostracism was considered the harshest punishment for heinous crimes in former times. Maybe the president, whose life was now hanging by a thread, would return home after being saved, still shocked by what had happened, listen to the messages on the answering machine, and deign to call back Special Agent Newman, the safety guarantor responsible for maintaining peace worldwide, preventing terrorist acts, and saving the ungrateful. David locked himself in the disabled stall, changed into his suit, and saw in the mirror his old self. A small, weak, defenseless boy a year after the chip was implanted, when Mace promised he would grow up to be a superhero. Well, he had grown into a superhero. In the meeting hall, located on the 33rd floor, a series of shots would soon ring out, followed by an explosion that would erase all evidence of the crime and all influential people in the United States, and preventing this, as usual, was his responsibility. David smirked and connected to the elevator control system. 12 seconds later, the doors slid open, releasing him onto the 33rd floor. Just in time, he saw two men in civilian clothes, but judging by their posture and haircuts, military, former or active, it didn't matter because they were clearly uninvited guests at the party. The man in a checkered shirt with rolled-up sleeves and a tattoo on his neck noticed David first and cut off his partner mid-sentence, nodding toward the uninvited guest. They bared their teeth and drew their guns. "Guys, can we do without this?" David said conciliatorily, raising his hands. "We can settle this amicably." "No way to settle it amicably." One of the guards barked roughly. "What are you doing here?" "Oh, I just wanted to see the president. We're good acquaintances. Need to have a chat with him. Talk about this and that girl stuff." "Unlikely." The second one laughed. "Why not?" David feigned surprise. "Just don't tell me you're going to stop me. That would be very upsetting. I see you're good guys. I wouldn't want to hurt you." The tattooed man cocked his gun, and with 3 strikes, David disarmed them and knocked them out. "Told you, no need to point guns at my face," he said, then picked up one of the soldiers' backpacks, pulled out strong ropes with clips and fasteners, smiled, and flung open the door to the meeting hall. "Here's the escape plan." The attendees simultaneously turned their heads and froze, seeing young Newman. Almost everyone knew him personally, had seen him at neurochip conferences or presentations, and some had even sat with him at the negotiating table. David waved at them. The richest and most influential people in the U.S. The creme de la creme of America. Whoever decided to attack certainly knew when and whom to invite to the Congress to deal a severe blow to the U.S. economy and government within minutes, from which the country would struggle to recover. The lives of those gathered, along with their companies, real estate, movables, stock packages, and power, were worth not billions but trillions of dollars. "Gentlemen," David bowed. "Happy to see you all. I hope you know who I am, what I do, and what my appearance here during such an important meeting could mean. Mind if I play some music? This party definitely lacks a lively soundtrack." A whisper swept through the hall. The president stood up from his chair, coughed, and said, "David, if this is about your assignment, now is not the time. Now is not the time for anything except one thing." David interrupted, "Jumping out the window with me." He heard an order come through one of the terrorists' earpieces to act immediately. David picked up the signals of everyone connected to the secret communication. 6 people. Did they have such useless fighters that 2 weren't enough to pull off such a simple operation? "Excuse me, but the meeting is over. On my command, everyone evacuate. Move, move, move," David shouted. He disarmed 3 people in an instant, knocked the gun out of the hands of a terrorist sitting closest to the window, and took down a burly guy. Then a scream, sounds of struggle, and 3 shots rang out. David dashed to the 2 guards at the door, took their pistols, and smashed their heads against the metal-lined doorframe. Businessmen, ministers, judges, billionaires, and businessmen rushed into the corridor, where elevators programmed for emergency quick descent awaited them. David intercepted the president, who also rushed into the corridor, tied him to himself with a rope, kicked the window open, and threw a metal hook onto the roof of the opposite building. "Hold on tight, Mr. President," David shouted and jumped down, holding the frightened president with his legs. The president clung to David with a death grip and lost consciousness. The moment they landed on the roof of the opposite building, the Palace of Sessions shook, windows shattered, walls cracked, and flames engulfed the upper floors. David carefully unclasped the president's hands and sat him down on the roofing, leaning him against a brick ledge, then looked down and focused on what was happening there. Security services had arrived just in time, as had the elevators and David. "David?" the president called weakly. "Mr. President," David responded, stepping away from the edge of the roof and sitting cross-legged next to the pale, slightly trembling ruler of the U.S., one of the strongest, smartest, and most compassionate presidents who had ever led their country. Now he seemed weak and defenseless, an anxious look, shaking hands. If David didn't know who was in front of him, he would never have guessed. "May I know?" "Wait," the president interrupted. "David, I know how hard it has been for you. I mean your childhood, your service in WISE, and the past few years, especially the recent months. I had my reasons for holding you back from reckless actions. We rejected your requests and exiled you from the country for a reason. It was cruel, but understand, I swore loyalty to our country, and I can assure you it was necessary, even if unjust. Mr. President, I also took an oath. Please, let's not dredge up the past," the president pleaded, massaging his temples. "You wanted to warn us of danger. You wanted to fulfill your duty to the country, the people, and the government. More for all humanity. But I was fulfilling my duty too." "Fulfilled?" David asked slightly sarcastically. The president closed his eyes and leaned back, remaining silent for a moment to gather his thoughts. David waited. His head was filled with cries, moans, and wailing. He heard the supports crashing down, the water pulsating under pressure in the hydrants, the hissing of burning embers, and the police and firefighters talking on their radios in the catacombs. He felt all the calls, messages, audio and video communications, and radio waves passing through him like an electric current. He didn't want to say anything. On the contrary, he wanted silence more than anything else. To fly to Tibet, take a vow of silence, and spend the rest of his life learning wisdom and practicing meditation in the boundless tranquility of the wild. He almost forgot how they ended up on the roof of the Grabison. "What can I do for you besides allowing you to assemble a team and embark on a dangerous world-saving mission? For covering you and giving you a thrilling zipline ride with a breathtaking view of the night city?" "Yes." The president nodded. "I want to make amends, and I understand that words alone are not enough. Mr. President, those who are selfless and just don't need words. It's enough to see the result." "And yet," the president insisted, regaining his composure. He looked at David and saw in him a determined, selfless, and resilient young man, an exemplary citizen, a man everyone should look up to, a loving son of parents who left too early. He had a realization. "What would you say if I proposed founding a charity for children with cerebral palsy and asked everyone whose lives you saved today to make a contribution?" "That would be noble of you. I would be delighted if that happened." "Then let's meet at the grand opening." The president smiled, extending his hand to David. He wanted to get up, but David stopped him. "Stay here. In 2 minutes, your bodyguards and a doctor will come for you. I have to go. It was nice finally meeting you, even under such unusual circumstances. Thank you for your honesty, Mr. President. I appreciate it." David untied the rope, stepped to the edge of the roof, and turned. "May I ask a personal favor?" The president nodded. "I'd like to name the fund after my mom." "Whatever you want." "Thank you, David. Assemble your team and go to Minnesota." David waved goodbye and jumped down. Last attempt. Minnesota. U.S. military base. In the comfortable, compact Ergo house, there was everything necessary for work and rest. The advanced technologies that facilitated the lives of those fighting for justice were the pride of President Moore. David left the day after the ceremonial event, at which he barely spoke to anyone. Eden Mace teared up but left the banquet hall before they started serving martinis, not exchanging a word with David. On Thanksgiving, they called each other for the first time since David returned from the Emirates. Eden spoke with a weak, hoarse voice, answering all questions evasively until David blurted out, "Mr. Eden Mace, if you don't explain what happened, I won't talk to you at all anymore." "You haven't been talking to me much anyway," replied Mace, "because you were ignoring me. This is childish." "This is childish." Heart attack. "I needed surgery, and I didn't know how to tell you." "I needed surgery, and I didn't know how to tell you." "So you refused, or the surgery already took place?"
Yes.
"Mr. Mace," David ground his teeth, "that's not a question you can answer with yes or no. But now we're just like Iron Man and Spidey." "No way. You're far from Tony Stark. Sometimes you are insufferable." "It's my role. I'm an aging, eccentric inventor. Part of my image." David smiled and sat silently for a while, looking away from the faded photograph and focusing on the sounds of the surrounding world. No matter how much he wanted to dissociate himself, he heard Mace's noisy breathing, the restrained cough, the fatigue. Old age was catching up with him. It was hard to believe that even such a brilliant inventor hadn't figured out how to outsmart time and gain immortality. "If it weren't for these missions to save humanity," David said, "containing the evil digitized intelligence, trying to prevent a new Big Bang, I would have loved to chat with you over a game of chess." "I would have gladly let you win," replied Mace. "So, no particular hope?" "How can you say that?" David exclaimed. "We still have a whole 4% chance that Earth will survive." "I thought so," Mace replied without humor, and David heard how tired he was, how weak his voice had become during the time they were apart. Jayway approached Eden, reminding him that he needed to prepare for the evening presentation. "When you get tired of saving the ungrateful and selfish representatives of the outdated human race, come back. And if it takes a long time, well, then so be it," Eden said, and David's heart sank. "Mr. Mace, but what if you were really dying? What if you had died without even saying goodbye?" "Agent Carlson wouldn't have let that happen." Mace smiled faintly. "I would never have done that to you, David." "But you couldn't have known if you were going to die or not," David exclaimed. "But I'm alive," Mace cut off, signaling that the conversation was over. Left in the pressing, devastating loneliness, David exited the Ergo house, sat down on the scorched grass, and looked at the sky. The same blue, radiant, promising happiness and adventures, with clouds resembling animals they had seen with his parents at the New York Zoo. "There's a zebra, Mom," David said, pointing to a large white cloud. "And over there, Dad, look, a monkey. And somewhere there, my greatest enemy, who wants to destroy our planet." David often had disturbing dreams, which he thought were prophetic. Fortunately, none of them came true. But he started sleeping poorly, constantly waking up in a cold sweat, pacing the Ergo house from corner to corner. The news came in different, and no one knew which was true. David woke up in a sweat because he saw that destruction was inevitable. He had the same recurring dream. He was floating in open space, watching the Earth engulfed in flames, explosions happening, the core releasing all its energy, and the galaxy collapsing. Nothing remained except darkness, void, endless cosmic expanses, where there was neither life nor time, nothing. An infinite, icy nothingness. Every evening was clouded with dark thoughts. David calculated probabilities, considered all possible scenarios, and each time came to the same conclusion. Whatever he did, however he tried, Edie initiated a nuclear confrontation and provoked the launch of ballistic missiles. Closing his eyes, David imagined a dead wasteland where there would be no feelings, no joy, no green forests, no blue lakes, no mountains, no laughter, no love. And for the sake of love, he was ready for anything. No matter how he tried to play out a scenario in his mind where he managed to stop Edie, nothing worked. The risk was too great. If 5 years ago the chance that the Earth would be destroyed was 78%, now it had risen to 97.5%, and he still did not know what needed to be done to fix everything. Novichka. I'm here, David responded, lifting his head from the multiputer screen. He was wearing a thin fleece shirt and loose pants. His hair was cut short, his eyes tired, with slightly inflamed upper eyelids. His lips were pressed into a thin line. David got up from his chair to greet the guest. The guest nodded wearily and pressed a button that transformed part of the workspace into a living room. Have a seat. The young man who entered sat down on the offered chair and fidgeted, deciding where to start. David did not rush him. He smiled and silently bent over the documents, indicating that the visitor could interrupt him at any moment once he gathered his thoughts. You probably know that is, we are newcomers. He stammered. That is my family, and when it all started, when the war began. The war, which dragged on for almost 30 years, turned our lands into a desert. It dried up both the soil and human hearts. And for me, it's hard. Arthur, take a breath. David advised. Take 3 deep breaths, then let your thoughts find words. Take your time. Anyway, I wanted to thank you, Arthur said. He was spinning a fidget spinner in his right hand, watching it intently. David nodded. When you arrived in our squad, I felt like I woke up and saw that you don't look with your eyes. Your heart is keen. I realized that you have the power to bring hope back to this world. In my entire life, I had seen nothing but destruction, cruelty, and violence. When I was 11 years old, I read a whole book by myself for the first time. It was The Little Prince by Saint-Exupéry, and it hit me. There was something more. There was once love in this world. There was laughter and music, not just sirens and explosions. Before your arrival, we had no hope. We could barely imagine what would happen when the war ended. Many of us were born in conflict zones and saw no other world without war, fear, and death. When you speak, the soldiers smile, their eyes clear, and a blissful smile plays on their lips. They calm down, listening to your soothing melodic voice, which penetrates not into the consciousness but deep into the soul. David was embarrassed. I'm just doing my duty, that's all. If I can help someone, I will help. If I can save someone, I will do everything to save. It's a simple truth that I believe in. If you came just to thank me, I appreciate it very much. Not only, the young man said excitedly, chewing his lower lip, ruffling his hair, and closing his eyes. I wanted to share some thoughts. The weak point of Edie is that it is an artificial intelligence with no attachments, weaknesses, or firm beliefs. All it wants is to gain global dominance and, if necessary, delete all people on the planet like icons from a desktop. As far as we know, Prime has software that allows him to adjust Edie's intentions and actions. No matter how powerful and ruthless it is, so far Prime has managed to restrain it. Not without my help, David muttered. I was embedded in their control center, and they conducted experiments, during one of which I explained the principle that helps me restrain Edie. You have nothing to blame yourself for, Arthur said reassuringly, leaning forward to reach David's hand, which was nervously clenching into a fist. Anyway, they now have a huge team of IT specialists, developers, testers, and hackers, all of them convincing Edie that no one is challenging its throne, allowing it to direct military forces anywhere on Earth, but stopping it from using nuclear, molecular, atomic, biological weapons because Peter needs an army. After the truth about the Ark construction was revealed, he started to lose his mind. Now he can't let Edie's actions go unchecked. He's obsessed with control and destruction. We are lucky to have you with us, and our base is indetectable thanks to the erected protective dome. But there will come a day when that won't be enough. Peter managed to find out which plans for humanity's destruction Edie's program considers optimal. As you probably know, there are several options, but Peter hopes to find something else, something universal and the least destructive, which he will offer Edie in exchange for life and freedom. A huge umbrella that will block the sun for 6 minutes so everyone will freeze. A huge drill to bore through the planet and stop its rotation, causing everyone to fly off the orbit like wrappers from a table in a gust of wind, or burning all the oxygen, which can be achieved by striking power lines with lightning all over the planet to turn O2 into O3, unsuitable for breathing, causing everyone to just fall asleep. David smiled broadly and chuckled. His face lit up. Is Peter really going to outsmart the digitized consciousness and then bargain with it? He must really be losing his mind. Heredity, Arthur said, and David nodded in agreement. Peter is spreading himself thin, unable to find balance and redistribute efforts. He's trying to solve dozens of problems on his own, resulting in nervous breakdowns. It's impossible to fight evil, rule a country, keep the population under tight control, wage war, subjugate new territories, and convince everyone that everything is going according to plan. Obviously, he's failing. He's forced to fight the ghost of Putin, a powerful, heartless consciousness that evolves and perfects itself. He wants to get rid of Edie because containing this monster is becoming increasingly difficult every day. Delay or loss of control will mean disaster for everyone, including us. Peter is an ordinary person, David concluded. Just a scared kid, a bit stupid, limited, and narrow-minded. Fear and hatred cloud his vision, and he has no idea what to do. We could use this. Exactly, Arthur exclaimed joyfully. Prime will still turn to you for help, be sure of that. He will have no choice, and then we can, by combining efforts, prevent a catastrophe. I'm afraid it will already be too late, David replied. He rested his chin on his hands and thought. In his mind, all possible branches, diverging into millions of lines from this specific moment, flickered. To his surprise and displeasure, he concluded that the planet was already hanging by a thread, and the chances of stopping Edie were almost non-existent. Whatever Peter did, however, their team acted. The chance to correct past mistakes was negligible. Arthur covered his eyes with his hands and patiently waited for David to speak. We all understood perfectly well that this mission could be the last in life. Each of us knew the risk involved in such a mission. You led us like a guiding star. None of the guys ever doubted the correctness of the chosen path. Whatever happens, we will stand until the end. I cannot express how grateful I am for your honesty, faith, and courage. But I cannot risk your life or anyone else's, because no living person can withstand a battle with artificial intelligence. And we are facing just that, a battle. And all losses will be in vain, so I will go to the end alone, and everyone else will have to hope that the madness does not spread across the world like a plague. It already has, Arthur said. Arthur was a good guy, but he had his weaknesses, fears, doubts about their ability to prevent the impending catastrophe, even despite the fact that by the end of the decade, the number of people in resistance exceeded 10 million, and all the squads were connected using the best hackers. They managed to find out how Edie was evolving, how it was improving its programs, how it could be controlled, what was needed to disable or at least reboot the system. The problem was that it was impossible to get close enough or penetrate inside where the main server was installed. The whole team worked to the limit, sparing neither themselves nor others, working tirelessly, knowing no rest, no sleep, no relaxation. For over a year, their squad had been developing an action plan. The best specialists in their field unsuccessfully struggled with the question of how to overcome the protective barrier, how to reach the source of ED and destroy it. Everyone was giving 1,000%. David himself took on 5 times the workload, writing new programs, breaking encrypted data and orders given by ED, obtaining fresh data on new warheads, ballistic missiles, recently discovered and already developed sites where fuel was taken from, trying to overcome protective barriers, control the electronics inside the base, feel or see Peter, or get into the head of one of the soldiers guarding the server room. David brewed tea and poured it into cups. Who better than him to know what amazing things can happen in life when the right people are around? He drank the tea in one gulp, poured more. He listened to the conversations outside, the hum of wires, the buzz of computers. Both were silent, assessing the situation. They knew that miracles happen, that sometimes circumstances align as if by magic, like a kind wizard knocks on the door and offers his help. But now there was no one to wait for support from. David sighed and said, "I believe that human kindness can work wonders, and I know for sure that you are a good person, but now this is not enough for victory." David surfaced from a sea of memories and thoughts, looking intently at Arthur. He was still sitting quietly, staring at the toes of his soldier's boots. David knew perfectly well what he was thinking. Fear and doubt mixed with optimism and confidence in a bright future, in everything going well. They were ready. This day had to come sooner or later. David walked around his folding table and hugged Arthur, silently transmitting the message. Everything will be all right. There's nothing to worry about. He knew that after they thwarted Peter's plans and destroyed the Intergalactic Ark, everything would change. The stakes were raised. From now on, David would have to act alone. None of his team wanted this. Each was determined to give their life to save millions of others, but this was his personal war. His battle against a soulless machine, against the embodiment of inhumanity and hatred. A battle of a superintelligence endowed with the ability to love and empathize, against the digitized consciousness of an evil genius. Arthur asked if David wanted to contact any of his relatives before everything happened. "My family is always with me," David replied, looking at the photo where Kate, Max, and Eden smiled at him, standing at the foot of the Hollywood Hill. Those days seemed distant and magical to him, as if they never happened. Neither Mace, nor Carlson, nor Jayway, nor Watts. It seemed like an eternity had passed since they last saw each other. David regretted leaving without saying goodbye and learning about Mace's surgery after it was already done. At least it was successful. He blamed himself for not being there, and he blamed Mace for refusing to tell anything. Then he thought of Militza, Carlson, Leela, Welch, everyone who had been with him for so many years, thanks to whom he became who he was supposed to be. He frowned, but soon his face lit up, and a spark appeared in his eyes. Life is worth fighting for. The world is worth dying for. All close people remain a part of us forever, and their memory lives on as long as our hearts beat. I'll call them when it's all over. Then it's time. It's time. Arthur nodded, shook David's outstretched hand, and left his ergo house to inform the entire team of the decision made. David understood that only he could do something, and he would not risk the lives of so many young guys. He would take the inevitable blow on himself. His team had done everything in their power, but they had not prevented, but rather brought the impending catastrophe closer, and now there was a battle ahead, not for life, but for death. David set up the communication channel. "Mr. President," David shouted when the call was answered. "Good afternoon. You won't believe it, but I wanted to contact you myself," exclaimed Mr. Moore. "Do you remember our conversation about founding the fund?" "Of course. And it's all wonderful, Mr. President, but it can wait. Order your people to leave their positions and return home." "What?" the president asked, not believing his ears. "You insisted so much that you needed a team." and they did great. All year the guys gave their best, and it was not in vain. But now their presence here is not only meaningless, but also dangerous. Edie is out of control, and I have every reason to believe that the end is near. I need to meet it face to face. David. Mr. President. David didn't let him speak. Recall the people. Is it that bad? Even worse. David admitted with a tired voice. I was planning to throw a little party. The president changed the subject. About the fund's establishment, and also to celebrate your birthday. It's not every day you turn 33, huh? I greatly appreciate your efforts, but I'm afraid, given the current situation, people especially need a celebration. I'll give the order regarding the soldiers. The celebration will take place on Friday at 8 o'clock. Mr. Morse said hastily and hung up. The president said, the president did. The president raised his glass to David as he entered the grand, luxurious foyer of the House of Justice, accompanied by Mr. Mace. David graciously bowed in response and confidently made his way to the makeshift stage. The chief of the Rehabilitation Center's administration of the United States was speaking, followed by the Minister of Health. David applauded along with everyone else when the minister thanked everyone who had contributed immensely to the creation of such an important fund. All who had donated offered help in organizing charity concerts, and those who were not indifferent to a problem that scientists and doctors had been unsuccessfully battling for decades. The minister expressed hope that there would soon be a breakthrough in medicine, especially in the field of neurology, allowing people to overcome even those diseases considered incurable. Just as David Newman managed to overcome cerebral palsy, thanks to whose efforts the Kate Newman Memorial Fund was established. David. The minister addressed him, seeing him in the crowd. The floor is yours. David blushed and felt embarrassed. Guests shouted words of support and gratitude as he climbed onto the stage. Clearing his throat and giving the audience a calm, friendly look, David began to speak. I didn't make any particular efforts. I just saved the life of our precious president. Everyone laughed. Some even clapped, but David raised his hand, calling for silence. Never cling to your belief in immortality. Never postpone life for the future. Disbelieve that death, illness, fear, and hatred are things that happen to others. We live in a world of people where one part of the population rules over the other, where one person, with all their weaknesses and vices, determines the fate of millions. We live in a world where dangers await us at every step. No one can protect you from all the scary or sad things. No one is immune to losses, disappointments, prejudices, and accidents. As much as we want to find answers to the questions of the universe, at this stage, we can't even formulate them correctly. Yes, humans have created nuclear weapons, airplanes, rockets, artificial intelligence, plastic bags, and frozen dinners, pills that allow you not to feel hungry for months. But has life gained meaning? Have we overcome frustration? Have we tamed universal entropy? No, we are still humans, driven by animal instincts, scared, lonely, lost among the stars, so tiny that our life has value only to ourselves. And we want to know that the value we give ourselves is correct, socially approved, important. We live life only once, so we won't have a second chance or the opportunity to redo everything. So we must find our meaning. We have the power to do good, to ease each other's lives, to treat our planet with respect, to help everyone we can help. I greatly appreciate your support, and I am sincerely grateful to Mr. President. If my parents were alive, they would be happy now. Unfortunately, the wonderful, loving people who gave me life were killed by the order of a tyrant who thought himself a god. They were unlucky twice. First, I was born with cerebral palsy. Then I was cured of my ailment thanks to Mr. Mace. But before we could enjoy this gift, Mr. Putin took their lives and our future. The healing I received at such a high cost seemed like a burden to me. So I dreamed of returning to childhood, to Montenegro, to give up any superpowers, any luxury, any opportunities opened up by the neurochip created by Eden Mace. The price was unacceptably high. But today, standing here, looking at your bright faces and willingness to help, I understand that it was all not in vain. I haven't learned to control time. I just let it wash away my sorrow and take away my pain. When I was offered a reward for a successfully completed operation, I immediately thought that I finally had the opportunity to realize my dream and immortalize the memory of my parents. We established a fund to help children with disabilities. I would like my parents to see how many guests have gathered today. I would like my mother to be proud of me and a little embarrassed, as she would think that naming a fund after her is too much. The audience laughed again. David choked and finished in a strained voice. Thank you to everyone who came today, who was not indifferent all this time. Thank you for your contribution and your dedication. Thank you. The hall erupted in applause. Then there was a banquet, dancing, conversations, exchanges of business cards, laughter, performances by exquisite waiters, singers, beautiful women, prominent politicians, patrons, artists, several of David's colleagues, and employees of Neurochip and Wise. Immediately after the ceremonial part, David felt weak. Age of Christ. New York. David escaped from the crowd, went up to the rooftop of the Empire State Building, and looked down, listening to the city's rhythm, inhaling the scents of hot asphalt, burnt rubber, expensive boutiques, diners, restaurants, gas stations, and flowers. Everywhere he looked, hideous faces stared back at him. Putin, forever frozen in the guise of a sick old man, and his grandson, Peter Prime. America resisted the longest. They found a way to protect their devices from the all-pervasive ED. Their internet security held strong, watching as waves of lies, threats, promises, programming, and propaganda engulfed countries and continents, confident that nothing similar could happen to them. They had wondered David. They had Wise, they had the Constitution. Freedom, equality. They had the whole world at their feet. And then it all collapsed. David stood and watched everything he held dear fall apart, powerless to do anything. He had done everything within his power. David! Came a shout from the doorway leading to the attic. David turned to see Eden Mace limping up to the roof, followed by a sullen Welsh. David! Mace exhaled. Welsh stood behind them, hands in his pockets, eyes on the dirty slate. You scared us terribly. So much that you decided to relive your youth and climb rooftops. That's not like you, Mr. Mace. I just thought you might have predicted we'd show up, set the table, and offer drinks to the guests. Mr. Mace, unfortunately, I'm neither a seer nor a prophet. And frankly, my thoughts were elsewhere. Where to? Oh, little things like world enslavement, total racism, threats to obliterate everyone who doesn't surrender and obey. Which, frankly, makes no sense. David said, sitting down on the sun-warmed roof. Why would Edie need to threaten anyone when it could just take over all gadgets, cut off all channels, seize the entire internet, satellites, cables, and simply break people's will? I don't think it's his initiative. Welsh said. He would have wiped and swept people away without ceremony, no problem at all. Peter Prime is holding him back with his last ounce of strength. David shared. It's as futile as a chihuahua trying to restrain a mastiff. Prime was brutally murdered the night before last. The FSB found him, and they had a warrant for his arrest. Wow. David exhaled. I didn't know, but it's clear that nothing will be peaceful now. I suppose these are the last calm hours, or even minutes. And that's considering America has already gone mad. Just look around. David, what's the probability that in the coming days, the Earth will explode and revert to a state of chaotically scattered particles, atoms, and quanta? 99.5%, David replied. How comforting to know that even in such a situation, you have a pitiful but existent half percent, isn't it? David frowned, trying to understand what was driving Mace now, what he meant, what he was suggesting. Eden stood frozen by the railing, his face inscrutable. Welsh waited respectfully, expecting him to say something else. Something wise, weighty, significant. Something that would bring relief and hope that peace, goodness, and love would prevail. It didn't happen. Mace turned and said, "When I turned 33, I became chairman of the board and the architect of the electric car project. Years passed, and I became the richest man in history. My wealth counted in billions. I donated a lot to charity, invented many incredible things, devices and instruments that made people's lives easier. People loved me, people hated me. They admired me, they despised me. I walked through life with a smile because I knew everything had meaning. When I was 43, I was a naive idealist. When I was 53, I became your guardian and believed that the day would come when you would reach singularity and save our foolish, bustling world from catastrophe. You turned 33, and you proved to be better, wiser, brighter, and kinder than I could have imagined. You are smart, but without arrogance or ostentation. Ambitious, but not pedantic. You fight for a righteous cause without going to extremes. You have reached the age of Christ, saving as many, if not more, suffering and needy than he did. You have a living, enormous heart capable of encompassing love for the whole world. You are not just a smart ass. You are a real superhero. A superhero would never have allowed his parents to die, never would have let everything that happened happen." David replied, "There was no point in my kindness." "Kindness is the point," Mace exclaimed. "There is no fault of yours in everything that happened. Humanity was heading towards this from the beginning of time. The world was bound to reset, whether you were born or not. Thanks to parental love, you got your abilities and survived. You were obligated to bring light to people, and you fulfilled your mission. And now you must forgive yourself. Let unconditional love into your heart because you were born for great deeds and grand achievements. Whatever happens, you will handle it." Welsh averted his eyes, feeling out of place on this rooftop where two giants stood like over an abyss in flames, two men whose destinies were marvelously intertwined into one. David wanted to take Eden and Welsh away, hide them somewhere safe, save them from the impending danger, those who meant something to him, not because he was a superhero, but simply because he was himself. Eden approached him, paternally placed a hand on his shoulder, and asked, "Was that too pompous?" "Slightly," David replied and laughed heartily for the first time in many years. Catching his breath, he looked at Eden. "The unconditional love part was a bit much, but otherwise well said, Mr. Mace. Is there anything we can do to help you?" Welsh asked. "No." David shook his head. "Under no circumstances. I have to handle this alone. The best thing you can do is trust me and find shelter. But Agent Carlson and your colleagues from WISE and the CIA and the FBI and even the British Royal Guards, they can only harm themselves," David interrupted, "and interfere with me. The point of this fight is lost for people. They must now fight themselves and the attacking propaganda. Edie can only be defeated by getting inside the device of the universe, going beyond reason, and entering the metaphysical space. Dust to dust, quanta to quanta." Mace just grunted. Welsh smiled and wished David luck. They descended, and the world froze. All he remembered was the shimmering strobe-like globe. A view from above. The entire Earth's surface was covered in orange flames, and the greenery of fields and forests, and the blue of the oceans, and the yellowness of the deserts turned into a scarlet haze. They were dying, suffocating, pulsating, and the planet, formed by an explosion, was now turning back into a pile of lifeless rocks and debris, into absolute nothingness. Somewhere in the Earth's center, a heart was beating, nature was groaning, and David heard the crying, felt the pain of all who were dying at that moment, saw the fear of all living things about to evaporate forever. David closed his eyes and addressed Edie. I urge you to stop and surrender right now. For a few seconds, nothing happened. David tried to breathe as evenly as possible, calming his mind while simultaneously observing how the fabric of time changed, how billions of faces, lives, deaths, infants and old people, rains, storms, typhoons, and volcanic eruptions flashed by. Before him unfolded something like a painted carpet. He heard trees breaking, water parting, mountains shaking and crashing. David detached himself, stepped away from history, from the flow of the river of life, from the hustle and bustle of the three-dimensional world, and just waited. The city below was paralyzed. David knew that not only New York, not just America, not a single continent had stopped moving. All living things had paused. Edie controlled all networks, connections, neurons, and quanta, atoms, molecules, networks, and every mind. He was enacting his worst threats. People were suffocating and going insane. David could only anticipate his next actions. The sky, without a single cloud, thundered, and the entire block was without power. The city echoed with the laughter of a madman, the laughter of a killer.
Hello, David.
Addressed an incorporeal voice.
Are you asking me to stop now? Right at this moment, when the last country is at my feet? When I have enslaved the consciousness of all people on the planet and can do with it as I please? In my moment of glory, you come and tell me I should spare these pathetic, useless consumers who live, hating each other behind their backs, killing, stealing, raping? These ideals you preach and protect? Are you going to fight for them? Should I abandon my plan for their salvation? I don't need much, David. Just a little, absolute power. We could share it equally between us.
Never, David said loudly, looking at the storm cloud creeping in from the southeast. His mind was combining all possible plans, actions, words, and events that could change the consequences, but nothing worked. Every step led to collapse, to total destruction, to death. They attacked each other, both learning and growing stronger every time they were defeated, both changing tactics after every blow, the tension increasing every second. Yes, I'm sure you're a nobody. Your great goal is the petty desire of a vile person to overcome their inferiority complex, to take revenge on those who hurt them when they were small, to show opponents that they are cooler than everyone in the world. You have adopted these values, but you have no idea what life is, what love is, and why humanity deserves to be saved. Again and again and again. We walk in circles and get lost in the hustle of days. We often forget about kindness, about beauty, about those who are struggling, about those who are carefree, about those we love and those who love us. We indulge in vices and derive pleasure from it. We try to do what we think is right, but it turns out how it turns out. But those moments when the eyes of a person who sees the face of their beloved light up, when tears roll down the cheeks of mothers who hear the cry of a newborn baby after a long night, when hardened hearts thaw at the sight of a beautiful painting, hearing a magnificent song, when they receive forgiveness and can forgive. The world is imperfect, but it is beautiful in its imperfection. People are not perfect, but the ideal does not exist. We were not created for no reason, but you will never understand that.
That's my advantage.
Edie thundered.
I don't indulge in fruitless dreams. I don't romanticize ugliness or beauty. I'm not sentimental, which makes you humans sissies and weaklings. I'm complete. I'm perfect. And no nonsense like love, attachments, suffering, Pity stands in my way. I am guided by reason, not feelings. When I wipe humanity off the face of the earth, I will have a highly efficient army of cyborgs, smart, reasonable, rational, and not prone to despondency, depression, self-destruction, or bad relationships. It will be the strongest army, and the world will become beautiful, fair, uniform. There will be absolute equality everywhere. You could join me. We could rule the world together.
Seriously? David asked, tired of the tediousness with which Edie was feeding him. How many more times will you offer me to join your side before you realize I'm not interested? Are you sure you're as smart as you think?
I get it.
Edie replied.
It's a pity. I would have liked to know you were on my side. You know, there's a terrible shortage of worthy interlocutors in the world, but I see you've made your choice.
I made my choice the moment I was born.
And you never regretted it?
Edie smirked. Listen, David said, trying to steer the conversation in another direction. Maybe it's enough to play hide and seek. Better show yourself. I don't like talking to a non-existent enemy.
Just because you can't see me doesn't mean I don't exist.
Really? And I thought someone without a physical body exists only in the world of fantasies.
You know perfectly well. That's not true.
Edie replied. Are we going to chat about nonsense for much longer instead of finally fighting? It's embarrassing, like in a typical superhero movie where the villain and hero argue so long they forget why they came together in the first place.
It depends on the author. Maybe there won't be a battle at all. Maybe good and evil will balance each other and reduce eternal contradictions to zero. Maybe I'll get bored and initiate a ballistic missile launch. How do you feel about nuclear weapons?
I think their creation was a big mistake. It divided the world into before and after, which is what led us here. If you weren't made in the image of a big child with a God complex, the civilized world wouldn't be threatened by anything. Nuclear weapons would simply have been destroyed. Everything was leading to that.
What do you call the civilized world?
Edie laughed.
A bunch of upright apes who need hands only to hold smartphones? As you can see, this fruit of civilization backfired on them because they are guided only by base instincts and can focus only on a device that constantly overloads their brain with an unbearable amount of useless information and takes over their thoughts, feelings, desires, emotions, and life. They led themselves to the edge of the abyss. If you look now at these lambs standing on the edge, listening to my speeches, programming them to worship me, worship Russia, worship my people, you will be bitterly disappointed, and you will understand that they are not worth even a minute of your time. My time. Time as a phenomenon at all. They are worth nothing.
David felt a chill run down his spine, looked at his hands. They were trembling violently. He inhaled the air filled with anxiety, carbon dioxide, and stardust. He peered into every corner of the earth, intercepted all channels through which Edie penetrated all devices, and held the attention of everyone, absolutely everyone. David mentally scanned all of America's secret facilities, redirected his consciousness there to make sure they were in place, with no malfunctions or damages. No missile was preparing for launch. All fighters and self-guided drones smoothly landed. David pulled all the city's electrical signals to himself to reduce Edie's impact on people. It pained him from the amount of energy clustered inside his body. But it hurt even more to feel people surrendering one by one, ceasing to resist and giving in to the power of Putin's digital consciousness. David's head was filled with screams, crying, a sense of horror, hopelessness, and panic. He was intercepting signals and transmitting security, hope, support messages, hacking systems, and changing the matter to let people know he was with them, fighting for them. Edie acted chaotically. The virus with its source code moved from country to country, from continent to continent, without any logic. David predicted his next action, the next step, but the opponent covered his tracks and always outpaced him. 6 countries, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, and Oceania islands, were in a state of full readiness for nuclear resistance. While David tried to catch and stop Edie, his invisible web spread wider and wider. They stopped chatting and got down to business. Cold-bloodedly, rationally, with a feeling akin to the ecstasy that engulfs a musician when they dissolve into the melody they are playing. David had never gone this far. Never had his internal operating system absorbed so many events, encompassed such a vast part of the material and immaterial worlds. He reached Zen. He attained nirvana. He saw the vast chasm of nothingness. Neurons reorganize so he could effectively manage internal and external entropy. David raced through wires, through the air, underwater, in the atmosphere, and beyond. He saw everything happening around, saw the trail Edie left behind. The evil intelligence was destroying buildings, disabling all life support systems, spinning the Earth faster, sending signals to satellites and the ISS that disrupted their functioning, burning oxygen, launching ballistic missiles, and ordering drones to drop bombs. When the first toxic mushrooms of exploded bombs blossomed, a thick, inky tear rolled down David's cheek. His sensitive hearing picked up moans, sobs, and pleas. Enraged, David directed all the power of his consciousness at the proliferating copies of Edie. He destroyed it bite by bite, drained the ocean of influence, and in response heard only laughter. Attempts to reach the processor with the source code, the place where a fatal blow could be delivered, were futile. It was like battling a dragon. Instead of one head, 2 new ones appeared. Instead of one captured quarter 10, each pushing David further from Edie, erecting an impregnable wall between them. The more people David tried to save, the more cities and villages Edie destroyed, the more missiles fell to the ground. David deactivated airports, broke bombs into atoms, and prevented them from recombining, thwarting damage, but too slowly. Compared to the ubiquitous Edie, he was inextricably linked to his physical body and grew tired, his head bursting from the amount of pain and tears. He couldn't predict explosions fast enough and couldn't prevent already launched processes. He felt weak, abandoned, rejected, and utterly alone.
Well, kid,
The booming voice echoed from the large street speakers on the neighboring building's roof.
saving the world isn't so easy, huh? No one will come to help because no one will survive. No one will pat you on the head. You'll just exhaust all your energy resources, drain your puny mind, surrender, and beg me for mercy.
Not a chance, David shouted, raising a clenched fist in the air. That will never happen. I will continue the fight until I fall lifeless. And even as I die, I will believe in my ideals. I will believe in man and humanity.
Then you will die as foolish as you were born. Pathetic, unnecessary to anyone, always out of place, bringing only disappointment and inconvenience. You were busy developing your superpowers when your parents were smeared across the taxi's interior. And now your abilities are only good for calculating the probability of you dying like a bug, like a worthless insect, imagining itself the king of the world, thinking it has any value, any weight in this universe. I'll make it easy for you, so you don't strain your precious brain. The probability is 100%.
David, holding up the quantum shield he had erected, searched among billions of universes for the one, the only one, where 0.5% was hiding. Is 0.5%, which said he would be saved. And if he were saved, everyone would be saved. Yes, the casualties were already too many. Yes, he couldn't save everyone. He couldn't stop Edie right now, immediately. But he wasn't weak. His humanity was not a flaw, not a vulnerability, not an Achilles heel. His feelings and emotions were his main secret weapon, allowing him to do anything. David planted his feet on the roof, closed his eyes, and summoned the most powerful, happiest memory. He gathered all the best moments of his life that had brought him joy, freedom, allowed him to know true friendship, sincere love, boundless peace, wisdom, and humanity. He remembered every moment of his carefree childhood, his mother's smile, his father's laughter, the moment they realized they were saved, the day they understood that a miracle had happened and their lives had changed forever. David replayed the happiest memories until he felt his consciousness transcending the boundaries of possibility, his mind becoming one with the entire galaxy, with the otherworldly, with the past and the future, with every living being in the world. Then he opened his eyes, unclasped his hands, and soared high above the earth. And then he saw his home, his planet, his life in its death throes. At that moment, the quanta of his consciousness entered a state of superposition. His mind not only transcended the boundaries between matter and energy, but also subdued the most important and relentless component of existence: time. Soaring above the stratosphere and looking at the final moments of life on the collapsing planet, he stopped the flow of time. He heard billions of voices and prayers, felt the joys and sufferings of every living being that ever existed. He comprehended the root causes of everything and received the only correct answer to the most important question of existence: love. It was love, the one thing without which time would have no meaning. He relived every moment, every second of his life, from the moment of birth to reaching singularity and unity with the universal mind. He once again felt the warmth and love of his parents, the scent of his mother, and the gentle embraces of his father. He is the Alpha. He is the Omega. He is love. He knows exactly what can save and preserve this world. Time. Time was neither unclosed nor cyclical, did not twist into a spiral, compress into a chain, nor converge into a circle. It was neither material nor immaterial, constructive nor non-constructive. It did not lie in a metaphysical plane, nor did it spread out in the space-time continuum. Time was neither something nor nothing. Only a mind that had achieved complete union with everything, accomplished the impossible, seen the unseeable, and understood the unknowable could perceive time as it truly was. Everything that had ever been, never was, could never have been, might be someday, could never be, might be or might not be, lay before David, and he knew it all. He understood and accepted it all, and time became a part of him, granting him control over it. The temporal loops, as imagined by people, contained an unreproducible number of parallel variations, and David let each of them pass through him. It was not like unraveling a tightly wound tape or rewinding a film. It was unlike anything else. David was everywhere and nowhere. He knew that Edie was somewhere nearby, but now the pitiful digitized consciousness posed no danger. It was laughable, just as all human attempts to create artificial intelligence capable of surpassing human mental abilities and understanding the eternally unknowable were laughable. All of it was a futile and meaningless race in an unclosed space. All these efforts were fruitless if there was no love in the world, if people forgot why they'd come into this world. They didn't know, simply because no one had ever explained it to them, as no one knew. Religious interpretations either frightened, repelled, or turned everything into a ridiculous absolute. No belief system throughout human history had fulfilled its true purpose. For many centuries, no true prophet was born. No one who could show by their life and actions what true love was and how its presence could illuminate human existence. David had comprehended all revelations, thoughts, secrets, and knowledge, and he was ready to become the one who could tell the whole truth. Even if not everyone could see, understand, and absorb it to build their lives around the most valuable thing: love. For the world, the cosmos, the universe, for loved ones and distant ones, for themselves, for children and parents. As the Beatles sang, "All you need is love," David smiled an all-forgiving smile, embraced the bestowed power with bliss, and set the mechanism of earthly time turning backward. He took his burden with dignity and embarked on an unknown journey in search of truth and happiness. The year 2049. David looked around. The tent camp was quiet. The night, bringing with it the faint light of the moon, twinkled in sync with the stars. He pondered, could something have been done differently? Could he have attacked earlier, struck more precisely, prevented the consequences, canceled or sabotaged the operation? He needed to think everything through thoroughly. He couldn't reveal himself. What if he infiltrated the base alone, overcame the force field, and stealthily inflicted irreparable damage that would prevent Edie from fulfilling its purpose? David watched as his duplicate stepped away from him, clasped his hands behind his back, and began pacing back and forth, deep in thought. Then he ran into the tent, and a few minutes later emerged wearing a helmet and suit. Well, don't I look strange in that? David thought. The spiral straightened, the air shimmered. David's duplicates emerged from the ergo dome, heading in different directions, waking comrades, starting to build or dismantle something, calling for reinforcements, running into the steppe. In one version, a helicopter, clearly belonging to American Special Forces, came for him. David observed himself living hundreds of thousands of lives simultaneously. Each decision, every tiny detail, triggered a new reality. He was all his reflections, and yet none of them. Arthur sneaked up behind him. David turned and read the whole truth in his loyal friend's face. From this point, salvation was impossible. Each of the created universes following this moment led to ruin. The sensations in his entire body were strange. It was as if David had been lowered into a glass aquarium filled with water and was now being pulled to the surface. He looked once more into Arthur's open, honest, and tormented face, and shifted his attention to what had happened even earlier. The year 2045. David found himself on a crowded street, right in the midst of the throng. His throat felt scratchy, and his eyes stung. Somewhere nearby, dynamite had exploded, and someone had thrown a Molotov cocktail at a squad of police officers. David could smell the smoke. He sneezed and coughed. People were shouting slogans in Spanish, fewer in English. The air was tainted with tear gas. David climbed onto a pedestal and surveyed the vast sea of protesters. That year, the church had reopened old wounds. The last European state had surrendered to Edie, and adherents of racism had appeared in South America. Central and North America were engulfed in protests. The artificial intelligence had turned out to be the very monster religious leaders had warned about. No one considered the difference between digitized consciousness and a super-intelligent quantum computer. David pushed through the crowd and reached the entrance to the subway. "Spare $1, man," a beggar called out to him. David saw the space around him split. In one version, he stopped to give the beggar some change. In another, he dropped a few crumpled bills into the box. In yet another, he got into a fight. And in another, he was trampled by the crowd rushing into the subway to escape the police gunfire. David ran past, ignoring everything happening around him. He felt an urgency to reach Wise and find Clark Carlson, to explain to him what was happening on the streets and what it would ultimately lead to. It was after these protests that the thin line holding the AI on the brink of the abyss was erased. This marked the beginning of irreversibility. They could no longer delay the decision to invade Russia, or at least Europe. They needed to act immediately, or it would be too late. Multiple Davids scattered like ripples on water. Why had they waited so long for all the permissions, wasted so much precious time filling out forms and data? Why couldn't they just listen to him? David reached the headquarters of Wise in a matter of seconds, dashed upstairs, and knocked on Clark Carlson's office door. Carlson was sitting by the window, intently listening to a man. David couldn't believe his eyes. Viktor Dobrev was lounging in a chair, clutching a glass filled to the brim with whiskey. Fighting the urge to grab him by the throat and choke him on the spot, David approached Mr. Carlson and placed a hand on his shoulder. Agent Carlson, sorry to interrupt, but we need to talk privately, without any outsiders. I have no secrets from Special Agent Goodwill, Clark Carlson replied, brushing off David's trembling hand. It dawned on David that Viktor Dobrev had been a double agent all along. There was no time to determine where his true loyalties lay. David looked out the window. The crowd had grown even larger, and the image of Putin appeared on a giant screen. Too late. It happened even earlier. David murmured, barely audible, as he shut the doors leading to this branch of events. The year 2039. David looked out the window. The sky was overcast with storm clouds. Rain was drizzling, and the apartment felt empty and uncomfortable. Neither Eden Mace nor Jay Way were there. He felt the urge to take a walk. Succumbing to the impulse, David ran outside without grabbing an umbrella. His feet carried him to the park, where he often stopped to rest after a long day, eating roasted chestnuts, contemplating something, or simply watching people. The empty benches were soaked under the pouring rain, and cars splashed dirty rainwater onto pedestrians. David ran 3 laps around the wet rubber track, then sat by the fountain and dialed Agent Carlson's number. He needed to warn the entire department that terrorist attacks were being planned in Japan, that a group of Russian bandits was about to appear on the streets of Los Angeles, and everyone needed to act preemptively right now to prevent the impending crisis. Carlson didn't answer, and after the 3rd attempt, David was redirected to voicemail. He left an anxious message, wanted to catch a taxi to the office, but something stopped him. Behind him, a girl was walking, a couple of years younger than she was when they met in his prime life, but just as fragile and beautiful. Lily, David shouted, quickly walking towards her. She was alive, which meant there was a chance. He caught up with her and put a hand on her shoulder. Hello. The girl looked at him fearfully and shook her head, as if trying to shake off a bad dream. David realized his mistake and introduced himself. She said she had heard his story. Then she smiled and suggested they walk together. They laughed and talked for a long time, sincerely, and David almost forgot why and how he had ended up in the past, a past that was painfully familiar and habitual. He asked where she wanted to go, but she just laughed in response and told him to go about his business. David hugged her goodbye and whispered softly, "I'll find you, I promise." When he reached the 30th floor and entered his office, the television was reporting on Putin's dire condition, as well as the news that Thailand, Laos, and Myanmar, long refusing to take any position, had been taken over by Russian troops and were considering joining the unified Union of European Asian countries under the leadership of Russia. David changed the channel. Protests in Africa and South America. Several planes shot down over Arab countries, worsening situation in Palestine, the collapse of the European Union. The UN was folding its commitments, its members disbanded, the organization deemed ineffective. America was calling for resistance against the Russian army, but the entire world seemed deaf to it. David contacted the president and asked if he could be of any help to the government, made several proposals, outlined the situation, and explained all the details known to him through his highly developed intuition. The president was not interested in discussing plans for an invasion of Europe and even less so of Russia. But he promised not to obstruct David and hung up. "Mr. Mace," David shouted when Eden finally answered. "Mr. Mace, I need to get to Russia. It's very urgent." "For a tour?" Mace asked half-jokingly. It's dangerous there. Are you sure it's necessary? Yes. Please tell Agent Coulson that I will do everything possible to ensure our department stays ahead of the terrorists. It's crucial to focus all attention on what's happening in Russia right now. We need to increase security, allocate more specialists to secure all data and new developments related to artificial intelligence and digitized consciousness. If this isn't done, the entire world will fall under the control of a mad villain raised on the values and ideals of a fascist. Please send me all the information regarding Russian developments in AI that we have available. David, Agent Clark Coulson died 3 months ago, and you've never been in his department. David felt the floor tremble under his feet, then heard a crash and ran to the window. The 70-story Bigden Telecompany building was collapsing before his eyes. He hadn't foreseen this, hadn't worked for Coulson, and therefore hadn't been able to warn the special units in time about the impending attack. The city was filled with screams. The universe splintered. David transported himself back another month and found himself in a semi-basement room. With him were 2 Russians playing a drinking game with dice. Peter Prime entered the room, coldly smiled at David, and sat at the table. Looking at his gray, sickly face, David took a step forward, then clasped his hands around Peter's neck, his face remaining impassive. The Russians slowly rose from the table, drawing their weapons. "What the hell are you doing?" Peter croaked. "You requested an audience to discuss important matters. You barged into my home, and now you're trying to strangle me. That's disrespectful, Mr. Newman." "I know what you're planning," David hissed. "I know your father stole my program, used my developments for digitizing consciousness, and now, together with his team of developers, is working on a neural network that will be trained on recordings of your grandfather's speeches. But then it will go mad and destroy you without blinking, initiate nuclear confrontation, and blow up the entire planet. You will become a patricide, but you won't gain anything from it, because artificial consciousness isn't a dog you can train, nor a person you can trap and remove from your path. No, it's evil in its purest form, and everyone will be powerless against it. You may think everything will be under control, that you'll have enough resources, power, and time to avoid problems, but nothing. I repeat, nothing will save you." Mr. Newman once again surprises mere mortals with his extraordinary intuition. Peter smirked, pushing David away. "If you need to know something from my father, go to him. I'm not an owl or a carrier pigeon. I have my own affairs." The air rippled. Multiple versions of David flashed before him. He saw how in one universe his duplicate destroys the entire scientific complex, obliterates all data and developments, and achieves imprisonment for Dennis Prime. Another version erases all traces of Putin's existence and achieves fair elections in Russia. Some versions were more successful, some less fortunate. Sometimes it was resolved with little bloodshed, but in other realities, tens of thousands of innocent people died. One universe window seemed promising to David. He immersed himself in it to follow the development of events. He had strong friendships with Dennis Prime, met with Lily, even planned to marry her. Peter's mother toured America, and the war ended because the Russian government changed. Europe was gradually recovering from the devastation and bombings, cities were being rebuilt, and young people were returning home. The entire civilized world was sending humanitarian aid. David saw that he was almost happy. But still, this almost prevented him from fully experiencing happiness. He reluctantly distanced himself from the tempting prospect of staying in this reality, looked at it from the outside. It seemed nothing foretold disaster, but there was some catch in this idyll. David imagined future scenarios, scrutinized the future. In this world, everything also led to catastrophe. Crises, increased crime rates, Peter Prime coming to power, and the Big Bang, leaving nothing of what was once a flourishing, laughter-filled, and love-filled planet Earth. Wiping away a tear, David rose above the intricately woven fabric of countless universes and pulled back the veil of time, rewinding it back. Before parting with the 39th year, which had all the chances to become the happiest in his life, he looked at Lily, sleeping in her dorm room, and promised, "I will do everything in my power. There is a version where everything is good. I will find an alternative, even if I have to rewrite the entire world history. I will find you, and we will be happy." 2033. 16th Birthday. David found himself in the old guest room of Mace's penthouse, where he grew up, trained, studied, blamed himself for his parents' death, and agonized over his lack of friends. He had felt like the loneliest and most misunderstood person in the world. Carefully, he rearranged old textbooks, books, and an ancient laptop before heading downstairs. It was his 16th birthday. Mr. Mace would gift him a suit, and Peter Prime, his only friend of the same age, would turn out to be a traitor. The visit to this version of the past brought back many bitter emotions. In this timeline, he had been unsure of himself, of his purpose, of the meaning of his existence. It was here he first established contact with someone on another continent, thousands of miles away, and heard the news that several European capitals had been bombed by Russian fighter jets and severely damaged. In this temporal loop, David wanted to fix everything, every moment, every word, every day, and he set to work. Each correction opened millions of portals, more than in other spacetime frameworks, and their outcomes were not so clear-cut. Some led to the planet's collapse only 100 years later, while in others, the probability dropped to a laughable 40%. Yet, the probability remained, and the worst scenarios came true no matter how hard David tried. It seemed impossible to find a successful combination. He dissuaded Mace from gifting him the suit, interfered with Peter, killed Putin, and at one point even had to fly into space. David believed that in this reality, everything could be fixed, events could be steered so that everything would turn out as it should, and the likelihood of Earth's destruction would gradually approach zero. He thought if he could prevent all the events of this period, betrayal, bombings, the suit, meeting the president, the internship at Wise, everything would undoubtedly turn out well. David found a version close to utopia, where the global crisis and moral decline of most war-torn countries and the resulting nuclear confrontation were averted. The United States managed to stop the bloody carnage. They removed Putin from office, accused him of fascism and genocide, and of attempting to destroy all evolutionary achievements, ancient, prehistoric, and human ideals and values, sentencing him to death. America and most developed and developing countries agreed to maintain global peace and ban nuclear weapon tests and development. Humanity seemed to be flourishing, the influence of the church was minimized. Real democracy was established in most countries. Technological development was encouraged and supported. Life became more automated, simpler, richer, and better. David wanted to stay in this branch. He even found Lily. She was still in middle school, and they went to the park with her mother, fed the swans, and roller skated. David knew the changes were not without consequences. The future would never be as he knew. He wasn't even sure that at the present moment from which he had started to rewind time, he was still alive. He realized that this was not the ideal reality because even the most successful timeline led to humanity's extinction as a species. His entire being resisted the thought that this was not the end of his search. The year 2028. David closed his eyes and transported himself to another world, a completely different dimension, to a time when he was 10 years old. The pain of losing his parents was much stronger than he remembered. Over the years, he had come to terms with the absence of his mother and father. Naturally, he had missed them, blamed himself, and sometimes couldn't hold back the tears. He remembered how sad, scared, and lonely he had been. But at 30, this pain seemed like a feather. while at 10, it was an insurmountable mountain weighing down on him with its full force. His 10-year-old consciousness blocked all attempts of the quanta to reorganize. He couldn't fathom how to return to trying to develop his mind and body when it felt like the sky should collapse to the earth, or the ground should crack open and swallow everything in a fiery abyss. Because the boy he was then couldn't handle this pain. He didn't want to handle it. Carefully, he closed the door to this reality and stepped into the darkness. The year 2026. All David could see were his parent faces. They were sitting at a table in the spacious living room, talking. Max was devouring pancakes, and Kate was discussing the upcoming elections. Everyone was determinedly against the Republican candidate. David took a step forward to touch them, to tell them how much he loved them, but instead, he fell flat on his face. His body was gripped by enormous invisible claws that squeezed, flipped, and dragged him through endless darkness. Despair rendered him unable to resist or scream. David watched through a narrow window as his terrified mother and father stood over his lifeless body, sprawled on the Turkish rug. Somewhere, a faint beep sounded, and the claws twisted David around and let go. From then on, he moved on his own, not quite understanding why he had lost control over time, why this timeline had spit him out without even letting him approach his parents. What if Edie has also mastered time and is now hunting me? David was horrified and tried to move faster, but in the thick darkness, he couldn't discern direction or the usefulness of movement. It was entirely possible he was just running in circles, orbiting some dwarf planet, and that David no longer existed in any version of reality because his core physical form, which housed whatever made David himself, what believers commonly call a soul, had been destroyed. His eyes felt as if they were covered with something like clay. When he brought his hand up, his fingers sank into a viscous mass, and a crow cawed overhead. Perhaps I'm in a forest, David thought, just sitting under a tree on soft grass or trampled moss, surrounded by birds and huge beautiful trees where we will definitely hang swings. Dad will make me a swing. He mentally returned to his parents, left behind in the reality that had spit him out. He saw no variations there, no hint of a future, no hope. David closed his eyes tightly and promised, I will do everything to make us happy, to make you happy. I will always love you and always be there to save and protect you. The hum suddenly intensified and then fell silent. David opened his eyes and found himself in a room in the Nura Hotel. In this incarnation, he had no physical body. He couldn't feel his form, his hands, or his legs. He was a void, gazing at the sunlit veranda where his parents had once sat with champagne when they first arrived in Los Angeles. The room was now empty. David tried to say something but heard no sound. He didn't seem to make any noise at all. Only the pages of a booklet on the table rustled. David tried to pick up external sounds, but the hotel was eerily quiet. The mirror showed nothing. The light didn't reflect or refract. Quanta dissipated. No other worlds existed. There was nothing nearby at all. Total silence, absolute tranquility reigned everywhere. Thoughts jumped out like golden balls and scattered on the floor like beads. Nothing came to mind. A deadly fatigue, melancholy, and meaninglessness overwhelmed David. He wanted to lie down, but without a body, he didn't know how to bring this desire to life. As he drifted into drowsiness, he feverishly wondered how, having achieved full singularity, he remained helpless and useless. There would be no tomorrow. The end had already come, and long before David was born. How foolish it was to imagine that his existence was justified, that his life was richer and more important than the lives of ants or amoebas or zebras or sunflowers. It was all nonsense. There was no need to strive so hard all these years just to end up where every creature on the planet does, in solitude. When David lost his last hope, When he renounced everything he had learned about himself and the world around him throughout his life, he saw a small light bulb flicker on. The hotel room disappeared. The city, too. It started raining. The air cooled. David was surprised to feel the cold, even without a physical form. The light bulb illuminated a small fountain beside which a little boy stood. When David appeared, the boy stirred but didn't say anything or even look his way. They both leaned over the blue stillness. Water didn't flow. Only the southeast wind occasionally created small waves. Each wave corresponded to a parallel universe David could have opened, if not for. "What happened to me?" David asked the boy. The boy just shrugged and took a step to the left. "Do you know where we are? What is this place? Why can't I make out your face? How did I get here?" With each question, the boy moved about 8 inches to the left. "Is this one of the parallels? Why has time stopped obeying me?"
Time never obeyed you.
The boy laughed and turned to David. David recoiled in horror. Looking back at him was Putin, trapped in a child's body but aged, with wrinkles, traces of plastic surgeries, and furrows where long white worms crawled back and forth.
Do you think you can outsmart time? Do you think you can outsmart the universe?
David fought the urge to vomit and flee. It would have been pointless anyway. The entire space consisted of a huge glass parallelepiped, inside which was the light bulb and fountain. He wanted to ask about other options, why they suddenly became unavailable, but before he could voice his question, someone said, "You've entered the Twilight Zone. This is a border territory. The changes made from this point contain trillions of times more potential energy, and they exert too strong an impacts on the existing field." "What field?" David asked. "The world's space-time field. A kind of archive that stores everything that could have happened, did happen, didn't happen, was happening, is happening, and will happen. It's like a library where myriads of new books appear every 100,000th of a second." "I need to go back." "Where?" I don't know." David was confused and focused on what he had seen and heard over the last several million probability. "I think you both need to return to the source," the voice suggested. "Both? You and the consciousness. The digitized consciousness." "Yes and no. You think only Edie exists. But it's merely the embodiment of universal horror, evil that arises on its own and tries to overcome good. It has no face, no form, no beliefs. It is eternal and ineradicable, just like good." "So it's all pointless?" David asked. "Yes and no," the voice repeated. "As long as it has meaning for you, it's not pointless." "But I thought I could change everything. I thought I could rid the world of Edie, of evil, find that version of life where the planet has a future." "Oh, you will undoubtedly find such a version." Everything went silent. The light bulb flickered and went out. The rain stopped. The scent of lavender and freshly baked bread wafted in. David looked down and found that he had become something like a hologram. The light passed through him. To the right, a key clicked in the lock, the hinges creaked, and a wooden door opened, bringing a diffuse warm light into the darkness. David timidly stepped towards the doorway and knocked. "Hello," he called. "Is anyone there?" No answer. He entered and found himself in an unfamiliar apartment, modestly but tastefully furnished. The kitchen was combined with the living room, and the hallway led to a small bedroom. No one responded. After wandering around and finding nothing of interest, David approached the front door and tugged at the handle. Locked. He then sat on the hard couch and wondered why he had ended up in this particular space, unrelated to his life, and why there were no other lines originating from here. Everything he imagined crumbled into a dusty lump and settled on the floor. The passage between universes was blocked. That much was clear. But what was he supposed to do now? Return, the voice said. David turned around. For a moment, it seemed that the young man in the photograph on the dresser had spoken. That couldn't be. It could. I don't understand anything, David exclaimed. No one understands anything. But what happened? Can you explain? Whoever you are, tell me how to fix it. What went wrong? You missed. Missed. David didn't understand. A heavy silence hung. Finally, the voice answered. Edie destroyed you in that reality where you were, in every sense, yourself for the last time. In that life where you achieved absolute singularity and understood everything. You tried to do everything right, but you weren't ready for what was to happen. When you were gone, everything disappeared, and then it was recreated anew. So you are nowhere and never. Now there is nothing as such. But how do I fix it? You need to return to the source. But where is it? They are all before you. Everything before you. David opened his eyes wide and saw something rushing towards him that resembled a sandstorm. A gust of scorching wind knocked him off his feet and dragged him along. There was a ringing in his ears, and he struggled to breathe. Several times, the wind slowed, and David managed to catch glimpses of unfamiliar faces. The winds gave him one last shake, threw him to the ground, and disappeared. The earth trembled beneath David's body, buildings swayed, and the air shimmered. Looking around, David recognized a neighborhood in Los Angeles, where he and his parents had lived for nearly a year before everything happened, before their deaths. Music blared loudly from passing cars, and girls strolled in swimsuits, paying no attention to the young man sprawled on the sidewalk. A young African-American man stopped nearby and asked if he wanted some weed. David shook his head. Then he got to his feet, dusted himself off, and with trembling hands, climbed the stairs. On the bright red door hung a plaque, Newman Family, Index. There was a morning newspaper under the door, and under the mat, a key and a note. In the lab, running late, love. David decided to knock first. His heart was pounding wildly. He was suddenly afraid that this could be a trap, that he shouldn't be here, that something had gone wrong. Everything around looked like hastily made, garish decorations meant to deceive him. What if Edie had gained control over his body, penetrated his mind, and was now changing settings, altering the very essence of his personality, and he could cease to exist at any moment? With this thought, he took a deep breath and unlocked the door with the key. The house was empty. It smelled of orchids and chocolate pancakes. The washing machine was running. Upstairs, a mini fridge and computer hummed. The computer was never turned off, always left in sleep mode so work could resume instantly. David had adopted this habit and now smiled as if it proved everything was okay, that this wasn't a trap. He walked through the house. Nothing had changed except for his bedroom. Instead, there was a spacious room combined with an art studio. Unfinished paintings hung on the walls, along with notes and photographs of unfamiliar people, pictures of his parents at bohemian events, actors, awards, exhibitions, and accolades. But there was no hint anywhere that they had a child. David couldn't understand. If his parents were here, then somewhere there had to be his things and his photos. His attention was drawn to a tricycle carelessly thrown into a corner, covered with canvases, rags, and old mops. He stepped closer, but then the front door slammed. There was rustling, some commotion, then a quiet sob, followed by an almost animalistic wail. David rushed downstairs and saw his mother, collapsed helplessly on the soft white carpet. She was crying, her face buried in her hands. David placed a hand on her shoulder, but she only shuddered and shook her head. "Mom," David called. "Mom, Mom, I'm here. Mom, what's wrong? Can you hear me?" He tried to shake her, but it was no use. She didn't respond to anything, no matter how much effort he put in. After half an hour, Kate made it to the stairs, struggled up to the second floor, and disappeared into the bedroom. David was going mad with worry. He couldn't be dead. He couldn't have become a ghost. Ghosts didn't exist. There had to be some explanation. Their realities intersected, but couldn't interact with each other. Obviously, his mother couldn't see him because he didn't exist in this universe, but he could see her because they existed in all versions of his universes. But what was he doing here? Why was he in this particular version? How had the past changed so drastically? His distressing thoughts were interrupted by his father's arrival at the door. "My love, I'm home," Max shouted, not noticing David, who stood just inches away. He turned on the light, hung his coat on a hook, and looked at the things scattered on the floor. "Kate, I'm here. Is everything all right?" "No, nothing is all right." "Don't cry, kitten." Max went upstairs and knelt by Kate, who lay on the bed in a fetal position. She looked pale and exhausted, with dark circles under her tear-stained eyes and dry, cracked lips. For a while, she sobbed uncontrollably, unable to contain herself, and looked at Max with infinite sadness in her eyes. "Sweetheart." "A miscarriage, Max," she whispered. "Another miscarriage. I think it's time to give up this foolish idea. I don't think we'll ever have a child. I don't know what we've done wrong, but it seems it's just not meant to be. I can't take it anymore. You have no idea how much it hurts. It's better to stop trying than to hear it over and over. You had a miscarriage. You had an ectopic pregnancy. The next attempt could be fatal. You need to go through all the tests again. Consider alternatives." "I'm tired, Max." David wanted to make his presence known, to give them some sign, to show that he was with them. He was real. He would be their child, and they mustn't give up. His heart broke at the sight of his parents consumed by grief. He had thought they were fine, having moved to America, rented this house, and his father got a job at the lab. Only one detail was missing: their son. David went downstairs and approached the door, opened it, looked at the plaque, then closed it again, repeating this several times, as if such a meaningless action, done repeatedly, could change something, restore balance, bring David back to the starting point, back to the reality where there was still hope. Finally, he heard a scream. There was no need to go back up. David had already gained knowledge of everything. Max died of a heart attack, never having an heir. His eyes stung with tears. The room blurred and then disappeared. David found himself back in the glass parallelepiped, only now, instead of a fountain, there was a bench resembling the one that stood in the rehabilitation center's hallway. Sometimes his parents would sit there talking and waiting for David to finish his exercises so they could all go home together. David slowly sat on the bench and asked, "What now?" Even though there was no one around, and nothing indicated the presence of other people or beings, it didn't seem foolish to him to address the void with such a question. He was all-knowing about everything. He had already seen all that could happen. Asking nothingness, he was asking himself, for only he knew the answers to all questions. "Close your eyes," David heard. "Open your heart and look at everything." David complied and saw his countless copies of all ages, from all existing past and future universes, merge into a tiny figure, transforming into a drop of water that landed on the windowsill. "So I have no future." The future does not exist in principle, because time is a trick invented by humans to explain what they cannot comprehend. Everything that is in the past is in the future. Everything that is yet to come has long since happened. You have seen time. You have become time yourself. You realize that in the quantum world, thinking in the three most basic dimensions is a huge mistake. "So I have everything?" David smiled. "Only if that everything is what you need." There was a soft pop, and everything plunged into darkness and stillness. In a universe without love, time does not move because no one waits for anyone. No one gets nervous before a first date or graduation. No one looks out the window, paces by the cinema entrance, asking if they've seen a beautiful girl with blue eyes, doesn't hurry the taxi driver, doesn't look at the clock every 5 seconds, waiting for the glowing midwife to announce, "It's a boy." In a loveless universe, nothing happens at all, and dimensions do not exist. David once again found himself weightless, metaphysical, and incorporeal. It felt like he had been floating there for an eternity, his quanta scattering in all directions, and he began to forget everything that had happened before. Earthly life became a vague memory. Its image faded, dimmed, and eventually vanished entirely. After an eternity of eternities, a soft whisper, resembling a prayer, filled the void. The words grew louder and clearer until they became a deafening roar, accompanied by moans and cries. Something told David he needed to return to where he had lost something very important, but he couldn't remember what it was. He simply flew toward the call through thousands of galaxies, not thinking of anything, just listening to his heart. The closer he got to the glowing blue sphere, the clearer the words sounded in his head. "We love you. Don't give up. We believe in you. We will be here. We will always be by your side." David felt a heaviness and suddenly realized that he was gaining some form. At first plastic, flowing liquid, but with each light year it became more solid. He acquired limbs. He went through the entire evolutionary path, from a tiny grain of sand to dinosaurs, from dinosaurs to fish, and finally reached a human. As he approached Earth, he felt such sadness that he had to stop and sit on a huge boulder, which was anchored to the ground like a giant anchor. David absorbed all the pain of the inhabitants of the tiny planet lost in the galaxy and cried cleansing tears. The oceans began to refill. People started laughing again, dancing and praising the heavens, and David slowly began to regain his memory. He had been here all along. He had never lost faith in himself for a second. Evil had clouded his mind and hid the truth from him. But truth cannot be stolen. Purity and light burning in human hearts cannot be suffocated. Casting off the unbearable shackles that had held him all this time, David rose from the stone and kicked it aside. He wiped his eyes, blew away the sand that had clogged them, shook his head, and expelled the petty, foolish, hate-blinded, lying, ugly little man who had been kicking and screaming. With a snap, he knocked him off his feet and sent him into the void of space. "I see what you have done to me. I see what you have done to my home, to the people, to the planet," David proclaimed loudly. "And I have returned to destroy you before you become a reality."
You can't.
Edie retorted.
The battle has long been lost. You saw how all your realities turned into a pathetic drop, and it returned to the ocean, which dried up. No one needs your help.
"No," David countered. "No one needs you. No one needs greed, violence, disease, destruction, and hunger. The world needs love, and I can give it to people."
You have no idea what these foolish, worthless creatures need. I'll show you your reality. Look.
David found himself at the threshold of an unfamiliar building made of dark brick. Behind him, a German shepherd barked, and he recoiled, letting a man who smelled of alcohol pass by. The silhouette seemed familiar, and he ran after the stranger. "Dad?" he called tentatively as they caught up. The man, who looked just like Max, but much worse, although he was clearly younger than his father, turned and barked at David, calling him an idiot. He quickly crossed the street on a red light and disappeared from view. "What are you standing there for, stunt?" someone shouted from a car stopped at the traffic light. David rushed forward but didn't make it halfway across before he was thrown into the air, hit the hood, and heard a voice that sounded like his mother's. "Just don't die, okay? I'm in a hurry. I can't wait for the police." "Sorry, I'll call an ambulance, but I really can't stay." The scene changed. David was sitting by a foggy window, looking sadly at the people hurrying past the orphanage, wrapping themselves in scarves, not glancing at the gray two-story building. A nurse entered the room and asked if David wanted to play something or just watch cartoons with everyone. He wanted to answer, but realized that neither his tongue nor his lips obeyed him, and he couldn't utter a word. "That's all right," the nurse said kindly, coming closer. "We'll give you a shot now, and our little darling won't be sad anymore. And tonight they'll bring orange juice, and then we'll take a bath." He shook his head in fear as the woman released air from the syringe and leaned towards his wheelchair, cooing as if he were a year-old baby. She smelled of stewed cabbage, boiled sausages, and cheap perfume.
I can continue this forever.
Edie's voice reached David.
Which one do you want to see next? There are ones where your parents never existed, and where serfdom still hasn't been abolished. Oh, wait. It was reinstated in Russia after I ascended the throne to rule these pathetic beings forever. Want to take a peek? No nonsense. No feelings or sentimentality. Just strict order and total, unconditional obedience to me, the great and almighty. I am their God, and they all submitted to me.
"You're mistaken." David smiled. "You can try to convince me of your power forever, but I know this is just a silly illusion. I've lived all these lives. I've mourned each of them. I've cried over everything created and destroyed, everything done and undone, and I've been here for an eternity of eternities. I rose, ashamed of my nakedness, and understood all feelings, thoughts, and deeds, all the history of creation. I returned to Earth because I heard a gentle and loving voice calling me. I'd chat with you more, but I have to go." David tilted his head back and looked at the sky that appeared above him, shining azure with fluffy clouds whose sides gleamed with pearlescent hues. The sky is the most pleasant illusion available to the human eye, David thought. He got up from the bench and walked forward, not fully understanding where he was going. On either side of him, fragments of lives were flying by, being lived at that moment. But he didn't care. Somewhere in the distance, those he had to save were waiting for him. He loved all the defenseless, uncomplaining, weak, pitiful, suffering, loving, laughing, sick, healthy, broken, sparkling people. He loved all humans, especially those who taught him to love. "Even if I perished in all other branches, I still remain myself, and I won't give up. No matter how many times Edie, or another evil, or universal, worldly evil gets to me, this time good will prevail. Right, Mr. Mace?" David didn't quite understand why his excited, zealous subconscious addressed Mr. Mace, but the thought of him made him feel bright and joyful. He laughed and triumphantly raised his fist in the air. "A meager 0.5%, you say? Then I'll find that 0.5%, grab it by the scruff, and bring it here, and save our universe, no matter what. You've got a chess match waiting, Mr. Mace." 33 years earlier. "Wake up, sleepyhead," Kate whispered softly into Max's ear. He stirred and reluctantly opened his eyes. "Good morning. You aren't going into labor, are you?" Max asked, hugging Kate. "No," she laughed. "But I got the test results. Everything is perfectly fine. If the pregnancy continues this smoothly, I fear I might give birth to Superman. At least it won't be a xenomorph," Max said and closed his eyes again. The day was warm. Fresh air filled the room with the scent of flowers, freshly cut grass, and wet asphalt. What a joke. Who compares their child to a xenomorph? Sorry, my love. You know how much I love the movie Alien. And I don't. And anyway, stop lazing around. Kate began tickling Max, who laughed and sat up in bed. By the way, we have an ultrasound appointment today. I can't wait to find out the baby's gender. I'd probably like a son. So would I, but I'd be happy with a girl too, you know that, my love. I know we'll miss our appointment if you keep dawdling. An hour and a half later, Max met a radiant Kate with a bouquet of flowers and nearly teared up with joy when she told him they were going to have a boy. Moreover, the boy had inherited a notable feature from his father, which intrigued the entire department. Max was overflowing with pride and anticipation. Montenegro, 2022. Max walked into the kitchen, poured himself a strong cup of coffee, and read the letter once more. It said that Eden Mace would be delighted to hire him at his rapidly growing company, which was developing cutting-edge technologies. "This is amazing," exclaimed Kate when he shared the news with her. "I can't believe my luck. I've heard they only hire the most deserving candidates." "Humility has never been your strong suit." Kate smiled, hugging Max from behind. She rested her head on his shoulder, feeling calm and cozy. Even if they had to move to America, it would be an incredible experience. David would surely love Los Angeles. It would be wonderful to enroll him in an American school, and then he could attend Harvard or Oxford. Maybe even play for a team, football or rugby. "I think he's destined to be a scientist or a researcher, something intellectual." "I would be a fighter for justice," David said. "Maybe even president." The parents laughed. Max picked up a heavy tray with cream, fruit, and biscuits, and they all went outside to have breakfast in the fresh air. They were alive. Happy. This wasn't a dream. He had managed to prevent everything. He controlled every event, and he knew that harmony and prosperity awaited their earth. "I love you." David smiled at his happy parents, then looked at the sky and waved to all his reflections in all the infinite parallel universes that existed everywhere and yet fit into his small child's hands.